go around. Yet will go ahead, shut one down, and Sylvan pushes up the back. The fragment actually pushes through. Wants to be able to recover that weapon once the snake bite is gone. As Texture goes charging forward, finds one, interrupts the plant, but TS is covering fire.
Come on, Ganesh.
Keeps him down. Spike now on the ground, and that leaves Rossi on his lonesome on this flank. Finds one. Does take a shot from the Sheriff down to 82.
They don't have armor. Any shot will do the trick. So Rossi, as long as he's crisp, he's good.
Need to make sure that he can't isolate these fights here. Not dead. A little bit of a wider swing for him. Silva flash is going to be good. 𝐿𝙊𝙉𝙍 will have the finish, and Gen G managed to turn their tide around.
And that's how you want to play.
Hard luck bolte hain.
These are still so good. Rounds which are, kind of yours to lose. Gen G still has what it takes, just because of how sharp, how smart they are. Meteor knows exactly where to look, exactly where 𝐵ATSI would appear from. Not just
चलेगा guys. KappA abhi aaya.
The way they actually continued to push into as a team. Global Texture, I could see what he was going for.
भाई एरिन को क्यों रोल चेंज करना पड़ा है?
Now, back to classics. Most util though is here for the side of GE. Looks like maybe just a single flash missing there from Aaron, but here comes the crunch in the mid. 𝐿𝙊𝙍 King having this crossfire is just brutal for him. It's one after the other now. 4 players gone. 𝐵ATSI the last man standing, and at this point, kind of just swing out. CS will go ahead, pick up 2 in the round. That's already that cosmic divide as well as the null command online here for Gen G.
I don't know if I'm a fan of that one. That was just a really, really tough round to work against, especially with the fact that you only have classics. But you would have hoped that maybe at least Global held some off-angle positions, one and dones, rather than just everyone peeking mid and all against the rifles. You're just running as a firing squad. Yikes.
Rossi now does get an AWP in his hands. What UC is able to find out of it. Flash over the top, not going to spot anything.
अरे इसका हर बार second time ऐसा हुआ है, tag हुआ है इधर.
Does get the connection.
Last game में भी ऐसा ही हुआ था.
Tag of the wall.
Sylvan
going to be knocked down to 32, and obviously as this guy cannot self-heal. Now null command going to be popped. Rossi unable to dash out of here. Has to just go ahead and pull back, but even the smoke timing, Nebula gets popped. This dissuade them from pushing forward. Tuck timing as well. They pull him into the center. 𝐵ATSI able to shut down 𝐿𝙊𝙍 for the moment. Rossi finds the follow-up shot. Sylvan's going to be taken out of the fight. Just go ahead and try to cut off. Back sight position. Sweeps through. It's Rossi dead dugout.
Nice.
The rest of the time comes in, but what a transition. Aaron.
Nice.
Lucky to get that headshot out on the media. Finds the second kill. 𝐼𝘍𝐿 will be there to finish the job.
Let's go.
Now needs to go recover the operator. A couple seconds left to do so. We'll be able to get it. Last man standing barely scrapes by. Those GE, but they managed to tie it up at 2-2.
A little bit close, but thankfully Aaron was there to get the spray. And this is one of those rounds where you really have big information to work off of. You can see that Gen G were trying to set up a bit of that split push, but really, with that well-timed Nebula coming in from 𝐼𝘍𝐿, it really saved Rossi. Rossi was able to find one more pick, and Global were just able to come back in for that kind of sight contest. 2-2.
2-2 in the buys. Somewhat similar. The econ definitely shifting a little bit more in Gen G's favor at the moment, but that operator still held. And Rossi is still somebody that needs to be feared. Granted, he's in the opposite side of the map for now as Meteor looks to enter. Just updrafting up over the top, drops down, and Texture is there, ready to receive.
Oh my god.
Takes him out, finds a second, turns away from the flash just in case it hits, and now they get the haunt reveal on the 2. Spam through the wall, just trying to get it. King knocked down to 83, but Texture unable to find a third in the round. Aaron will take out TS.
Nice, Ganesh.
Just about being brought into A, and King trying to get the timing around the back towards spawn, but ends up getting peeked and taken down. And 𝐼𝘍𝐿 will have the finish once again, denying the spike plants, and that extra money not going to be found for Gen G. Global once again established the lead.
Stream sound बढ़ाने पड़ रहा है, but I think audio fine है ना guys.
Audio fine है, भाविन का आवाज excitement ज़्यादा है, अपना मैच है. भावनाओं को समझो दोस्तों.
Everyone already knew what they had to do, especially on this site. So
सही है ना भाविन?
It's just kind of slim pickings, and we'll take them down one by one.
Nicely done. Bold push
Mic
out
sound
of that
अभी low हो
smoke.
जाएगा, बस थोड़ा दूर कर दिया mic मैंने.
Hey, फिर क्या मजा?
Ends up coming away with 2 kills and very much keeps him in the round. Looks like GE looking to up the pace again, trying to challenge here in mid, but they will go ahead and back away before they get in too deep. Well, Art ready to be assaulted here. Shots through the door. We're looking for it. Pop flash over the top. 𝐿𝙍𝐿 able to break contact.
Almost.
Swings away in the meantime. Texture picked over by Art.
Texture को नहीं मरना था रे.
That site anchor gone. A site completely left open now.
Yeah, your utilities.
Solo liya ke flash kiya tha?
At the same time, Global's just trying to contest and go aggressive, trying to block off this B link area that Gen.G are trying to explore. Maybe anticipating a push, but it would not work well for Global.
The timing.
Work off the distraction of the haunt.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautifully done. See it all the time with Sova darts. Why not the haunt? Pulls the attention. The headshot comes through. Still the man advantage. He's here. Oh, Rossi. Does he get timing? He hears the dog, and TS just continues to swing out, finds him. The up now on the ground. 𝐵𝐼𝙋 and Monyet to try to get the clutch. Bring them back into this round.
30 seconds left.
That leaves the 2. It's going to be tough because you already have the site, you already have the positions covered, angles held, and if anything, someone just falls back and gets more information. Buys you enough time for his team to set up. They already have this crossfire.
He's only seen one, so they don't necessarily know that both players are approaching from this angle. That's why they're still going to be watching back over towards Flowers. Good for the season back site. That does get tagged by it. They are running out of time. It looks like the call might be made to just go ahead and save as they continue to back away over towards mid. The money still a little wishy-washy. They have enough for the buy going into the next round, but want to be able to hold on to the weapons that they have. So they'll have to concede this one, allow Gen.G to tie things up at 3-3.
Might as well. 3-3, not so bad. We definitely want to...
Nice, Raji.
Still a little trade.
Given TS his money, you don't mind that at all.
Yeah.
It's like King, though. He swapped over to the operator, so they're going to look to put this in the hands of Meteor on the attack.
The other side, and that could be that B-long duel that we're all watching and waiting for, 𝐵𝐼𝙋 versus Meteor. But again, I mean, it's one of those things where you just kind of want to get a feel and understand how Gen.G might want to approach it. For the past couple of rounds now, we've seen them head back towards A main. It's a simple push. It doesn't really work out. So this time they went through mid. That's kind of where G wanted to fight them, I think, but maybe not lead those duels with your 𝐿𝐽𝐿, because you have that much utility. You need that to anchor down the site.
I mean, they do, but the thing is they actually just play Texture like a fiddle. They say you know what, he's been playing contact off of this turret over by Art. We'll just go ahead, swing out, and then just get the punish.
Nice.
It works
late knife dala bhai.
Falling for his own trap. You can see, though, Texture changing up his position, not wanting to do that again. Instead, it's going to be 𝐵𝐼𝙋 trying to hold things down, but minor attention over towards B, just scouting out the area as Meteor gets swung into a wider position so he can stare down into the site. If they can get a pick, that'll likely lead to Gen.G making a decision, but for now, they're not putting their eggs in either basket.
Not quite.
Nice
Looking
flash,
for the opening pick, if anything, but given how Global are positioned as well, they don't want to give that up. If anything, 𝐵𝐼𝙋 actually has the angle up towards A main if he decides to push.
Nice there on that smoke, and TS, he still swings right out into it. Probably not anticipating that Rossi was still going to be waiting in that position. There's the turret cleared. Texture swings off of it, but not fast enough to catch King.
Now they all rotate back around towards A main. They know Rossi is here. It could just be, I mean, this comes down to a feel of game sense. Is A only defended by one player or more? And Rossi's the only one here with the operator so far. His tailwind's gone. They know they can overwhelm him.
Well, they have
Why not go for it?
Nice.
Okay, I mean, Rossi still looking to hold the door, gets his dash back. Cosmic Divide now going to
flash karega.
Flash goes through. They're still pushing. Rossi unable to stabilize to find that second shot. Hit now going to be invested. You can see this was a crucial misfire here from the side of Global. Aaron is over on the site, using that null command to stop the advance while they storm their way into A. Lockdown, however, will still help flush them out. But now the divide is gone.
Alright, so if anything, we know they're all on the other side of this wall, all on the other side of A main. That's where you have to focus your utility on.
Oh, the blind shot through. Just going to try to kill a defender, and Meteor gets the no-scope! He swaps to the shorty! Finds Aaron! He's looking for a little bit more, but the knife is not going to get it done. 𝐵𝐼𝙋 will find him, but then it's 2 players left standing. Gen.G once more take the lead off the back of a highlight real play.
Just another nebula. The shorty pulled out the blind shot through the smoke. Meteor does it all.
लेकिन जो wall के steps पे जाके किया ना
you
उसने
have the
गलत
numbers
किया
in that scenario. You have the information, but the punch didn't go your way. You even expended the 𝐿𝐽𝐿 lockdown just to push them all the way back. But when it came down to these duels,
Nasty stuff. Meteor.
उसको सिर्फ 2 या 3 सेकंड रुकना था.
No scope accuracy
मिलता
and
था
the shorty.
Almost
Gets
a
it
knife.
done. Yeah, I mean, he was going for it. I don't think he would
शॉटी
have
था
been able
क्या
to get it,
रॉसी के
but
पास?
either way,
रॉसी के पास
flashy stuff to keep them in that round.
don't know.
Shut down multiple
नहीं.
players. They're trying to take main control. And that's going to force out a timeout now as Global allow that lead to slip out of their hands. Eraser clearly not fully happy with what he's seeing. Things still being played close, but probably just wants to get in there, shore up some of the decision making, and reinforce the reads here from Aaron a little bit, and clean things up in that regard.
Aaron के लिए लिया क्या pause?
The reads or the positioning as well. I think it's a lot of these plays where, first of all, you have the information in that round. You know that this is where you want to take the fight, but when you push into it, that's just where those tiny micro plays, micro mistakes happen. And at the same time, we're talking about just overall strategy. We've been seeing how aggressive Texture can be. It's a very different style as to how DRX's Buzz plays, for example, and I think there's some slight positioning adjustments that they want to make here. On the other hand, though, I mean, it is a save round after all, so we're going to be playing the long game this time.
Nice, अभी आएंगे fight.
Yeah. Just the nightfall at the end of that. A lot
Late कर लिया.
used in that round. Rossi could be a major turning point. It's the flash.
अभी chase वाला game
that
होने
sound
वाला.
alert all the same, but I mean, Gen G
Bhago.
seemingly reading this well. They know that they're on an eco.
Bhaga
They get that flash
हाँ,
out. They're
पकड़ा
anticipating
पकड़ी होने
this
वाला इधर
forward
अभी.
push from multiple
अभी
players.
भागो.
It is one of those things, right, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝑋? You just called the
सब
timeout. Why was
Sinkars
that
पीछे
I'm
आने
thinking
वाले
about it. We look at their ultimates and they must be setting something up. There was a Hawk, so
चल
that's
be clear है
exactly
पता
why
है.
Gen G decides to push to B. They're reading this perfectly well.
They know.
Okay, Rossi though still gets in, finds CS, and that's going to
Smokes
be
ले
that
ले लिया.
defensive cover
City
now
ले गया,
taken
Heaven
away.
लेगा. Midor
So
गया
of course
Heaven.
do have King. But limited
Link
setup.
ले लिया.
Wall just to block off B
हाँ,
main.
Aaron को एक मारना है confirm वाला.
Coming through, he's expecting that link, but turns his sights over, and he will
Free
take a
थोड़ी
shot,
देगा
but
कोई भाई Aaron.
Aaron not fast enough on the trigger with that frenzy, ends up falling. Brings us now into a 4v4. The Blades still at the ready.
चल गन गया अभी अपना एक.
Anticipating this push out here at Heaven. Here finds one, now Texture's on. Things looking better and better here for Gen G to be able to close the round. Need to see big things now from Rossi. There's going to be one,
Nice.
3 more to go. Spike ticking away, time dwindling. Rossi to
Updraft क्या? Updraft
jump
नहीं
up the
है.
top, no he can't. Actually doesn't have the updraft. The Blades with it, finally finds another. Looks to at least take some guns out of their hands, but in the end, will run out of knives and just wants to try to go down to the Spike.
दोनों
but
guns
still
जाएंगे.
the finishing shot.
Good damage.
Everyone dead
Good
on the
damage,
floor,
good
but Gen G will stretch the lead by 2.
हाँ bro,
Not only
आम
that,
आदमी
I mean,
नहीं agree
an
करता मैं.
additional alt point for
जितना ही
Sylvan
चाहिए.
as well. It's a good attempt from SK Rossi, but when it comes down to it,
Next map में headphone लाके देता हूँ.
you just didn't have enough utility in your belt. You didn't have the updraft, you didn't have the
ये
angles.
अच्छा ये flash के लिए
Gen
होता
G
है.
just read that like a book. They knew
तो flash या तो
which,
कुछ तो डालता रहेगा
sites
उधर
to
और
press
करता
onto.
रहेगा.
They knew which angles to hold. I mean, this is exactly why they position themselves up on
आज
top
no
of
watch
Heaven.
party नहीं bro.
All right.
इधर है ना watch party.
Here's a round that
Watch
we
party क्या है?
anticipate
फिर ये क्या है?
this timeout is going to be the most
इसको
valuable,
बोलना view party.
most tuned for now that they have weapons back into their hands.
अपना setup तो अच्छा है अभी ये round के लिए.
Nightfall still in the back pocket here.
ये
at
knife
Bassy.
miss किया
Trying to
क्या?
shut down one of these pushes.
नहीं वो लोग का है.
Yeah,
Attacker
yeah.
से.
I mean,
Got a Blade Storm.
देख लिया वो लोग ने कौन कौन
don't
है.
mind it too much.
एक अकेला
He was
suppress हुआ ना.
possibly setting up for
हाँ अकेला हुआ.
potential double updraft or anything.
तो अगर
There was that
Killjoy ये
power.
side suppress हुआ है तो उनको पता है
Just
कि
kind of
double
tell
door
Gen G that
पे
their
नहीं
power
रहेगा
is
कुछ शायद.
positioned up by
Knife
A,
भी
so
डाला ना अपने बंदे ने और
explore
Prowler
a
भी use
different
किया तो
option.
3 का.
Oh boy.
हाँ.
Push out. I mean, Bazzy's gone. Nobody's able to counter swing. TS now gets the reload off. Seems like he's anticipating maybe some more aggression, but he's not expecting it from this angle. Still turns, puts quite a bit down onto Texture.
Texture भैया.
The health remaining is Meteor now. The site's taken. Gen G look to save them all from multiple angles. Rossi on the creep up. Spots the gun barrel. He knows exactly where this Viper's at, but the counter swing starting to come out. King gets the timing perfectly as well as the headshot. Rossi now dead. The up again lost. Blades from Meteor continuing to find value. Another kill. Weapon upgraded. With just 2 members left, can they do anything? Aaron says yes. It's a headshot on the one. Finds a second. Dugout now cleared out. The last 2 players going to be in backside, and they're very well aware of this. He goes in a little bit deep, though. It doesn't cut off their access. As Texture taken down, and then Aaron gets mistimed. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔𝐿 in hand. Sylvan scoops the last 2 kills, and Gen G move up 6-3.
And that's just one of the more slightly chaotic rounds of 𝐿𝐽𝑜s. We start things off with a bit of, I don't know, like aggression towards a main, if anything. You start to explore it, you start to challenge TS, and maybe it worked out for a second, but this is exactly why Gen G decided to send the other squad all the way through art, because that is exactly where the gap was in GE's map control. And off of that, they compromised, they infiltrate the A site, and they were able to just spread across.
Really minor things, not going deep enough, and ends up costing them dearly. One yet, Sheriff in hand, manages to steady for the second shot. That will be 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋 taken out. Meanwhile, Meteor just lighting up that box in case there's anybody tucked away behind it.
Here.
G again playing it safe. I mean, look at how they're trying to suss out information from Global.
That's a push forward. Prowler does connect on the Meteor, just has to wait. Then the Cloudburst continues to play aggressively. Bursting out towards Link. Now they can actually push down into B.
Link
open their sights, but
हाँ पर इधर एक kill मिल गया तो फिर
retake holding this angle.
He'll be the one to do it. Takes his head off, and that's going to be a rifle now recovered.
Oh!
Shot Meteor. Struck down. The push out, and quite fast enough with a quick scope, but still, Rossi putting them right back into a very winnable position now with a 4v2. The Nightfall at the ready as well if they decide to commit it, and I think they might.
And this is just good information for Gen G. They know exactly which angles to hold, but it's so important for Global to push together at the same time. They eliminated one angle now.
Both end up avoiding. Haunt cleared. Now very well aware of TS's position. Seas goes out to try to catch him. They're looking to flush him out of the spot. Oh, it's a risky push. Both of them tagged down, 105 HP between the two of them. Can they get anything done?
Nice
Double swing out, and Aaron will have it.
Let's go.
Diffuse over to Bazzi, at least for the half hold. He'll pass it to Aaron to get one away from the null command, and GG will pull off a much-needed thrifty win to bring them within 2.
That's just an interesting way as well. You took a thrifty against us on the second round. We're going to do it back to you. And that's how Global plays, especially when you have these Jets. I mean, Will was right on the desk of 𝐿𝐽𝑜s. These two players are the ones to look out for. SK Rossi and Meteor right now, but this round, it's just the way that the map has been divided, the way that Gen G tends to stick together, tends to play a little bit more slow just to be careful with how they want to approach the site. This leaves the front side of 𝐵-𝐿𝑜ng a little bit exposed, and SK Rossi knows how to exploit that.
He does. You can hear it. You can see there. In the
शायद आज
Aaron counting them down,
चेंज हो
continuing to just
अटैक बढ़िया होने वाला हो
together. It's worth noting, I just took a glance back.
Never
First
know.
time that he's playing KO in his career. This is not something that we have seen. I was curious about it because we typically do see him on, the Sentinel role, smokes. He has played Raze in the past, but we have not seen him pick up this KO until today.
शोएब भाई,
And I think that
अपन ये गेम सिर्फ रॉसी के लिए नहीं देख रहे, अपना पूरा टीम खेल रहा है उधर. रॉसी तो अपना है ही, बाकी प्लेयर्स भी अपने हैं. अपना ही टीम खेल रहा है उधर. मैं चाहता हूँ कि सब लोग अच्छा परफॉर्म करें और जीते गेम.
With this character. But
Okay,
so far,
20-50 VP गिर
Revenge with Mina. पता नहीं bro, skills थोड़ा personal life में busy है.
But yeah, there's some things to be tuned up, but Aaron's still trying to be
अरे देखो यार, बजने
very
वाले
much the
बजते
leader,
रहते हैं.
keep everybody
उनका काम है बजना.
with their heads
अपना
focused in
काम है
this
कुछ
game.
ना कुछ
And that's what
करना.
he's here for. I mean, utility-wise, maybe the impact isn't quite there yet.
गेम पे ध्यान दे तू.
Mentioned that missed
Hey,
rank.
Joe.
सर्वर में कौन है? सर्वर में रॉसी है
he
ना,
has those-
और अपने प्लेयर से बाकी.
The
चलो, चलो.
leadership
वो
skills.
लोग उनका कर
Going
लेंगे.
to push together as teams, play together.
दोनों
off
suppress
that
हुए
region.
क्या?
नहीं नहीं.
Now, I mean, Gen G trying, actually similar approach, still bunched up together, still just trying to get information.
जब G भी retake
Information
छोड़
that
दिया
Global
पूरा.
isn't giving them.
आया रॉसी आया, शायद
Have
हुआ
this
रहेगा सब
operator
कुछ.
in position. Fragment now going out.
suppress हुएगा.
Aaron will sound the alarm. Like, yeah, they're coming to B. At long last, they've been straying away from it, which is surprising. Oh, now SK Rossi going to be taken down as he tries to get an angle. Meteor, Haunt revealed. Gets knocked down
Already
74,
green
though.
guy,
Gets tucked away over towards back hall,
Nice.
but as he
Nice.
pushes out, Aaron with the spray managed to find him, and now 𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋 is taken out. That's the spike.
अभी यही रुकता तो स्मोक जाने के लिए
Back
तो
hall for now.
क्या प्रेशर होता उन पे. ऑपर
Special
जिंदा है.
call. Spike isn't planted yet, guys. We don't have to do too much. Meanwhile, Gen G waiting for that peak.
हुआ सप्रेस हुआ था, इसके लिए भागा उधर से.
So difficult to try to get yourself in a position where the spike can go down. Sylvan sending out the flash. King pushes off the back of it. He manages to find a second. That could be enough to try to get the back in, and now Texture gone as well. Suddenly it's all on 𝐵𝑎ZZY. What a turnaround this has been, and King just, I think he might have seen the gun barrel, but either way, I think Global gonna feel like this round was stolen from beneath their feet.
हम लोग स्टक क्यों हो गए? अभी 2 किल लिया, वो लोग को पता था लीग पे अपने 2 प्लेयर से बराबर। तो स्टक क्यों है? पूरा घूम के क्यों नहीं आए?
What happened?
Kills Rossi full
3
block.
प्लेयर स्टक है।
Exactly. It's one of those moments where
रिटेक कर सकते थे ना स्मोक यूज करके स्पेस। 3 लोग लिंक है अपने। साइड फाइट कर सकते थे।
I mean, maybe this is a reference too old for you, but it feels like Gen G just Mr. Magoo their way into a round win.
रॉसी सही पिक है एक्चुअली, वो फ्लैश के साथ पिक किया पर बेचारा अनलकी हो गया।
I got that reference.
नाइस गणेश।
अभी नहीं आएंगे, भागेंगे इधर से लोग। कंफर्म। अरे ब्लेड्स निकाले लास्ट राउंड।
नाइस।
Dog there. Okay. Yes.
देख वो बी पे स्पेस ले रहे हैं।
𝐿𝙊𝙉𝘍 trying to pressure B.
मारो इधर ही खत्म करो राउंड ये लोग को।
नाइस।
लास्ट बी वॉक इन। देख लिया। एरिन ने देख लिया।
Just King all on his lonesome. The 1v4. Swing out. He gets one.
चलो 20 HP.
Surely this is
नाइस
Nice
राउंड।
round for Rossi. Let's go.
4K is GE locking a 5th round in the first half.
Very different style to how Gen G has been playing, but still a valiant attempt. It's a 5-7 first half. Not too bad for Global. I mean, sometimes you just want to play your own game. Sometimes playing these aggressive picks. Sometimes just holding up.
गणेश कभी राइट क्लिक मारता नहीं है KappA वैसे।
हाँ लेकिन अभी था ना उसके साथ और कंफर्म था वो किल क्लोज रेंज।
Able to find these picks, you had the right click, and you stopped Gen G dead in their tracks. King was the only one left, and he couldn't do all too much.
Yeah, I think being able to get back to 5, especially after dropping your
गाइस जब तक अपना हाफ टाइम चालू है बताओ फर्स्ट मैप के बाद करण क्या एंटरटेनमेंट करेगा तुम लोग के लिए? करण ही करेगा गाइस। करण डांस करने वाला है। करण टॉक करेगा टॉक।
ये जेनजी का लाइनअप बन के कितना टाइम हुआ है भाविन? ये इसके लिए बना है, इसके पहले से था?
क्या KappA वापस बोल।
ये जेनजी का लाइनअप कभी बना है? ये पांचों का
लॉक इन के बाद 1-2 प्लेयर चेंज किए हम लोगों ने।
But yeah, can they continue to excel in these pistol rounds and start this next half off?
गाइस देखो शेयर करो 2K व्यूइंग पे 2050 VP, 3K व्यूइंग पे तुमको पता ही है। एंड एवरी 500 सब्सक्राइबर्स पे मैं 5 मेंबरशिप गिव अवे कर रहा हूं। लेट्स गो गाइस।
Why aren't you winning series? Why aren't you winning maps? And that a lot of times comes down to sometimes the strategy or maybe just the individual performance.
नहीं सही बोल रहा है, ऐसा कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं है भाई अपने को।
Was able to find those.
तू कर फिर मैं करता हूँ।
Talk about, I mean, King at times even as well, or well, I guess the crowd laughing at 𝐿𝙊𝙍 with the tissue in his nose.
Yeah.
And I think on this attacking side, that's something that we can expect.
Well, the attacking side is probably what's the
The
most
current
terrifying
dance
is the
दिखा दे।
fans have tissues in the
हाँ
house to
ठीक है।
support 𝐿𝙊𝙍 here.
करण करेगा डांस अभी जिसने लिखना था।
आज लेफ्ट में।
Win percentage on the attack. It's not great from the side of Gen G or for the side of GE. 33% overall.
10K watching पर 14 आईफोन। ये तो तुमने सही कर दिया।
Starting off.
आवाज वाढवू।
Slowly is
मला
unfortunate.
त्रास होतो रे जास्त आवाजाने।
Gen G with plenty of fans representing here in the audience.
हितेश ढोरे
We'll
पाटील।
see if they can do it, if they can get that pistol yet again, and then also not drop the ante.
Not drop the ante. That's the key phrase.
Otherwise, we're back to lock it.
Yeah.
It's them versus Vitality all over again.
Oh boy. We don't talk about painful memories here at 𝐿𝙊𝙍.
क्लोज ब्लीड नहीं हो रहा है, वो थोड़ा उसका है।
They do have a couple of frenzies. Aaron is on
मुझे
his.
पता है लेकिन वही रीजन
Look
के
at
लिए
how we
करता है कि
start
नहीं
things
पता
off.
नहीं मुझे।
0
इसके
points,
लिए मैं
get a
नहीं
little bit
बोलूंगा
of
वो।
information. We're starting to poke the
ओ भाई
prod
पांचों
towards the A
suppress हुए
site,
अपने
but
भाई।
not quite committing to it. At
और
the
वो
same
लोग भी
time,
एक्सपेक्ट
Gen
कर रहे हैं
G
कि
are
पीछे
playing
जाएंगे
so
और रुके ही
safe,
है।
so disciplined, and this is something they can do with their double controller setup.
Growler to check close. Over towards Art. Nothing noted.
Here.
With a slow and steady push, and they're not going to find too much opposition as that guiding light goes in.
That'll confirm it though.
Just be continuing to watch this angle. Sylvan with the classic, no armor, can he get anything done? Has to just back away as the frenzy shots ring out.
I'm curious if 𝐼𝘍𝑗𝐻 will find any
साउंड सुना रे रॉसी ने उसका वाइपर का
pretty soon.
हाँ
Rossi sneaking through flower though.
They're not rotating yet, which is the surprising thing. Creeping
Sky को मार
into water. He's not watching for it. Finds one. There's the push out. Sylvan will be able to trade it instantly, but Spike is planted.
हाँ स्काई आ गया था सुवर्स पहले
I would say they have the site, but they completely evacuated it.
प्लांट और आफ्टर प्लांट खेल रहे चारों क्या क्या है सामान
Nano swarms it down.
फुल है
See how they decide to
हेड
pile
नहीं
this
है
one for the
अरे
rest of the round.
सप्रेस करने वाला है वो लेकिन
We have one star. Sylvan does have blind.
चल दो लोग
so does
सप्रेस तीन
𝐿𝐿𝐿.
लोग सप्रेस के बाहर है
I mean, Genji could just take the fight to them, leave someone on the spike.
They know that one is
अभी
going to be holding
किल जो है
somewhat
सप्रेस हो
close.
अपना पुल करना
Which is
पड़ेगा
all going to
पहले
be suppressed. The spray and the headshot comes across.
Nice
Texture
trade.
finding one, gets the spike diffuser as well,
नाइस
crucially.
पोजिशनिंग ब्रो
We'll get
Zarin
Magnet.
gets knocked down to 14. Magnet now on that flank angle.
Magnet आ गया
Now over by Art.
मरना
Just
नहीं
waiting for them
बस
to push back across. And third shot is the charm.
नाइस
Gets TS in the end. Meteor get taken down. And
टेक्सचर
GE
दूसरा
will
किल
go
नहीं
ahead
लेता ना
and
बहुत डिफिकल्ट है
maintain
पहला वाला
the
भी
win
अच्छा
rate.
पोजीशनिंग
Both
किया
of them
उसने
now
कॉर्नर छोड़
going
के
their way here on
हिल
Pearl.
गया उधर से नहीं तो फ्री
So
स्प्रे
far,
खा
so
लेता
good. But still,
भाई
a little
KappA
bit curious,
दोनों
right,
लास्ट
𝐿𝐿𝐿? I
टाइम
mean,
पिस्टल तो
we were
जीते
expecting
सेकंड
that
राउंड हार
rotation
गए
for
भाई
the longest time.
हाँ
They were just
देखते हैं।
waiting for the tap to
नहीं तो
confirm it.
स्कोर
Maybe
लाइन
they
अपने
were
हाफ में बहुत अच्छा
second
होता है
guessing themselves, but this allowed for Global to sneak behind. This allowed for Global to buy just enough time to get the spike planted, set up post-plant utility, and also sing some songs apparently, holding it all the way from A main.
Nicely done, but now it's all about avoiding tragedy like we saw in the first half. TS looking to get himself into an aggressive position, and this time the Sheriff is not going to do the trick for him. The shot goes wide, Texas shuts it down, and that's a man advantage right off the rip here for GE. King looking to hold close dash in. He is noted. King trying to use the smoke against him, and he will get some good damage down to the Rossi, but Sylvan being forced out into the open. Takes quite a bit of nasty damage. Knocked down the 19, but still
आराम से
tucked
आराम
away.
से आराम
Over
से
here,
आराम
dugout.
से पी अरे और भी हो सकता है पीछे भाई
Coming through. They found that locket. Meteor.
एक बच्चा ने आया सर काट
Headshot
दिया
there off the marsh
Really
just
खा गया
moments
रे।
before death. Well, at least put another weapon onto the floor here. If God that can get anything else, but
Nice.
he cannot. Magnet good for it with a third. That now brings us up to parity, 7 and 7 across the board.
Not the cleanest of rounds, but at least we see that
Are you
Global
from
does
Mumbai?
have what it takes
Yes,
to,
bro.
you know, deny those second round thrifties. They managed to secure that lead, even out the board. And it's a lot of these
पैदा
rounds
हुए
where,
मुंबई
you know,
में रह रहे
I think
थाने में
what ain't broken. We just rush in, we pre-fire some angles and corners. We know where they're hiding. But this is where things get tricky because we know how strong Genji can be. They have those rifles in their hands now. And I think they're going to push out.
they come
maybe.
on
Like they're at least considering it. See if Texture wants to re-aggress. He does have a Bulldog,
Here.
but looks like he's just going to be sat back. There's a turret fairly far back right there on the corner just to try to play contact in case anybody does swing out.
लॉन्ग रेंज खेल रहे रे स्पेक्टर एक्टर के सामने नाइस
That's a very long angle for King to be watching. No one playing up close here at Link.
I mean, the thing about playing positions like these is if you can surprise your opponent, you take one of them. You get further information,
अच्छा
everyone has
मिड
to
राउंड वो
rotate
लोग
on
ने
time. You have to do
डबल
it
पुश
fast.
किया रे
Push come in.
अरे अरे मेरे को लगा
Stabilized,
कमिंग मार
finds
दिया
one, and oh, Aaron dies to the bite. It's an odd
Bye
jerky
bye,
motion there from his
Akshay.
body as it hit the floor. Snapped over the side, and suddenly Bazzi and Magnet. TS trying to read this one. Bazzi's
ओह
good for
डबल
two
किल
before
लिया
getting taken out,
चलेगा
so a little bit of
चलेगा
damage
एक
dealt.
और चाहिए था ठीक है
Genji
लेकिन
not going to let this slip away from them.
Yeah, I like that. That's
कम टू
see,
पुणे
this is the Genji that we want to see. More
आऊंगा,
map
क्या
control,
करेंगे
we
पुणे
have
में?
the
क्या
bit
करना है
of
बता?
aggression towards A main. We managed to take one player out. As soon as G rotates over, we know where they're headed. And at the same time, King is able to delay them. That snake bite timing was so crucial, and he put it down just at the right time. And
नहीं
as
ब्रो
soon as,
आम आदमी
Global
मुझे
tried
कैसे
to
पता
flood in
होगा मैं
through
तभी खेल रहा था ना
connector,
क्योंकि
I mean, all you have to do is spray.
Given that the blades are built up, Genji still able to get very solid buy. Money bank to the back end, but as he goes
Nice.
to push out, it's
Nice
unescorted. Nothing to play with it. Just a dry swing.
इनको ये
into
करना ही
death.
पड़ेगा
Two
भाई,
players
बार
out
बार.
on the B site,
Double
one's broken
picks.
open. God arriving now to try to
सेंट्रल
Turn
में
this
हाँ
around.
ऑप्शन नहीं उनके
Doesn't need a
पास
flash,
मिड
but
राउंड
another
या
one now
स्टार्ट
heads back
राउंड
over
कुछ तो
towards
करना
the
पड़ेगा
lane.
प्ले बस ऑफ आने तक
Anticipated
ऑफ
this.
आने के बाद वो लोग सेफ
Nade
है
again, not quite going deep enough, but just swings off of it. and Still
Nade.
comes up with a kill. Texture
Nade
watching the
बहुत
flank.
weird था.
Finds
अरे
both.
वो भी बन
And
गया ना
that is
लेकिन
gonna be us now
उसमें
tied up at 8-8. A flawless round for Global.
फेल हुआ लेकिन वो भी तो कमिट कर दिया ना फाइट उसमें
भाई फाइनली भाई अपन लड़कर छोड़ रहे हैं भाई मैप
bold
में
one if anything, but the 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙋𝙀 just did not work out. I mean, you see those stars plays down. You see that Meteor
last
wanted to
उन्हें दीते काय उन्हें
but that's it. Global was just prepared for it. At the same time, we have texture coming from the line as well. Just a
इनको
flawless
भगाने
round
वाला
for
मेरे को
Global.
लग रहा है एरन
Now Meteor
अब
gonna
नहीं
be that
आएगा
hero
तब
rifle sheriffs in a
KJ
short
ult
to try to turn this around.
ये
and
राउंड
get back
एक्चुअली
into a
जरूरत
leading
नहीं है KJ
position.
ult का आई थिंक
भाई भाई सेफ्टी के लिए कर लो भाई राउंड्स चाहिए बाद में देखते हैं
Exploring those options again, but Global knows
अपने
they
आएंगे
have
सब
the
ऑनलाइन
money.
आने वाले
Global
हैं
knows they have the
नहीं
firepower.
अभी तो
Why
देख
not
लेगा
just
पर एक
rush
ही है
into
उधर
B, I
फिर ult
suppose.
थोड़ी
Yep,
करेंगे
I mean, it's Pearl.
Ah.
This is how we play Pearl. Rush to B. No opposition really found here. You're watching at default plant. It's like they're going to go a little bit more out in the open here. Feeling secure and their side
फ्लैंक
control.
स्ट्रांग
Here.
नहीं
Texture going to be watching the flank. He's got 2 pieces of util to play off of the turret as well as the alarm bot. With Aaron not too far behind. No supporting
खतरा
util
क्यों
though.
फ्लैंक देख रहे हैं ना
I mean, that's the scary thing. I think Aaron
डोगो
has to kind of
हाँ नसीब
pull
रे
it up
नाइस
by
फ्री
Pillar,
पोजीशन
because the most
टेक्सचर
important thing you want to shut down
Nice
is
रे।
Meteor.
Here.
He's gone now.
It's done. Sylvan will be able to recover. the
गणेश
momentum.
30 मारे
Went
यार
out on that fight over at main, and now all sights are on him. Oh,
अरे
gets
था
headshot through the corner.
सेव कर लो गन
And just
One
decides,
hit,
okay,
भैया
I'm going to back away and hold on to this gun. We'll head for the hills. And everybody else here on the side of Global with 4 members strong will be able to survive as Global do retake a lead now 9-8.
A lot
नाइस
closer than expected. Gen G. I mean, it wasn't eco.
नहीं फिर से निकल रहा
But
ना
still,
वाले
I mean,
कैसे नहीं निकल रहा है
That's
भाई
how we play Pearl, like you mentioned, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙋𝙀. Global knows to go
RX
aggressive.
all good bro
And off of that, just
मेरे
once they
अभ्यंकर,
have the spike down,
नमस्कार,
those post-plant
नमस्कार
positions
भाई।
set up, every angle covered,
औरत
all
मोटे
the
मिसर खाइला
relay
जाओ
systems
मियाँ
involved. I mean, you had texture just
ये
watching
तो
for
मिसर खाइला
the main shop side, and then
I'll take
Aaron
guys
as a secondary cover out by Pillar, if anything.
अभी तो 3
Question
online
is, though, what's the next plan? Now Global headed back towards A, just to suss out a bit of information. This is their
Suppress नहीं
default,
किया अभी तो
but we don't see anyone pushing out from Gen G's side. This is a hefty investment, and Gen G has to make it
क्यों
count.
रुका है क्या टाइम पे सप्रेस
Really
करने के लिए
widely just seeking a side control. Get that orb across over on 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝙋, who's now just 1 away from having the Nightfall.
Bring them down.
आठ
If
पे
they
info
came
ले
away
लिया।
with the kill from it, that would be even better. But I mean, you can see this little setup. They have the pop flash going out. They have the
वो शायद KO के लिए
gravity
रुका है
well
रे
set
ए
up
पे
over at A main,
KO
trying to catch everybody
got
up.
it
And Arches, STS,
नाइस रे
solo holding down B, and just can't
थोड़ा
quite get it
जल्दी
done.
हुआ
No damage found. Every bullet whiffing. Now Cosmic Divide will be invested as well as they look for this close plant fragment to go ahead and clear back hall.
तीन
Meteor
ult
playing up close, but now has to deal with a
चाहिए चाहिए बोलते
lockdown. Probably doesn't note him though. He may just try to push off the back of this, but yeah, as he does, has to move away. The haunt reveals.
लिया नहीं स्पेस अभी तक क्रॉस में
Trying to deny
Nice
the spike
patience
plant,
here,
but it's in
Ganesh.
a different spot. The Seekers are spent as well, but doesn't really quite find anything.
Nice,
Global
Ganesh.
already set up. Oh, my long
आराम
cross
से आराम
up by
से
Hall.
और 2 मिलने वाले
Massive
हैं
drag.
free आएंगे आएंगे
Finds one. Let's go ahead and
ठीक है ठीक है
maybe overheat just a little bit for the blind swing
और
out.
4th ult Marcos
नाइस
Meteor just caught by it as Aaron will get the collat for 3.
ये ult का जरूरत नहीं था रे
And
हाँ।
Global will now
सीज
move
हुए थे क्या
up.
ऐसे क्यों
Plus
लाइन
2
में आए वो लोग
rounds. That's Gen G again.
ऐसे लगा 1 सेकंड के
economy all
लिए
over the place.
स्टन खाया है ऐसा कुछ
One of
4
the
ults, हाँ, guys,
nastiest
चलेगा, पर
collaterals
बहुत
if I've
close
ever
है।
seen any.
थोड़ा
And
गेम
that's,
साउंड
again,
बढ़ाओ
Like we mentioned, hefty investment for Gen G. They had to make it count, but now economy is going to be all over the place. And it comes down to these relay systems again. Trying to hold the angle solo didn't really work out. You just don't really have enough time to react to the stampede of footsteps coming from Global. All of a sudden, we switch up the pace.
Ross
अरे,
is
अरे,
spotting.
पकड़ पकड़
Lucky to get out of there with his life intact. Meteor now bold to should be swinging into this. Shots going just on the outskirts. Rossi's outline.
See the rotation a little bit faster this time. Global somewhat sandwiched in towards. Art, if they can take down Aaron, that could be huge.
ये मैप के बाद गिव अवे करता
They're
hूँ
pushing out into A main as well,
20-50
Achilles. Look at Gen G.
Yeah, but Monyet anticipating this. He's anticipating a potential crunch from either side.
DK करोगे
He's got
तो
the
और
turret
ज़्यादा
in
मिलेगा.
mid, which should be getting outranged here, if not already. Alarm bot for now, the first thing to go off, and 𝐼𝘍𝑰𝐿 should be very well aware of this, especially as the footsteps come swinging through. Spots one, continues to try to push the envelope, but as he spots another member, seems like he wants to back away. Gets himself situated here.
ये corner change कर
That'll be
करके
good
मार
for
रहा
one.
है.
Sylvan almost certainly going to go down if he decides to continue pushing the issue here. It's okay. 𝐿𝙊𝐿𝘆, he wants to recover this weapon, but Texture waiting over at water.
We got to stop.
One of the more uncommon positions now. King,
Nice.
just way too many angles to cover.
Yeah. Prowler connects, they know where he is. Starting to
One
crunch on
enemy
his
remaining.
position here. Sylvan just managed to take one with him, but then King runs out of bullets. And Global
Let's go, let's go,
now
let's
just
go.
one round away from map point.
Awareness तो है.
4 consecutive in a row, and yeah, there
ये
we go.
round
I was
में तो
gonna say,
था.
do we see the timeout from
21 का
Gen G?
25
We
पे
in
बैठा
fact
रहेगा
will,
रे,
so
थोड़ा
burning
रुकेगा ना.
their last one.
हाँ उसको मिल
This
सकते
is
हैं और
exactly the result that you want to have on your very own map pick. Global clearly has studied how Gen G kind of defends it. In this second half, looking way better.
लेकिन उसके पीछे
The way that they're defending
अपना
and
टीम
pushing
स्पेस
it,
तो ले रहा है जाके पोजीशंस ले रहे हैं. सही है
going in
वो.
on all over the place,
अकेला
especially once the
जाके
spike is down.
मर रहा है ऐसा नहीं
Especially
चाहिए.
on these pistol rounds,
वो A side पे
save
जो एक
rounds
round था.
from Gen G,
हाँ,
they
वो-
buy up the sheriffs. They tend
off-
to
सिटी वाला तो जान दे.
push
सिटी
out
वाला
a
कुछ
little bit,
बोलना ही
just
नहीं है
trying
मेरे
to
को.
find whatever they can. And
और फिर वो बैक
It's in
हॉल से भी
these
जो रिपीट
moments
किया
that
था उधर
Global
रुकता तो एक और
actually
अल्ट
sneaks
कम
through the
कमिट होता
cracks.
और
हाँ बैकहॉल्स वाला रुक
Spike
जाता
down
था.
on
अल्ट
A
नहीं
was a
होता
big
था.
win, and something that
वो
I think
क्रॉसिंग
Gen
में
G needs to
उसके देख रहे थे ना
fix.
क्रॉसिंग
Of
पिलर
course,
वाला.
that's what this timeout is
क्यों
all
पिक
for.
करेगा वो.
Yeah, and Gen G looking out of sorts at the moment, but you know, for GE, this is a trend in the right direction.
डेक्स्टर क्रूशियल
One
लक
of the
किल
things that
पोपा
we
हाँ
have
भाई
been
अपन
seeing is
अपन
that
लक छोड़ रहे हैं.
oftentimes the attack
अभी
side,
किल जो है तो है ही नहीं
Global,
सामने
you know,
आने का तो
pretty
किल
much
जो है
every
7
single
तोड़ने
map
का
other
बात ही
than
नहीं आता है
Icebox
guys.
has been weaker than their defending side. Now, notably, 𝐼𝘍𝑰𝐿, when he was on Xset, was the
Yes.
defending side caller. Didn't do that much calling on
दो
attack,
में
and it's something that he has
तीन
had to
डल-
now very much get used to
done.
since joining Pacific. And this is looking, so far, quite excellent. Granted, Gen G, with this buy, with Meteor with an AWP in their hands, could certainly get themselves back into a nice position. But still, the reads that we've been seeing and the way that Global is playing the map is a very good trend.
Needless to say, it's not just Aaron as well, with 𝐆-𝐏𝐿𝐼 leading the kills.
पुश हो रहा है उनका.
और लिया
Global
ना.
now trying to go
Here.
for
देखा
a
नहीं
different
मैं.
approach again.
मिड पे स्पॉट कर लिया रे कप्पा.
That's an interesting 0 point.
हाँ.
I mean, I think they've realized, you know, we haven't really had this mid control. Let's check if someone's close, and ooh, they indeed are. Meteor, quick reaction will take out 𝐼𝘍𝑰𝐿. A great start, but you can also anticipate that Sylvan is still
Nice
going to be
रे
here.
बाजी.
He was the one that's noted, and yeah, they think that he was still going to be
Meteor,
entrenched,
though.
but Meteor has swung back around the opposite side, comes up with another
और
kill.
वाले को फ्लैश करके उड़ा.
In all these
That's
rounds, you're
very
just trying to make educated guesses. There was a good one onto its Sylvan, but you have to still anticipate Meteor. 𝐿𝙁 now.
On does reveal, fragment out,
Nice.
try to buy some time. 𝐼𝘍𝑰𝐿 finding one, TS
Concealment. Spike down
peeking out
mid.
into Link, does find another elimination. 3-2 now with a man advantage. And a potential cosmic divide should they need it for a retake of the site.
30 seconds left.
Anything. Guess maybe you just wait. Don't have to expose yourself too much on the site.
Aware है रे
Waiting.
मस्त TS.
I mean,
The great
Gen
deal of
G
patience.
wants to play
और
together,
texture
but
wide मार
oh,
दिया.
Global.
And Texture wins the fight. Now the plant comes down, it's a 2v2.
Placing
That
sword,
cosmic
10
divide is
seconds
gone.
left.
alarm भी लगा.
Everything invested
What?
here.
Right there.
Meteor should be able to go ahead and
अरे
pick up a
Meteor क्या
rifle on this
होने वाला है
rotate.
लोग का.
But they hear it,
राडा.
Uh-oh.
मार खाएगा रे. Nice रे.
pushing out, and the reaction
Nice.
time is not going to be good enough. Now they just have to try to suss out where King is going to be.
Alarm है और मौली है.
Heads are better than one, 𝐿𝐼𝑍.
Nano just in case. Spike goes down. It's not quite deep enough to find any kills. We'll throw up the poison orb.
Nice,
Scans through just a
Texture.
little bit. Tries to eat some damage. And Texture's got the
Nice
timing
round रे.
to absolute perfection. Global bring it
Alright.
now to map point, 12-8.
Match point.
That's 5 wins in a row now.
Cool.
वो ये
Off
रोल
of
के लिए बना है भाविन.
High round, no less. Gen
Texture
G.
ना.
हाँ.
I mean, we had such a good approach towards the middle. We had Meteor finding
शूटिंग
two.
मस्त है क्रिस्पी सोलो
As soon as the dust settled,
मारता है
don't know
Yes.
what happened. They
उसको
returned
पता
from
है
this map
कहाँ पे
control.
खाली रहेगा वहाँ पे जाता
All
है
spread
सुमड़ी
out
में.
across, and in these tiny moments, texture
Nice round.
and this subtle aggression actually pays off dividends for Global. The one pick out onto TS, I think, was the biggest difference
नाइस
maker.
साइलेंट अप्रोच है ये.
Now into match point. Have to invest everything in the Viper's pit.
Nice.
In, but 𝐆-𝐾𝐼𝑔.
Oh, and he gets the
Nice.
timing on the 𝐿𝐊𝐷 as well as he tries to shut down the push.
Whoa.
King instantly flushed out of the pit. Sylvan
Oh.
only good for one. That now leaves Meteor and TS.
ये भी आने वाला है
Trying
बाहर.
to drag this one back
Sinkar.
from the brink.
जाने
Alarm
लोग को
bot
सुला देगा
cleared,
रे.
but Meteor has to relocate.
Nice,
Rossi
Ganesh.
up over the
12
top.
seconds
The final
remaining.
blade will do it. Gets the reset. TS dead. And Meteor now.
Monet ने
Be a
sound दे दिया
monstrous clutch, an
रे.
absolute miracle if he could pull it off. He's got no reason to not go for it.
नाइस
Money
रे.
gets the timing, gets the headshot. Global
Nice.
gets the win.
Let's go.
13-8 on their map. Pick a pearl. Global Esports clearly
G
here
winning.
at the party.
चलो 22
take
लोग
down
देख रहे
Gen
थे,
G,
मैंने
our
बोला था
number
2000
two
लोग में
team
2000 VP giveaway
In the
करूंगा.
opening
Let's
map
go.
of this series.
They're partying with keypads.
कैसे करने का मैं भी आ रहा
If
हूँ.
anything, I mean, even in that final moment, you could see that Global were pretty much in control of the situation, sending out the Prowler to kind of distract
simple
Meteor to
rules है.
peeking onto the other
Like
side,
करो, stream
just for
subscribe
Manya to
करो,
peek outside of water.
channel को
I mean,
और
it's
Instagram
so
और
many of
YouTube
these
को follow
tiny
करो.
little moments that
That's
reveal how much
सबको क्या
Global
करेंगे?
has in their bag. They might have had a
Exclamation.
tricky start at first in the first half,
Rossi
but onto the second.
MVP.
These were 6 rounds in
ठीक
a
है.
row, Achilles. 6 rounds.
Exclamation Rossi MVP जल्दी करो.
I like that.
First map
Big
तो हर
brain
बार जीत
Aaron
रहे.
indeed, and they
ये
crossed
पूरा
out
game
the
जीतेंगे.
rest of the set hashtag.
Follow
No
करो.
longer
जाओ.
is he on X set. This is all about GE fighting. And fight they did. I mean, Gen G, that initial half was just great from them. Once they swap positions,
Oh,
it just seems like
एक second,
TS
second.
was
Guys, ये सबका ये
steps
क्यों हो रहा है?
behind Aaron.
क्या हो गया?
Yeah.
Streets behind, perhaps.
Streets are high.
अच्छा,
I
guys,
like
एक
Favorite
it.
thing might not be
Keyword
here, but I'll
गलत
keep
है.
up the community
Keyword
references.
change
Thank you.
Like और
I
subscribe
mean,
कर दो दोस्तों.
you're absolutely right.
जितने भी
though. I
देख
mean,
रहे हो.
Aaron might have been
For review के लिए रुक रही है.
making the
message,
right
ठीक है.
calls. Maybe the
Exclamation
impact
G
on
fighting
KO
करते गए.
wasn't that
Exclamation G
much
fighting.
so. I mean, 8 assists is what we're seeing.
Enemy remaining.
But in a lot of these moments, it's also just the positioning of
हाँ,
it.
ये सही चल
Knowing
रहा है.
where Gen G might be, knowing where Gen G would head towards. Aaron set his teammates to the right
Exclamation
spots.
G fighting.
And
जल्दी
SK
करो.
Rossi found the best kills. Even that final round,
Like,
with the way that
subscribe,
he pushed
मत
in,
भूलो, guys.
despite the Viper Spit being deployed, SK Rossi dismantled Gen G's defenses.
Yeah, 𝐿𝐷 getting picked in that moment was pretty catastrophic for him. And Rossi at the end of it all, he and Texture very much were leading the scoreboard. I mean, 23-6.
Like and subscribe Instagram, Twitter पे follow करो. जल्दी 2000 VP guys. आज बहुत सारे
for
giveaways
Rossi at
हैं.
the end of it all. 7 first bloods
आज
as
अगर
well.
47
This
के
was
पहुंचे तो
him
10 membership,
hungry for a
48
win.
पे पहुंचे तो
And
20
by
membership.
God that he get it. Because
Every
the last time that
500
we saw
subs पे
GE just
5
last week for
membership giveaway
SemperX
कर रहा हूँ
on
मैं.
this map, it didn't look too hot from anybody.
Yeah.
And this was very much a
जैसे
turnaround performance from them.
600
So
लोग होते हैं
the
अपन
role
roll करते
swaps,
guys,
even with
okay?
the minor stutters there
2000
from
VP के लिए.
Aaron on the KO for the very first
हाँ,
time,
करना.
they were able to level out their play, find their footing in that second half, and close it out.
Okay, 2
More
मिनट
just
रुक
up
जा,
to them,
फिर
but
करते
we're not done yet. We're going to go to a quick little break. The desk will break down the action from map number 1, and then we'll get into Gen G's map pick, which is going to be coming up next, so don't go anywhere.
Okay guys. 10 9
Already
Eight.
the thing on
Everyone on their
Seven.
on this flank, fighting,
6
having this crossfire, just
5
drills one after the other.
Four.
Now 4 players gone, Fast the last man
3
standing. And at this point,
2
the rest in the meantime comes in.
1.
But, oh, what?
Roll it.
Just a little fake with a head.
Why not go for it?
Okay.
𝐿𝐷 are you there bro?
Oh,
𝐿𝐷
the blind shot through. Just going to try to kill a defender, and Meteor gets the no-scope. He's swapping, but turns the sights over and still has to be
𝐿𝐷 are you
ready.
there?
Shot on the wall. So it just caught up their access.
Shagun.
Let's take a tip.
Important for Global to put together.
करेगा शकुन
Way over towards
के
back home.
501 रुपए TDS काटने के बाद क्या खेली यार 400 रुपए तो
Spray in,
40
just
टका
waiting
तो
for the
यूट्यूब
push
भी
back
काटेगा
across. Come in, can't get him stabilized. Yes.
Dead sec,
Gonna read this one.
आपका Instagram
Still
ID
coming up
बताओ
with kill. Texture
अगर आप
watching
follow
the
कर
flank.
रहे हो
Finds, pulls it out.
then we will give you the giveaway or else we will re-roll it. Sorry, reload बोल दिया मैंने.
लीलो कर लो. भाविन मुझे भी करना है.
क्या करना है?
पार्टिसिपेट करना है. देना नहीं है. ओइन भाई की स्ट्रीम ऑन करो. ओइन भाई की स्ट्रीम
제가
Okay,
제트를
you are
플레이할
following
때
me,
좀
Sim.
자신감 있는
Message कर देना
피킹을
मुझे.
자주 하는 것
Stop them
같아요.
out
안전말로
2000.
까봅니다.
Stop
제가
them out
까볼 때
guys. 1000
상대방들이
rupees जीत
당황해하는
गए हो. But guys
모습을
don't
보여주는
worry.
모습이
More
좀
giveaways
다르구나.
incoming. We have more giveaways incoming. Subscribe करो. Every 500 subs पे अपने giveaways.
कैसे करने का
और next map पे भी देखते. हो गया कप्पा अभी पहला वाला. हो गया कप्पा अभी पहला वाला. गाइस अभी 2 मिनट करण से बात करो. गाइस अभी 2 मिनट करण से बात करो. मैं कॉफी बना के आया तब तक. Be right back.
시작하게 된 케이스라서 제트 할 때가 가장 멋있다고
फिर आके बाद इनवाइट वॉक भी करेंगे
저의
फिर आके बाद
최애
इनवाइट वॉक भी
캐릭터인 것
करेंगे
같습니다.
다른
कुछ
사람들이 봤을 때 그렇게까지 멋은 안 부린다고 보일 수 있는데
हो गया भाई गिव खत्म हो गया
레이즈나
हो गया भाई
그런
गिव
데는
खत्म हो गया
X로 엄청 멋부리고
कॉफी विद करण यस
제가 제트를 플레이할 때 궁극기를 좀 잘 쓰는데 궁을 쓸 때마다 사람들을 놀라게 하는 경우가 종종 있는데
रन ही
그런
ना भाई
플레이를
क्यों
할
मुझे
때
मुझे
제
रन ही ना
제트가
भाई क्यों मुझे
가장 멋있다고
रन
생각합니다. 저의 플레이
이거
스타일은
에피소드 बन जाएगा
굉장히
अभी
공격적이면서도
에피소드 बन जाएगा
과감하고 안전하게 할 땐 안전하게 플레이를 한다고 생각하고 제 자랑인 건 같지만 다른 선수들에 비해 기복이 적은 편이라서
이거 है
저에게
interest
가장
भाई
큰 장점이에요.
इनको है
काम कर
इंटरेस्ट
रहा था
भाई
थोड़ा.
काम कर रहा था थोड़ा
Obviously, he's our duelist, so he has to know when to take fights and when to
मैं इंटर्न हूँ
push
भाई
the limits of what other characters
डन
can't do. Obviously, playing Jet, Raze, players
मजा
like
तो
this,
आया
he has
भाई.
to know when to get aggressive, when to create space for his team, and I think he's really good at that. He's incredibly important to us because he does that, but also because he is
बात
so
आगे बढ़ रहा है कि
mechanically
नहीं?
gifted. If we set him up properly, I know
किससे?
he will deliver the
नहीं
kill
नहीं मैं
for the
chat पे
team.
बात
Maybe the most promising duelist in the region overall. Brilliant with the sniper rifles, especially the Marshall. In my
Easy
opinion, the
भाई,
best
मैं
Marshall
done हूँ
player
भाई.
in the world.
태오 팀은 노세션이었고 상대가 크레이지 라쿤 팀이었는데 브리즈 맵에서 마샬로 에이스 했던 기억이 나는데
One gets the collat.
परमानेंट क्या बता
What's happening? Unbelievable. Do this.
क्या बता
Is this man?
한국 팀에
नहीं
오면서
भाई अभी
가장
जीतेंगे
중요한 게 커뮤니케이션인데 한국인이니까 한국어를
This
잘하기
is content.
때문에 좀 의사소통적으로
writing.
좀 편하고 그리고 제가 하고 싶은 거 그냥
스크립트
원하는
बना रहा हूँ
거
भाई.
손쉽게 다 맞춰주는 팀원들이 있어서 기대가 되는 것 같습니다.
Meteor has always been kind of demands attention. He's playing alongside these players in his native tongue. He's playing with
हाँ,
veterans
मैं
and the likes
married.
of
कैसे
TS
भाई?
and King. I
ठीक हूँ
think
मैं अभी
that
तक
this is an environment where he could absolutely thrive. We already saw it
बसड़
from
आप
him
लिखते हो
and from
क्या
the rest of Gen
yes
G going up against Loud. They weren't able to take them down, but they were able to really push
Technical
them
part.
to their limits. And
सारे
with
भाविन
an
भाई को
entire season playing against the
थोड़ा
best
बहुत
that Asia
ऊपर से
has to
मैं
offer, I could see Meteor climbing to even new heights.
Meteor never stops playing. If we have an off day, one day, weekend, something like that, you'll turn up at the office and he'll already be playing. He doesn't actually take off days. He's working incredibly hard. He's very
Nice.
self-reflective and self-critical. He's always looking to improve himself.
저도 이제 솔직히 사람이다 보니까 실수할 수도 있고 못할 수도 있는데 그래도 퍼시픽 리가 끝날 때쯤 팬분들은
है
저에게
मेरा आवाज नहीं आ
그냥
रहा
아시아에서 제일 잘하는 선수구나
कैसे नहीं आ रहा
이렇게
मेरा आवाज
기억에 남도록 만들고 싶습니다.
शूट किया क्या भाविन भाई ने कर नहीं सकता मैं
바로 잘해버릴게.
मैं इंटर्न कैसे बनूं साटी का मैसेज आ डीएम करो साटी को
क्या क्या
क्या नहीं चैट पे बात कर रहा हूँ
किसके लिए डीएम करो
अरे एक बंदा पूछ रहा है एडिटिंग में मैं इंटर्न कैसे बनूं तो साटी ने बोला को डीएम करो
अच्छा
अरे थैंक यू भाविन भाई नहीं
바로 그냥 침착하게. 보이지 마? 아니 아니. 미쳤다 저거. 이번 시즌 메테오 실하냐? 넌안 되겠다. 2023 메테오 진짜
हाँ
रोल मत करो भाई साउंड आ रहा है ना
미쳤다 폼.
कॉफी चोर ब्लैक कॉफी यार नहीं पता हेडसेट ले लो
Welcome back to VCT Pacific and Victoria. Got Will and Tasteless at the desk. We just completed map 1 Pearl, and it went in Global Esports' favor.
Thank you.
It's crazy. We talked about, look, there's a possibility that Global Esports could take it, but clearly Gen G would be the favorite. Well, this is exciting. I mean, Global Esports is playing extremely well. I don't think Gen G's losing that was a huge risk or anything like that. It seems like Global Esports is cleaner, bigger, faster, stronger. And so they take the lead. Obviously, it's the best of 3. G is going to have an opportunity to try to fight back and come back.
Yeah, one of the biggest things we can tell is obviously the first kills helps a lot, but also the push downs, right? I mean, once they were able to go to the attacking side, they don't miss a beat.
Okay, guys.
Spike, they're always holding that position. And you can see it on the scoreboard as well. They just streak it all the way to the end. Whereas in the first half, I mean, sure, Gen G had a bit of a run, but Global Esports gained just enough on the defensive half. And a lot of it is after the back. 7 out of 14 first kills is incredible for him as a Jet here for G.
Definitely. I think we were talking about was very much
for every new subscriber, I will give away 5 VP.
Yeah, and I think winning both the pistol rounds certainly helped kind of get the momentum started on both sides. But overall, I mean, Global Esports, it seems like they're gelling very well. They've had a very tumultuous set of weeks coming in here. Obviously, their overall best of 3 score isn't that great, but with a play like this, if you can beat Gen G in one map, maybe in the best of 3, who knows?
That's right. Oh, well, you did a really interesting conditioning round.
Yeah, so before we jump into the clip, I just want to talk about how if you look back and hopefully you'll have a chance to respond. Gen G does this thing where in round 2 and round 6, they make sure they attack hard
for every new subscriber.
And then the next rounds, they wait for Global Esports to push out. Now, Global Esports doesn't fight on this 2 times in a row. So if you take a look at round 7, this is a round where Global Esports makes a good adjustment, and Rossi has a good read that despite this utility being thrown and a potential fake smoke nebula coming out here, he waits for TS because this is what Gen G does. They'll recycle their cooldowns and then body check to gain information. He waits for TS, gets that first kill again. That's one of those 7. And then he's waiting to make sure if it still is a shot. Now, meanwhile, no command was used on B side by Aaron to stop a potential push. Very well set up from Global Esports. The only thing is Rossi perhaps not entirely in sync with the potential cosmic divide from his teammate, so he's a little too close, gets caught off guard. Now, up to this point, still overall a good setup from Global Esports, right? They use the lockdown, they're able to clear out the site. But now it's time for Meteor to shine. Even though they don't win the map, he just goes for the read, goes for the spam through the smoke. The reason he shoots that is the only way Global Esports can secure this defuse is to control the smoke, right? Make sure they can't come in. So he goes for the blind shot. As soon as he gets the kill, he takes control of it with the shorty. And that's how Gen G's able to control that round. So I think a really shining moment of both Jets having a good individual read on how that round was going to play out.
Yeah, that's right. I actually wonder if this game is going to activate the Meteor that you were talking about.
Well, we just saw that grinder episode as well, right? Of Meteor really trying to grind to be the top and be the top Jet. And this could light that fire inside of him. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. Tasteless.
Yes.
Global Esports, I mean, they won this game, and they made that serious comeback in the second half. And a lot of it was thanks to utility not really pulling through.
That's right. I want to take a look at this highlight. This is round 18. So we see the gravity wells are set up here. For Gen G, this is to basically sandbag progress, but they get that first shot, and they're able to spill in. And from here, we can see that the Astra ulti is set up where you have this fine line that basically mutes out any idea of what's going on in this corridor of the map. They get the spike plant. And already outnumbered. I mean, this is a very difficult situation. We know the score is already 9-8. After they win this round, it goes all the way up to 10, and the momentum just picked up from there for Global Esports. So everybody pulls back. It's basically a plan for long, but they have Ski Rossi up here in the lurk just to kind of buy time and allow that spike to tick away a little bit more quickly. They eventually get the drop. The Astra ulti does fall down, but from here, there's just such little time. Fade ulti comes out, excuse me, and from there, Aaron with like the most insane shot, killing 3 birds with 1 stone, closes it out. And from there, I mean, it was all history. The question now is, can Global Esports play like that again? if they can, I think we are going to have the upset that we were talking about.
Yeah, that's right. This was Global Esports map pick,
Yes.
map 1. Map 2 for Lotus, what are we expecting? What went wrong for Gen G?
I mean, for Gen G, I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that, you know, maybe they were still relying on just their own style of fundamentals, right? For the early picks, right? We're confident in our aim. The thing is now you have to accept the fact that, okay, Global Esports on the aim department, we can't always rely on these 1v1 duels, these shoulder checks, these body checks to get information. This is not a team that's going to let that pass, or I'm going to miss that opportunity. So curious to see how that changes. Now, Lotus is a map where you do have to play aggressively anyway to gain some map control on both sides. And Gen G has, again, shown that they're able to do that. In fact, I believe only using Omen as their single controller. Now, the big question is, Global Esports, the last time they played this map, it wasn't with either SK Rossi or Lightning Fast here in Seoul, right? It was with Ronsky, double duelist with Texture. Surely that composition and the roster lineup has changed.
Yeah, that's right. They, you know, the very first week 1, they were on Lotus with T1. Didn't really go in their favor. I wonder if they've had any learning since then, or just the addition or change of the roster is going to
I mean, I feel like
change the outcome of their destiny.
Sorry to run over you there. I was just going to say, I think like the roster being completed now has played a major role.
1.9
likes. You know, when we were doing the pre-show before this, I was talking about the fact that like not all these weeks are created equally, right?
Yeah.
Like some weeks you're like, oh, this is very manageable, and other weeks it's like, we're probably going to lose, and if we don't, it's insane. Well, this is one of those moments where they've already won one map, okay? They're halfway there. If they can keep this going and win, and we've already talked about Global Esports being very low in the overall rankings, they could pull up ahead. They could actually survive and go to the next phase of the tournament, especially off the back of this win.
That's right. And what are the implications for Gen G if they lose out today? I mean, I guess they're so far up in the standings.
I mean, they should still feel relatively safe, right, for at least playoffs. But of course, I mean, not only the storyline of, hey, we're here to rival DRX and things like that, but also just, you know, getting that bye in the beginning of the playoffs and a double elimination setup for 6 teams. Gen G would love that extra time to prep, to counter-strat. I mean, this is a team that relies a lot on counter-stratting and really understanding the read so that TS can have good mid-round calls. I think they would love that very much so. You don't want to risk having to fall down to the lower bracket early on and battle that gauntlet back up. So, you know, more than anything, I think Gen G, it's really on their pride and overall their reputation.
That's right. I am curious if any of them are going to make any roster changes going into map 2. I do like Global Esports' current lineup, as I mentioned earlier. I think this is a very solid lineup, and they've definitely proven that to be the case for map 1. But I wonder for Gen G if anything's going to change.
I mean, we'll see. In the past, I don't believe so. I do believe it was still Sylvan playing here, but especially with that fade. Now, the big question on Global Esports side is, which duelist do you prefer, right? Do you prefer the Jet or the Raze? We've seen both can work. I think in theory, a lot of people are still kind of leaning towards the Raze, but that requires a very certain type of usage of Raze's utility. Curious to see if they maybe just rely more on the Jet and the operator that comes with it.
Yeah.
That's
a great point. I think Raze and her util it has so much more extra advantages, I guess, to control the map instead of being, you know, just flying around with your op as Jet.
This has got to be an exciting moment here for Global Esports. I mean, we've been kind of hard on them, as every week they've mostly disappointed, to be honest. But this is going to be their big turnaround if they can do it. And it's a real shock here for Gen G. Everybody was basically expecting this to be a rollover, right? It was going to be a 2-0 for Gen G, potentially a forgettable match. And here we have Global Esports breaking through in a commanding performance. Toilet paper still in the nose, so we know it's still on. No, but seriously, like, it's a really cool moment where we might see a major power shift here. And Gen G going to have to kind of do a reset. Is this a full-on mirror? No, it's not.
No, there's a Sky versus a Fade.
Yep.
Well, there's KOs on both sides, but Fade versus Sky. So Global Esports favoring the double flashes. Now, I mean, imagining that Bazzi playing that Sky, right, he's still going to be paired with Rossi. Sky able to support just a bit more in terms of really setting up positions for that Jet, while Aaron is free to really position himself to provide support across the map with the 0 points, really shut down certain advances. I'm curious to see how they make it work. I mean, on the side of Gen G, they've used this composition before. They've seen it to success. we'll see if they change any of their styles up against Global Esports.
Yeah, I'm really curious how this is going to play out. Good luck to the observers. I feel Global Esports is going to cause chaos, and the observers are just going to be blinded half of the time. So good luck to that. We are ready to go into map 2, Lotus. We've got Gen G versus Global Esports. We have our casters, 𝐼𝐾𝐿 and 𝘎𝐾. Please take it away.
And take it away, we shall. Let's go ahead and jump into map number 2. And yeah, see whether or not Global are going to be able to turn things around here and pick up a win. And turn things around in the sense of their Lotus play. Because we've only seen them play twice.
Yes.
And it has been lossless, but we haven't seen it since week 1.
Yes, that's right.
Winless, not lossless. They have plenty of losses. Words can be difficult
sometimes. But I mean, you're absolutely right, because those were losses. Those were also losses, like what Will said, without SK Rossi and without Lightning Fast. Of course, Lightning Fast might not be here today, but this is now a very different Global. This is a very different agent composition, in fact. And we still have Aaron on KO.
Yeah, we do. Sticking with it. As Texture will just continue to be playing the Killjoy. Even with some more nerfs, it's not good enough. She's still so damn strong. But, I mean, now that we're talking about, you know, Killjoy's king, back over onto that. He has been very solid at Viper. We saw plenty of that from his play on the first map, but now he's back to his absolute bread and butter, maximum comfort agent in this Killjoy. Let's see how they fare, as they will be starting things off here on this defending side.
Right. I mean, once again, I mean, Gen G, if you really are that team that can rival DRX, you cannot fall to Global on this map, especially on your own map pick. So now Meteor actually getting courageous to push out.
Oh, I mean, that he is. God, then with a covering fire, going to be good for 3. And what looked like maybe a catastrophe ends up turning into a trade up.
I mean, Aaron had the lineup previous map, but here they all got choked up by this one spot outside of the mound. And this sends Global hacking all the way to the other side of the map. This is where it's going to get a little bit curious, though, because Gen G has the map control now. They have all the utility set up. King, as long as he stays near his start, he's going to get the information. They can rotate to play together for the retake.
They're going to split off a little bit, try to cover some extra ground. No, okay. Manya just faking the door tap as the push comes in. King, insta headshot. Bazzi, as low as he was, gets taken down. And then
How क्या time है तेरा?
All on his lonesome now.
43, 42.
Making the TP. So try to push this, but it's still being watched. King not necessarily reading it. Now the jump peek, yeah, going to be good enough. And a right click. We'll go ahead and finish him off. Gen G will take their first pistol round of the series.
This is what we want to see from Gen G. Like,
Mic
look
attach
more
कर रहा है.
safe in the ways they play it, especially with King peeking out in times. You have that support from your teammate. You're not doing anything solo. You're not just watching angles. You're being proactive. Even in the final frag, you're jump peeking just to make sure, just to be safe. This is the Gen G that will perform. And if they can keep this up, this could be a quick map.
And one more headshot there. God, that would have been set up for an ace.
Ooh,
the Moniette special when it comes down to pistols, but split is not allowed in this series. Quick pop flash over towards Mound here from Global, trying to see if that forward pressure is there yet again. Oh, the first shot gonna whip from Meteor, and Sylvan a little bit slow on the follow-up, so everybody from GE able to back away from this position completely unscathed. Nice early kill. Seems like Rossi. Okay, I thought maybe he was gonna try to push up into that smoke to grab that Marshall and have a little bit of extra firepower.
Welcome to Mini Allegiance, bro.
Did a little bit too risky to go for that pickup, but at the same time, I mean, this is the thing about Lotus. It's such a, I don't know, small but divisive map that has so many different little spots that kind of allows or maybe tempts defenders to push out. And this is why we're starting to see Global actually play a little bit slow. Of course, the fact that they're on eco as well. Bunched up together, the pistol train will choo-choo their way over onto the A side.
ठीक है guys.
They will get the spike plant. And this is a good little boost for economy.
Yeah, already
चलो
getting that extra 300. King now starting to push out. So it's behind deactivated. I mean, look at this stack on rope. They've got everybody collected on rope, and granted, I mean, we know no one's going to be approaching from that angle. Go ahead, they use the Trailblazer to go ahead and scout over towards stairs. Nothing to be found, and now they can fan out a little bit more.
So they should be aware that it's coming all the way from the front side. Rock.
The spot, the swing
nice
out,
Monet.
Gonna be good for one. Bazzi in the meantime taken down
over
on the side. They start to
go
for the
अपने पास.
Nice. Trying to hold, but he's gonna be blind.
Nice, classic round बोलते.
Nice one,
let's go.
Gonna happen And this is Shades of Pearl, but in reverse, it's going to be Global taking away the eco round after losing the pistol to Gen.G.
I am stunned, 𝐿𝐽𝐿. And it's all off that one weird little play with the stack up on the rope. They get the information, they know how to rotate around it. They had Monyet with the paranoia, and everyone just had their pistol shots going right. Again, like you mentioned, Shades of Pearl. They get information, they know how to work off of it, and Gen.G play into their hands.
They're going to be carrying a hero rifle forward on TS. He's buying down at 50. And he's going to be playing over at Rubble, and right now, Global are showing no interest in playing this position whatsoever. Swing on the corner, shot not going to connect. It's going to be a back away here from King as the site will be taken.
Rossi smoke का turn on कर रहे भाई.
Okay. A little bit of a fragment just to clear out the positions. Gen.G
Legend
already on the spot, but
in the smoke, the shorty in hand. Meteor finding one, tries to get another. Puts that pop shot across onto Monyet, taking him down to 6 HP, but can't find the kill.
क्यों छोड़ा?
4v3, King now noted, spotted. They'll know from before that he's got that Marshall in hand, so they go ahead and back away. Monyet does get tagged here. Noted by that knife, but as the swing outs come through, you know, bloodier than you might have anticipated, but two members left standing in the round win. Comes in, Global now establish a lead.
Just get a little bit of damage, if anything.
गन नहीं उठाया. मोनेट के पास ये SMG कहाँ से आया?
Buy up so easily. And again, it's just Gen.G. I don't know if that hero rifle really paid off all that much. He got a couple, sure, but
I mean, buying down to 50.
गलती से SMG उठा लिया क्या?
It's still pretty brutal. They will be
Vandal
able
था
to
उसके
scrape
पास.
together. You know, a better buy, given the Bulldog there on TS. 3 half armors. It's full firepower. Aside from Monyet.
तेरा आवाज नहीं आ रहा है भाविन कुछ बोल रहा है तो.
Well, we do start off the round with just this aggressive push by Gen.G up towards A. They can confirm that it is clear. You have to call the information that it's on C now, and your team has to rotate fast. Otherwise, Global gets a free plant.
Yep. Fragment just to check, Rossi. Hovering around the area, the site again empty. Flash goes into the smokes. It doesn't actually check that defending side. You're just going to get flush against the wall. Ready to pounce. TS, how does he decide to pilot this? Opposite side of the door, 3 members waiting for him to mount. Texture will get flashed out. TP in behind. That's actually going to be Monyet going over towards Waterfall. 2 kills going to be found. 𝐿𝐽𝐿 is resible. The shot. What the is the snap from Texture? King, however, pinches in, finds one, but Texture comes up with a third.
Texture भैया.
𝐿𝐽𝐿 still on the floor. It's just TS now.
Oh, he smoked off.
Enemy remaining.
Completely smoked off. They know exactly
Nice.
for the 4K.
Nice. जो टपली मारा है ना
Meteor
Meteor
would
को.
have been from the shadows from Monyet, but it was Texture.
मजा आया.
The flick upwards midair.
And I'll tell you what, that we'll see it here again. This one,
Strange.
that brought me
क्या हुआ
so
भाई?
close to saying a naughty word.
Sound बहुत कम है.
Because, good lord, the reaction
मेरे को तो
from
perfect
Texture
लग रहा है
is
sound.
just nasty.
आपको कैसे कम लग रहा है?
Lord have mercy, and it's again one of those moments where you
भाविन,
really
तेरा
cannot
mic
afford
बंद है हाँ,
to
Discord
let
पे.
Global take the lead that way. You cannot let them have the
Discord
initiative.
बोल रहा हूँ TS पे.
Now you're on Marshals and Sheriffs, and we know those could be strong on the side of Gen.G,
तू म्यूट
but
कर रहा है क्या?
so far not looking the greatest. On towards Mound. Global are not slowing
They are
down.
completely swarmed. TS,
Nice.
good for one, looks for a second. A little bit of damage there into Aaron as the shot connects to his shoulder. But again, it's just going to be a C site hit. Continue to flush their way forward. Sylvan just tucked away here. Oh, the spray into the back of sight. They find the kill, and Aaron just glances to the right. Says, oh, hey, how you doing, Sylvan?
खत्म करो रे, खत्म
Quick
करो.
and easy kill. The swing out. The Marshall shot going wide. 𝐿𝐽𝐿 taken down. It's just Rossi on the floor, and GE stretching the lead by 4. Or by 3, I should say, now at 4-1.
मैं तेरे चैनल
yeah,
का रीच
I
बढ़ा
was
दूँ.
gonna
मेरे
say, you
चैनल
have
पे
to pump
25
the
व्यूअर्स
brakes
है.
If your coach Bile, you
पहला वीडियो
need
बनाया था ना
to
उसमें ये
slow the
smoke
momentum.
के लिए रुके नहीं थे
I
जी.
swear I'm
अभी आराम से
scared
खेल
of
रहे
𝐿𝐽𝐿. It's not just a timeout for Bile. I mean, Bile is the one who calls it.
And
He's
guys, I
gonna
think
address
this is a
some
good
things on
time
his team.
to tell new
But at the
viewers
same
for
time,
every
Eraser
new
gets
subscriber we are giving away
And
10
this is
VP. Game app
What
के
we're
end
talking
होने
about
तक.
with momentum,
Let's see how
we
many
might
of
get
you
to pump the brakes a
subscribe.
little bit, but we're seeing how C-side has been so successful for Global. It's always that same fragment, same flash and
10
dash
VP,
combo, just
10
going
VP
into the
गए.
site. Only one player, and that's more often than not, basically King defending C sometimes. And if you kind of start to stack players on the C site, then you're gonna leave some gaps on the other parts of the map. And
10 VP कैसे देगा मतलब?
Global head towards A. It's not looking too good, and I think Gen really needs to start to get proactive on some of these.
100 subscriber पे कितना?
All three. Utterly fantastic drawings.
Unsubscribe करके subscribe करेगा उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा राजा.
Is that a Viper?
Feed message पे already पहले कितने subscriber थे वो लिखा हुआ है.
And then yeah, Viper flexing here, showing their support from King. And
हमने तो सालों पहले किया है एक भी बार आ रहे हैं.
Gen G across the board need all the support they can get. Global are unrelenting on this attack thus far. Aaron leading the charge at 7-3-3.
That's impressive on its own right. Monyet and Texture only having died once.
पर सब पे 5 VP
King has a lockdown in this round though. And that could be useful for retake.
If they can hold the side, but I mean they're aware of this and they also know that King has been playing on C. So now they're turning the sights over towards B, which while there is a minor setup, it's not going to delay Rossi.
Not at all. Look how far deep he's pushing in.
Throws up the Cloudburst. He's continuing to swing. He's really feeling it, and he manages to come away with a kill.
Oh, bhai.
Does he decide to back off? The answer is no, and it does end up costing him. Sylvan
able
to get the catch, and now the lockdown's going to be used, but it doesn't fully cut off the sight here. They could still go over towards Baby Door, or just get tucked right in this position. Aaron trying to dissuade. Shifts out. Swinging wide, leaving Monyet sat in this position. Push forward, Meteor, somehow good for that shot. Aaron now is going to be taken down as well. Meteor finds another, and suddenly it's just 𝐵𝑎𝑍𝑖 all on his lonesome. Finds one, cannot get the other. And the timeout does well.
क्या हेल्प करूँ स्ट्रेंज?
Some of that momentum
देख
away
भाविन
from
कर रहा है देख
Global.
उधर कैसे सब्सक्राइबर्स बढ़ाने का सब कुछ बता रहा है देख.
Very similar
वो
Korean
देख
style.
और कर थोड़ा बहुत ऐसा.
For the side retake. This is how Gen G performs.
How you want to play अलग-अलग form के हिसाब से भी खेल सकते
during the timeout. One thing we might have not considered was how crazy 𝐆𝐾 Rossi was going to get, but once it comes down to it, you can see lockdown in. Let's hang out for a second and kind of coordinate this execute. We see the dash, we see the flash, and everyone goes in together at the same time. Once they start to waterfall off of each other that way, the retake will succeed. We need more of that from Gen G.
Still a good amount of tools to work with. This Meteor is going to be going to the Blade Storm. Rossi eating that Haunt reveal to clear the turret.
See the rotations going off of that as well. Stairs smoked off.
Texture's not with him. I was going to say if they can escort him forward onto the orb, that does give them a lockdown now to utilize, but it seems like it's just going to be the door break. Pushing towards B. Sitting inside of his smoke though is TS. The flash now going to be connecting onto him as 𝐿𝐊𝐿𝐷 looks to try to push them off, and TS tries to swing out.
Nice.
It's going to happen, but 𝐿𝐊𝐿𝐷 comes away with 2 kills before getting taken down by Aaron. Push on the corner. Meteor quick to arrive. Finds one. The Sinkar up close. Knives have to be expended just to clear that. And now 𝐵𝑎𝑍𝑖 is in a rough position. They know exactly where he's at. Everybody looking to flood him out. They will be able to do so. Gen G stopping the streak and now bringing it within 1 round.
This is all off the timeout as well. They're starting to find success. They're starting to find that rhythm that they really needed in all these rounds. We're starting to see how they lost information.
We need at least 7 in the attack.
Global pummeling through.
KappA?
But now, you might be smoked off. You might have lost the sight
अबे
a
तेरा
little bit,
कुछ तो
but
करके
just
रखा है
hide
तूने.
inside of your smoke. We have our team here. We have the right calls. We're just going to play off of each other that way. And of course,
User
Meteor coming up
disconnected
huge.
from your
𝐿𝐿𝐷
channel.
actually coming
Error.
up huge as well.
User joined your channel.
Keep the side intact. And then the timeout.
Global calling one for themselves here. Not long after we saw Gen G will roll the music again. But I don't mind this because honestly, it feels like after these last 2 rounds, Global now need to slow down a little bit more. You know, fish for information. Try
User
to,
disconnected
default
from your
around a little
channel.
bit, maybe find a straight pick or at least identify enemy positioning. Whereas it's been very fast-paced in these last 2 rounds, and Gen G have been able to counteract it.
That's right. I mean, the B site hit doesn't quite work out that well. And you have to consider that it's really because
User
Gen G
joined your
knows how
channel.
to contest for the spike line. They can deny it.
Hello?
C site
Hello?
might be slightly
हाँ मैं कब से देखा ही नहीं मेरा
laid out
ये.
differently, and that's where I think we've seen more success from Global.
Next
But at
time
the
गया
same
तो
time,
मेरा
you have
नेट
to
के पैसे
anticipate how
2
Gen G might
जी.
react to that. So
मैं
I
20
think
रुपए
you're
मैं
absolutely right, Achilles.
करता हूँ
Maybe
2
slightly
क्या 1-2
slower
GB के.
approach from Global would have worked. But now I'm curious to see how Gen G actually starts to take this lead, or is it going to be
अनुसार नहीं KappA का है ना sound?
a
KappA
win
कुछ
streak
बोल.
from Global
Hello.
from here on out after this timeout?
Find out more rounds you can get on this attacking side as Global, the better. The Gen.G, the defending side, granted they've only played this map twice, has been an 81% round win rate. So taking more away from them is definitely going to be good. Again, Rossi going to get caught by that haunt timing. Not too bothered by it though, because the rest of the team stacked up to potentially flood their way into the B site, but this is going to be watched. A double stack here. King swings and finds one yet. There's your smoker gone. 𝐼𝙋𝐿𝐼, however, does catch him. Both B players now disrupted. The lockdown going to be used.
Door open.
He's tucked away in the corner for now. Maybe wary that somebody potentially is going to try to swing out and clear this, but start to
आराम
make
से
their way
time
into
ले
the site
Rossi.
now with the last
Time
few
ले.
seconds remaining as Rossi gets himself around
Time
the
ले.
back. This is being watched, but
Nice.
Sylvan will lose the fight.
Those numbers start to dwindle for the side of
Meteor
Gen.G.
भैया क्यों भाग रहे थे
Speed
क्या
to
पता
pull off a
अभी
miracle.
Meteor मरने वाला है
Done in the past.
अरे fuck
Avoids getting suppressed and pushes up, finds texture tucked away in that corner, but Rossi now arriving. Oh, it's a little bit whippy, but he takes a blow enough for 𝐼𝑼𝑋 to easily swing and find the kill.
Nice.
With 𝐿𝐊𝑆 on the floor, that is going to be Global once again stretching the lead.
No miracles yet.
Small fan,
This is
hello,
such a good
AK.
take
Nice
from
lurk.
Global.
Nice
Again,
lurk,
playing with the
bolte.
information. We start things off with so much thrown towards the A site. SK Rossi dashing up front. You could see that Gen.G weren't really sure what to do. Kind of held back down on B, but it was so crucial, I think, for 𝐿𝐿 as well as TS to actually hold their ground. Unfortunately, they lost those duels somehow. Perhaps distracted by a fragment or something thrown at their faces, but because of that, they lost the B site.
Not fully breaking the economy, but they do push TS and 𝐿𝐿 back over onto Spectres. Looks like maybe it's going to end up being another swift C site hit. This time though, TS is here for a little bit of backup. Trailblazer trying to lead the way. Tailwind forward here. Up into the cloud.
Nice.
Rossi manages to find the head.
Oh!
Gets him. King gonna
So
take
good.
him down. Haunt goes out, finds the mark, but Sylvan's noted and has to back off all the way around the corner of Waterfall. And from here, two of these weapons still in hand. Cash not looking great.
God.
Seems like that pick might go ahead and persuade Gen.G to go for this. I thought maybe they would just call a very early save, but now it looks like they want to try to play this out.
Command as well, they're starting to push in, but they're going to have to clear on Mound, and look at how Monyet's positioned.
Yep. 𝐿𝐿 hits clean. Knocked to the floor. Meteor, he's
Nice.
got nowhere to get
Oh.
out, and that's going to be
Ace.
an ace from Rossi
Let's go.
to bring Global now to a 3-round stretch lead. The
SK.
prodigy from India gets it done.
How the heck did he do that? Just starts things off super aggressive, onto the side on his own. And look at how he actually held down, jiggling back and forth just to watch the back side as well. Off to the last few bits, I mean, he just had the right position, the right angles being held.
Nice.
He deserved to pop off King.
He is up on his feet, doing his best King impression. Not this King, but you know, the other King. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 King. Gets confusing sometimes. But damn, what a play. 𝐿𝐿 now just taking some stray shots with the Marshall.
शांति से खेल लेना Rossi round.
Lurk yet again. Continues to do this. Now on the C side, we've seen from twice over towards A. They're not going to be rotating into him, and instead he's just going to go ahead, tailwind back across and look to rejoin with the rest of the team. 𝐿𝐿 now going to be popping. aaron looking to lead the charge. A great headshot from King. Puts that KO down on the floor. Stun comes across. Meteor drops down off the top rope with the shorty. Finds one, but now is going to be traded back.
Nice.
Rossi with the covering fire, arriving right when they need him to. Catches TS. The res can come in.
वापस
Oh,
मर
aaron.
गया.
He was just brought back to life.
Nice shot,
God, it says, you don't get a second chance at this one. But the hope of winning the round is certainly pretty much gone unless Sylvan can line up some of the nuttiest headshots that we've seen with the Sheriff in a while. Everybody sat back here towards Tree, getting them out
Rossi
of the
का first ace है यहाँ
VCTPACIFICWATCH
VCT में.
No way. You peek into this.
एक होते होते रह गया ना Icebox में. SemperX के सामने. SemperX नहीं, किसके सामने था वो?
Not a kill to be found.
Nicely
Nicely
मारा था.
stacked, making sure no one sat directly in front of one
नहीं,
another.
नहीं.
Global will now take 7
Talon के सामने.
in the attacking
Thank
side
you
with 2
for
rounds to be played out.
The 44 by
This is just such a great half from Global now as compared
Let's
to
go,
the
guys.
first
Let's go.
half.
Let's go.
Great day.
Yeah, well, I want to reserve that till we see what happens, but So far, it's this strategy of just early noises kind of scaring Gen G off a little bit, and then cutting all that noise off, cutting off that information, just to set up for a surprise hit on the other side of the map. Gen G are having a tough time reacting to this.
And it's surprising to say the least. Gen G have been doing well with TS's shot calling to apply to pretty much any situation, but right now, Global, just W Gaming are giving them more than they were bargaining for. Quick,
मस्त बुला लिया सबको तुम लोग ने. Chill.
But again, I mean, it's just early presence on one side of the map and then potential rotations. This time, they're trying to, cut noise.
अभी दरवाजा खुलना चाहिए और
Gen G guess where this attack is going to end up coming from.
ये recon करने वाला है time पे.
We're lacking information right now, so this paranoia could be good. Second dark cover just to block it off, and we have 3 teammates still here. Just to watch. Yes.
Quick to interrupt on the ult there. Frosty trying to lead the charge once more, but this time King gets the better of him. Aaron, however, able to push through, finds something over towards Waterfall. King looks to continue to hold the site. 3 kills for him. The spike now dropped. Needing to clutch this one out. The fragment landing right at his feet.
ए वालों को भी पीछे नहीं भेजने को ट्राई किया. उनको लगा कि वही सेटअप कंटिन्यू कर रहे हैं, लेकिन किलजॉय जब इधर आया तभी समझ जाने चाहिए थे कि रेवल पे कंट्रोल लेके बैठे रहेंगे.
7-5 half.
Possibly. I mean, that's what I want to see. You start off with some forward positions, you get that information.
चलेगा 8-4 अच्छा हाफ है.
Smoke it off. Don't allow Global to get their way. And off
Kind
of
of.
this as well,
Attack side बोल
information,
सकते हो.
King is set up to anchor the site. He's got his teammates there to back him up as well. TS with paranoia on
7-5 किया
time,
तो
on
पिस्टल
cue.
चाहिए.
Looking for that 5th. Oh my god.
Pop flash out.
Everyone's
Again,
just blinded.
just Rossi playing forward. The Prowler not going to go deep enough to scout him. So decides to use his own blades. Last round of the half.
Why not? Here's got blades in and off as well, though. We cut noise, we go back. TS. TP'd up on top of rubble.
अच्छा flash ready रखा.
What's that here? Doesn't get scouted. He's able to find Rossi before that flash really connects. Now the push under the corner. 𝐿𝐿𝘆𝙉. Able to find one before Mania trades it back. That's good enough. Spike. Advantage still there. We go ahead and pull back away from the A site. The rotations have already started. Right now, C left empty.
Tactically speaking, that's what we're looking for. Get a
ये
bit.
जो अभी कर रहा है ना ये
Buy
टेक्सचर
time.
इससे पहले स्टार्ट करना चाहिए था और फिर रबल करना चाहिए था.
And in all those moves, they could make a
वो
mistake.
KO है ना A-Link पे शिफ्ट हो जाता था.
So now it's just body blocking, holding up on the B side.
Look for smoke, and they're not ready for it. Meteor cuts them to pieces.
Spike down.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, Mania. No ult, no hope of being able to just TP, pick up the spike, and get a plant somewhere. Used it the previous rounds, gonna send the paranoia across. Does clip onto Meteor, who now has that operator in hand, and he's gonna want to swing it. He does. Ends up going down. Nightbolt thrown, and King will just have the counter swing out. And there you have it. A 7-5 half, this time with Global in the lead, but still tight-knit between these two squads.
Fairly close, but a nice little comeback from Gen G towards the end of this half. This is the reaction that we want to see. This is how you take the lead. This is how you take the initiative. From the shadows on towards the top of Rabble. And they are able to get even more information. They're able to stop Global dead in their tracks. And then Global might try to come back towards the B site, but Meteor already has his blades out. Cuts them to pieces. On to the next half. I mean, this is Lotus. 3 sites. Gen G starting off on the attack now.
I mean, anything could happen.
Eraser
Look back. I mean, like I said, I highlighted the defending side round wins for them.
Decent half.
4% on the attack. Not too bad.
Very good for us.
जो गेम बढ़िया रीड कर पाता है ना,
if Aaron continues to get the right reads,
वो साइड का मैप है.
Quite costly for him.
Well, if anything, I am a little bit worried about one thing. Is that the composition for the side of Global slightly different. I mean, at the same time, it's this. We're talking about this Fade versus Sky. We're missing a few flashes, and I don't know if that's going to be something that impacts you all that much.
I'm just looking for the hard info gain rather than the soft info gain, the guiding light sound trigger, but
क्या लिखा है Legend 2?
See how they fare. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 fan art.
Every new subscriber we are giving away 10 VP.
So far,
right
so
now,
good. I
ये
mean,
map में.
still, it's this duel between
अभी
the
तक
two
हम लोग
jets.
ने 700
Seen
VP
SK
जमा
Rossi
कर लिए
get
हैं.
this ace. Meteor
बाकी
had a
तुम
bit of
लोग
a
के ऊपर
highlight
है
reel, but
कितने
no
करने हैं
ace
तो
so
hit that
far.
subscribe button.
At the same time, just being supported by their initiators on both sides. 𝐿𝐿 and Aaron right now actually doing a fantastic job. Aaron, of course, slightly less impact, but he is calling. TS.
अरे कैसे हो नुबीस भाई? हमें भी बीच में है.
Different
आप
things.
अलग से
The
giveaway करो
smokes
chat
that
के
blocked
लिए.
off Seaside were so useful.
Memberships, VP. जो आपका.
Now we get ready to dive in. GE with the lead. Can they maintain it in the pistol rounds? 2-1 so far, the score line. Be feeling very comfortable, very confident about closing this series out if they can pick this one up here.
Priyanshu Singh, hello, welcome to the watch party.
But again, that's why this is such an important attacking side for Gen G. If they can show that they truly are DRX's rivals, they have to do it here. You can't afford to lose a series to Global.
Membership gift करो लॉन्डो को. खुश हो जाएंगे. वैसे ही बोल रहे थे.
It's the two teams that have been able to challenge DRX the most, at least so far. Given the overtime from Global versus them on split, and then the map victory on Fracture here from Gen G versus DRX. Push in, instant headshot.
Aaron.
Chucks Aaron down, but he responds with a nice shot across for the fragment, but Sylvan pushes his way forward. Towards the side texture, only going to be good for one. You're now going to be holding up top. Decides to back away.
Hey, भाई रॉसी का fast flank करे पर मोरी डाल दिया.
One player by tree. They're all holding these angles. Rossi's going to sneak his way up. To a tree, two at the backside. Rossi, good for the initial
Nice
shot.
shot,
He's expecting
Ganesh.
there's going to be another one nearby.
Oh
He gets him.
Nice,
Manya in the
Ganesh.
meantime off screen takes down Meteor. 𝐿𝐿 backside untouched. Manya at 21 HP.
Oh, nice round. Let's go. Nice kills, Rossi. Nice clutch moment.
Continue to win these pistol rounds time and time again.
क्या full
Another
screen नहीं है क्या?
round one.
Nice
Up by 3 at 8-5.
Crucial kill.
Gen G, can you steal away
Nice mono.
another eco round?
They did it once before, but they have to do it again now. You can hear the sounds and voices of uncertainty, but when it comes down to it, Manya with the frenzy. Sometimes
21 health.
it's just the spray, the little crouch kind of
body
got
मार के
that
मार
off.
दिया.
हाँ.
Almost came close, but this was such a big win for Global. You talked about it. They get this, they maybe get this round, and this could be a 2-0.
Rossi's going for a judge. He is ready for this push on C, and that's where three players of Gen G are drifting right now.
Orb collect करेंगे पहले तो.
It's going to be the orb.
B का कर लिया है, C का कर लिया है. So अपने पास सिर्फ A का है.
Surprised to not see that funneled into 𝐿𝐿.
अभी क्या stack का करके मारेंगे. A पे ही जा.
Would want to go for, but right now in this round, how much can you take is the question. Global does not want to give up all that much. Look at how much A control they have. One up by Rocks, one up by Rubble. And now it's completely smoked out.
Time पे क्या रहे भाई नसीब से.
The haunt to check if anybody's nearby. And yet, obviously not going to be spotted by that. They have to be very much aware of that position. Just given
अच्छा positions पे दोनों.
Use it to relative success.
Punch you down.
हाँ करना चाहिए अभी.
But again,
वो शायद.
they don't like what they're seeing.
अज्ञान smoke करना अभी भाई.
कोई smoke गया इसके लिए तो बोल रहा
to this judge.
हाँ चलो चलो rotate.
That's the trap.
Rossi patience भाई.
To the judge, if they can't
आराम
take
से.
Rossi out,
मिलेंगे
that's
तेरे को
gonna be
2 3 4.
30 seconds left.
बस आराम से खेलना.
Here to play as well. We're gonna explore B.
Spotted. Smoke.
Here it comes.
Ups. Dash at the ready. Dale went forward. He's looking for one. He manages to get him. Continues to
Nice.
push.
Nice. Nice.
Down. 3 kills for him.
Nice.
Global not going to be dropping the anti-eco this time around. 9-5.
No.
Another day at the office for the boys.
Instead, they dropped the hammer, 𝐿𝐿. You talked about this, Judge. We were setting it up the entire round. And just as it comes down to it, I think Gen G wanted to try to find some picks, try to pick up some alt orbs, set 𝐿𝐿 up for that null command, something that could be really useful in a take. But no,
guys.
we just
Complete
pushed them into the welcome arms of SK Rossi.
They're looking for maybe a fast hit here. Okay, never mind. Initially, we're hovering on that paranoia, but decide not to go for it. Again, the one-way Comes across here from 𝘆𝘆𝑒𝑡. Set up a rubble reinforced by 𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵.
So oppressing. And you're
लफड़ा होने वाला है भाई, लफड़ा होने वाला है इधर।
रबल के ऊपर साउंड दे दिया है।
Smokes down. Don't get another one for 8 seconds. 𝐼𝑑 comes
Nice,
up.
𝘆𝘆𝑒𝑡 ने काम कर दिया वो
Initial shots towards him. As 𝐵𝐵𝐵 looks to hold close, and he does.
Nice, Baji.
Quickly traded back. 𝘆𝘆𝑒𝑡.
Nice! Timing.
A third kill. Found the headshot instantly. Comes across as the
Woo!
IGL will be the one.
Shut
to guide
down
them
कर
into
दिया
this
है।
conversion. 3 rounds consecutively now
Nice.
here on the defending
So
side from
cold.
Global, as they are just 3 more away
𝘆𝘆𝑒𝑡 ने
from
जो काम
taking
किया ना
down
वो रिकॉन
Gen
थोड़ा
G
परफेक्ट।
in 2-0
उसके बाद घूम के जो उसके सामने आ रहा है उसको
And
मारा।
this is just the
बज़ी ने
bonus one as
डैश
well.
किया उसको मारा।
For his
Nice.
debut on KO, what a
ये भी
performance.
परफेक्ट टाइम पे आया है। Nice.
The boys are riled up, and Gen G right now is doing nothing to silence them. Kicked back again.
Long range
The
duel
sheriff
लेंगे।
buys a Marshall for 𝐿𝙊𝙉𝘼. Not even Meteor. Instead decided to invest down to 700 with the Spectre, and this time they fully anticipate 𝘆𝘆𝑒𝑡's position. They get ready for it. A great initial clear out. But here comes the push. 𝐵𝐵𝐵 able to find one, quickly gets traded back.
No, not this round.
Yes, with a Phantom. Taking him down now. Meteor with one as well in his hands. aaron looking to hold Drake. Sends out the pop flash, but it's a quick turn away from TS, and he manages to answer back with another kill, keeping them in a winnable position. SK Rossi dropping down here on the side. The judge in hand. Actually able to find Ron. Rossi jumps up over the top, but King will be able to finish him. The last man standing to keep Gen G afloat.
Nice strike.
Everyone
Unbelievable.
then let's run it again.
Just going in with the judge, carefree. Thankfully, King is there to wall bang it through, but it's one of these rounds where we need more of those reads. Meteor dashing up to get the initiative on towards 𝘆𝘆𝑒𝑡 as he tries to set up that A side control. Was so crucial in pushing Global all the way back.
चलेगा दोनों टीम अभी ए पे फाइट नहीं करने वाले हैं।
Now we swap sides, swapping positions. 𝘆𝘆𝑒𝑡 now on C.
सप्रेस हुआ है, पुश होने वाला है इसके ऊपर, चढ़ने वाले हैं।
Actually, no,
चढ़ गए।
getting full blinded. A little bit of follow up, and Meteor gets on top of it. Doesn't even take too much damage. Silver swaps over, tries to go for that link door.
एक सेकंड के लिए अगर रॉसी सीधा जाने वाला है स्मोक के थ्रू।
The spike already down. These are such tiny choke points for Global to push through.
Trying to get in, trying to take down Meteor. Know that he's tagged up. Now 𝘆𝘆𝑒𝑡 going to be spotted. Meteor, like he's ready to sacrifice himself for the cause. Might not have to. 𝘆𝘆𝑒𝑡 comes spilling out of the smoke. It's only going to be able to find one more. 4 members left standing now. Gen G continue to fight back. A quick hit on B delivers them around.
बहुत strong था ये push, नहीं hold कर पाता था।
Closing in that
तो
gap.
पहले ही retake करना चाहिए था।
You have to point out like that.
वो थोड़ा info के लिए आवाज आ रहा है कि नहीं उसके लिए खड़े रहते ना सामने। सप्रेस हो गया तो कर लिया उसको। तो उसका actually link पे चले जाना चाहिए था।
हाँ, link पे knife निकाल के भी भाग जाता था। वो एक pick के लिए रुका था।
वो अंदर वाला duelist जाएगा नहीं ना लेकिन।
Only a couple on Vandals. That is a very useful tool to block off these choke
वो एक kill लेके भागने की आदत है ना।
So now timeout.
वो जाएगी नहीं।
Second one being burned here by a Razor, looking to right the ship and guide.
अरे Game Master JD, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. Thank you, thank you.
File as well.
Hey JD OP लिख दो spam में, thank you for
JD OP.
Try to maintain this little 2-round streak that they've got for themselves and stretch it even further. I think honestly, if you are Global, the closer this gets, obviously the more pressure is going to be added up, but not just because you want to get this 2-0, you want to get this series done with, get the win, get out, but also because Haven is on the horizon.
If it comes down to it, but
एक मिनट में
that's something I'm really curious about. I want to see what their ultimates look like again. This is how Gen G might actually have a chance of turning this completely around on its head, because they have shown a really interesting approach, especially on the pistol round.
Come on, guys.
You have a fade, you don't really have those flashes, those long-range pushes that you can go. So maybe A side isn't the most favorable, especially given how Global can completely block you off with one-ways. Maybe it's that B or C, and then we'll go through all those little connector spots. Well, we're going to go straight back onto the A site.
Looking for a bit of a rush play, but the hunt has revealed. Cloudburst down the push forward. Rossi gets Meteor, looks to retrieve the gun. He does, and this rush is looking gorgeous until 𝐿𝐿𝐷 swings back with 2 of his own. TS in the meantime collapses from the flank, and in the blink of an eye, we are down to a 2v2. Aaron and Texture versus TS and 𝐿𝙊𝙉.
आधे सेकंड में राउंड
Just a
चालू
bloody
हो गया.
brawl. 𝐿𝙊𝙉 is really low, and that is dangerous because this is virtually a 2-on-1. Even worse if TS loses his life, and that's why they have to be so careful just to regroup. You have 1 full minute to work with.
Smoke to cut off rope. Creep forward. So far, sightline's not being given. Texture ready, but there's nothing to swing off of.
They're not going to move.
Both teams suspecting that there could be rotations. Neither team fully aware.
𝐿𝙊𝙉 has a knife.
Aaron has one as well. Would reveal both of their locations. Comes to creep up. The question is he going to be ready? Aaron finds one. TS finds the kill. Texture's got him. TS a fraction of a second away from being able to stabilize that aim and get that kill. It's costly on both sides, but Ash is there. So it seemed a bit more for Gen.G.
पता ना रुक जाए रिप्ले चालू है.
हाँ रिप्ले चालू है.
I mean, such an interesting attempt from Gen.G as well.
भाई ये
TS
गॉड
using the
डेड
from the
दो
shadows
मस्त
to
मारे
actually
यार.
get up behind on the site itself. He had a good potential for that flank, and that's why it was brought down to a 2-on-2 in the first place. But you have to consider this huge firefight on A keeps happening, and it's one that favors Global.
Now look at the disparity, even with that round win. It's just Texture carrying that Phantom. 𝐼𝘋𝐿, having used the blades before, opting for a Bulldog, but everybody else on pistols. 2 Sheriffs and a Ghost. Global continue to not play around with their economy, not take risks, and buy low.
half buy किया है अपन ने. Nice. चलेगा.
We have the lead. All we need are 2 more rounds on the side of Global. Gen.G trying to claw their way back.
आ जाओ रॉसी के पास आ जाओ.
Everything that they're
यूज करो
approaching
ये राउंड तुम
seems
लोग
to be
गॉड डेड.
blocked off. They're buying out that
वैसे
just burning it away from Global.
𝐼𝘋𝐿 saw enough with that jump peek. Did make eye contact with Meteor. Now we'll be smoked off.
Patience से रॉसी. Dash है ना? हाँ एक kill मार के. नहीं अभी तो नहीं.
Switch. 𝐼𝘋𝐿 not sure if he got wrapped up there by that 0 point. Either way, the 𝘍 command's going to be popped as they go rushing their way through tree. Stamping everybody aside from King. Pushing on this position. As 𝐼𝘋𝐿 instantly flushed out, dealt with. 𝐵𝑎ZY trying to find one, does get 𝘍𝑎𝑛 for his troubles. Again, floating around inside of the smoke, but again, it's just a Sheriff.
बहुत टाइम तक reposition नहीं किया ना, इसके लिए फंस गया वो.
Spots him. Now Texture spraying through the box, trying to get that connection. Meteor in the corner.
No one walks away
takes
or
his head off. 4
4
members strong. Economy still well established here for Gen.G. They pick up another round win, and yet again, they're just 3 away from tying this up.
A good stable round, if anything, from Gen.G.
IGL कौन करता है एरिन bro?
Start things off with a little bit of a scuffle, but at the same time, it's this 𝘍 command that really blocks 𝐆-𝐾 off. The smoke as well. You need more of these rounds where you're able to cover all exits, cover all entrances, just to wrap around onto Global. And of course, without the firepower, Global doesn't have what it takes to win out in those close quarter duels. Back on to the next round now, they will be able to buy out.
And B site's widely been completely abandoned. Gen.G get the right read to go ahead and rush this position. Turret cleared out, Spike now being planted. Lockdown is available from Texture. This could end up being a very costly round, but 𝐿𝙊𝙉 going to be taken down off the rim, but Meteor finds 2. TS pushing forward, finds another. 𝐼𝘋𝐿 able to trade it back. Goes across the blind, it's out. 𝐼𝘋𝐿 stabilizes the aim, and suddenly it's just King left.
door खोला ना इसने.
Having to wait. The detain, not going to catch him. They almost line
double,
up.
Double.
Swinging forward, but 𝐼𝘋𝐿 picks up a 4K.
Let's go 4K.
And as the defuse comes through, Global are going to take this to match point.
Nice round, 𝐿𝑎𝑙.
Just incredibly crisp and sharp aim from 𝐆-𝐾𝐿𝑎𝑙. You had the lockdown. You called it out, Achilles. Texture, placing it down, gave Global the stability to peek out, allowed for 𝐆-𝐾𝐿𝑎𝑙 to find those 4 frags. If you were Global and you tried to fight onto this, the sight hit was good, but it just looked as if Global anticipated it. Global knew to set up for that retake.
A little whiffy at the end, but
वो Meteor सोचता रहेगा एक और है उधर, इसके लिए नहीं है. माँ कसम.
Goes ahead, swings out for it, trusting that even if he falls, 𝐵𝑎ZY would be good for the follow-up kill. But 𝐼𝘋𝐿 gets 4, and yeah, you can see him putting his hand on his chest. Breathing heavy after that round, but now
Nice.
It's just one left to go. That score is not correct. Do not be fooled. Thank you, production.
Last round
it is in fact global in the lead.
करने के लिए जितने सब्सक्राइब करोगे हर एक सब्सक्राइबर पे 10 VP मिलेगा.
You really have to
और
make
now
your
1000
final
VP जमा हो गए हैं.
here. If not,
Let's
I
go.
mean, this shakes up the
अरे 2000
storylines.
VP
This
खर्च
shakes
हुआ
up
यार.
the power rankings.
Let's go. Let's
Global.
go.
The potential is coming alive on this map. They switched up their agent composition. They put 𝐆-𝐏𝐀𝐼𝑆 in, and all of a sudden, this is a brand new look for the team.
And it just makes you wonder, what if? Had they not had those visa issues, had they had Lightning Fast and Rossi here a bit earlier, what could have been? Either way, Global clearly not worried about the past. They are focused on the present as well as the future. And closing out this series. One more round to go for them to be able to scoop this one up and take down the team that has been right there in the top two since the very beginning of Pacific.
And then it comes back to those buys again. I mean, you might not have all that much, but 𝐆-𝐾 banking on those knives. Just positioning himself as well as the team for quick rotations all across the map. We're never quite sure what Gen G is about to hit. These site retakes have worked out before. Perhaps A is the answer.
ये का knife देख लिया उन्होंने तो आ गए सीधा A पे.
Prowler in. We know where our texture is.
Texture.
Oh my, he's using
so a bit. Oh, he slipped the
Mar
net here.
do
Just a bit. The push in. Texture.
Nice texture, nice.
Meteor able to reply, however, quickly back. And now
yeah.
Rossi with the blades out. 𝐿𝐿𝐷𝐻 going to be taken down. CS and Meteor left in a 2v3 scenario. Drop down. The double stack, they spot him. He tailwinds away. 25 health remaining. The knife broken. The spike in there.
चलेगा hold करो.
Take the risk to
Plant करना है.
Meteor considering the rope, but Aaron.
Nice! Let's go!
TS and Meteor knocked out.
Let's go.
It's the 13-8 scoreline yet again as Global Esports will deliver a clean victory over the #2 squad of Gen G.
Let's go!
I mean, I know I predicted it, but Global, how are you doing this? It's insane! And on to these final moments, Gen G tried and tried, even with the pushes.
Gen G
just slipping through the net. Texture in that final moment.
Let's go, boys. Chalo.
A phenomenal storyline for Global. Continuing to fight back and put up solid results against teams that, on paper, you look at the records and say they have no business winning this. You were the sole person to go for Global in this matchup, Black. And, you know, I don't think any of us could have anticipated that Global was going to look this clean today. Because they have looked good in the past, pushing DRX into that 17-15 OT. We know they have what it takes.
Instagram,
but to do it this
Twitter,
cleanly, avoid overtimes, to not let Gen G ever get into double-digit round wins is so much more than we could have ever expected.
Yeah, so much. Achilles, you said it earlier.
Nice. I like it.
Nobody could have predicted this. I did not predict this. I might have just thrown Global's name in the hat for, I wouldn't say fun, but surely you have to believe in these players watching their performances today.
Instagram or Twitter
Aaron
follow
on the KO. Who would have thought that would have worked out?
I will reroll it.
But yet we've seen that before in their games against DRX. 𝐆-𝐾 we know he's a proven commodity. But you put all of these players together into a mixing pot,
700
and they come up huge.
Eligible user.
Transcendental win for Global, to say the least.
𝐸 winning bolt.
Absolutely monstrous. Rossi in both of these maps performing to expectation, probably performing above expectation. 6 first bloods here on Lotus to go with his 7 from the previous map. This time he very much goes over top. 380. An incredible performance here from the prodigal son of India, as well as the team as a whole. We've questioned the decisions when this roster was put together. How will they communicate? How do you shift their roles? And they continue to show that they haven't figured out that they can be one of these top contending teams here in Pacific.
That's right.
And that keeps the hopes alive of making it into the top 6, being able to have a run. And if we continue to see plays like this from Global, I think they have to be in the conversation for Tokyo.
They certainly have to. I mean,
Okay,
we've
we'll give
talked
it 10
about
more
the
seconds,
potential
guys.
since
10.
forever. We were definitely
9.
क्या करना है भाविन? रुक जा
confused
मेरे को तो करने दे.
about this huge
Exclamation
roster,
G
this
winning लिखना
truly
है और KappA
global
socials को follow करना है
roster
बस.
of
Exclamation
individuals.
G winning
Like
लिखना
you
है और
mentioned
KappA
before,
socials को
this
follow
is
करना है
kind of
बस.
like how DRX were actually put together, in fact. You have that many duelists. You have
Socials तो already
basically,
followed.
You know, SK Rossi,
channel
everyone
भी
kind
subscribe
of coming
करो.
together. Texture
10
that duelist
और
role.
channel भी
But now
subscribe
it's
करो.
molded.
ज़्यादा बार लिखेगा तो
10
ज़्यादा chances होते हैं क्या?
Still able to
9
perform.
8
It's just fantastic.
7 नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है. 8 6
Definitely going to be
7
a very bitter
5
loss, I think, for them. just
6
given the expectations
4
again.
But it's not over.
5
Eye test shows that Global can
3
compete.
4
If you take a look at those score lines,
सवा दो
you anticipate
3
Gen G should come in here. They should be able to be the ones.
सवा दो
You told me that we were going to finish this season.
मेरा OCD है guys 700
I was
2
just, Gen G,
Toxic
they
Abhishek
not the
go
big, the
are
other
you
way
here
around.
Toxic Abhishek Toxic Abhishek
I'm really
are
surprised
you here
myself,
Toxic
but
Abhishek
That's
Guys,
really the question we have to think about sometimes.
Reroll, 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 reroll.
They should be the ones on paper
मैंने
to
इसको
do
टाइम तो
that
दे
well.
KappA
They
Toxic
even
Abhishek
picked
क्या
this
आप हो
map
यहाँ
on
पे
Lotus, but
Too slow, man. Too slow. Reroll, reroll, reroll.
this first half, I think, because we swapped those sides, we swapped those numbers. Earlier on in the first map, it was 7-5 in favor of Gen G, but now on Lotus,
Okay guys अभी तक मेरे को
I think
reply नहीं
Global
आया
shows
है
that they have what it takes to
Okay
really
guys अभी तक मेरे को reply नहीं आया है
Reroll, 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 reroll.
Rerolling in
You know, we'll have to see who wins
10
the MVP at the end of this one.
9,
Rerolling in
8, 7,
10
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
8 7 3 6 2 5 1 4 3 Avnesh 1 Anvesh SK are you there Avnesh Anvesh
Anvesh
SK
नहीं है, नहीं है, नहीं है.
Anvesh SK
So impressive to see. So I think Aaron absolutely
क्या कर रहे लौंडे
he definitely deserves praise. 'Cause again,
नहीं है, नहीं
क्या
है.
कर रहे लौंडे
नहीं है, सो गया वो. खाना खाने गया वो.
जी विनिंग लिख रहा है वो बेचारा अन्वेश आपका इंस्टाग्राम आईडी जी विनिंग लिख रहा है वो बेचारा अन्वेश आपका इंस्टाग्राम आईडी बताओ अन्वेश
It's with SK Rossi.
एक सेकंड इंटरव्यू अन्वेश आपका इंस्टाग्राम आईडी बताओ इंटरव्यू तक का टाइम दे रहा हूँ
Yes, we're now at week 6. Every match counts more, and I'm here on stage with SK Rossi of GE. Congratulations!
Thank you!
Yay! I'm so happy because, yeah, the fans are rooting for you.
Yeah, I mean, surprised, but thank you.
Yeah, I'm so proud too. And it's your second win. It must be really meaningful to you. How do you feel right now?
Feels really great, you know. We have to win all the games to qualify, right? And we are all super motivated and super confident that we can make it because we all believe that we are better. We are a really good organization, really good team with a lot of really good coaches and players. We should be able to make it, and we are just confident. And winning today is a really good confident boost, and we know we are on a right track here.
Yeah, you're going to win the next time, right?
Yeah, of course, we have to. We have no other choice.
Yeah, I can feel that. And for the second one, I think you've been here in GE and being the lucky charm. How do you think about that?
I mean, since the beginning of this organization, I've been a huge part of the success that both GE and myself we had, and I don't plan of having anything other than that. You know, being successful, contributing my everything to the organization. The playground might be different, but the mindset is still the same. I want to be the successful guy on the successful organization.
Oh yeah, see it's coming.
Nice.
And also I saw on your SNS that you're carrying this Naruto figure and gift from your fan.
Yeah.
Do you think they worked?
Yeah, like Naruto, like I watch a lot of animes and I don't watch it for fun. I watch it for fun and also to learn about a lot of things, you know. And Naruto is one of the characters that always inspires about, you know, working hard, not giving up on your dreams, keep fighting hard every day. So that is what I follow and believe as well. So that is a constant reminder for me of who I am, where I come from, and what I should do.
Yeah, you're definitely walking the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also like I think your teammates are all aggressive
Nice.
and powerful. And I'm kind of got the question, like if it gets kind of overheated, who's the one controlling it?
I mean, it's really difficult. In most of the times in scrims, it's coaches, and I'm the one who will be most of the times overheating and throwing rounds. But when it comes to the team, I think Texture and Buzzy, even Moniad sometimes, but we all tend to overheat, but sometimes, yeah, I think Buzzy, Texture, or Moniad does it.
Oh, so
yeah.
they're the one going like, whoa,
Yeah,
calm
even
down.
I ask sometimes, like, guys, if I'm overheating, just tell me to come back, you know. Like, I tend to throw rounds. Bad habit.
Yeah, talking about that, we see like your team being more cooperative and having a lot of good communication going on. So like between the last weeks, what happened? What made you change?
I mean, I think it's the synergy. It's nobody's fault, right? Because if the players keep switching on and off, it's a natural thing to happen. Like the flow state will break and the momentum will break at some point. I think switching players has its own pros and cons, but right now we all know like this is the only fight. Like we have to like do everything what we can to qualify.
Nice.
And the synergy is going really great, and the communication is on point. I guess. Hope so. We'll try to continue that forward. I mean, yeah, what to say? Everybody is playing good and looking forward to carry that.
Yeah, I can see. I bet you win for the next round too.
Yeah, like I said, we have to. No other choice. I want to go to Japan. I want to go qualify for playoff and go to Japan. So we'll do it. As a team, we'll make it happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I will leave it definitely. And for the last, G fighting.
Oh, G fighting. Hello, India.
Thank you for the interview.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, that was SK Rossi, and for the next match, it is DRX and RRQ coming up. So stay tuned. And now toss it to Victoria.
अवनेश नहीं है, अवनेश का Instagram नहीं है, वो follow नहीं करता है तेरे को.
Thank you, Kyungmin and Rossi. Oh my God, Global Esports is just like the most adorable team.
So much charm.
They are so charming, and I love watching Rossi. And honestly, the way all of them are playing today was great. And honestly, it's about time someone challenges the Korean top dogs. So congratulations to Global Esports. Well earned. I mean, look, they play Lotus against T1, whether it's the reunited.
Guys, अवनेश ने जीत लिया है गिव अवे. अवनेश ने जीत
Congratulations, अवनेश. Congratulations, Anvesh.
Anvesh.
Congratulations,
Anvesh कर रहा हूँ मैं. अब से अवनेश कर रहा हूँ मैं.
It's been very consistent.
Let's go.
2 मिनट में आया. Guys, 2 मिनट में आया. करण से आप लोग बातें करो. Go anywhere and we are streaming the next game as well. Go anywhere. We are streaming the next game as well. उसमें भी शायद giveaways रखेंगे दोनों. Stay tuned guys. उसमें भी शायद giveaways रखेंगे. So stay tuned guys. आ रहा हूँ.
Really coming together.
And when you looked at Gen G, I mean, they were trying their hearts out. They had every expectation they were going to come out here, come out on top. But Global Esports fought so well. They seemed to be very in sync. They were making great calls. A 2-0 is a shocking upset, and I think the future is very promising for them. We talked about this in week 1, but not every team gets acclimated to this environment, this country, this stage. These competitors at the same time, and Global Esports, whatever, they're a late bloomer, but they're here now. They've beaten basically the rank 2 team here, not just in Korea, but in VCTPACIFIC. And who knows what the future holds, but I think there's a lot of optimism there if you're a fan.
And just look at this, 6 more first kills, that adds up to 13 in over 2 maps. That means he's gotten, first kills, in fact, half of the winning rounds, if it all converted to wins, of course. But statistically, if he's getting 13, first kills across 2 maps, I mean, really impressive from Rossi. And again, we talked about Rossi versus Meteor, but listen, Rossi was the one really hitting his stride today, not overheating like he said. I mean, he admits that it's a bad habit, but you know what? Now he's proven that if you watch anime, you can fix your bad habits, right? I mean, that's the lesson that SK Rossi's given us, and boy, does it look good.
Yeah, no, I mean, they didn't overheat at all. They were just baked just right. And maybe it was the pants, like, I don't know. It's like everything was just right today.
ऐसे हम लोग जीतने के बाद डांस किया हम लोग
actually. He even said himself. He picked them, but didn't expect them.
Least confident analyst.
I know. He could have taken that moment and just basked in the glory. He's like, I mean, I picked him, and I don't even know what I was doing.
But you know what? I mean, yeah. You know what? Even if we did expect some strong plays, I think a 2-0 was surprising to anyone watching these games. So yeah, let's break down a bit of the game. Starting with it was the first pistol round, but during the anti-eco, that was the beginning of the end.
Yeah, I mean, Global Esports strikes back, and this is already after they've gotten 1 kill and they've planted. Now the casters are talking about the stack up on 𝐼𝐿𝐷𝐻. But look at what happens afterwards. Even the stack up, I think, is good, but then they use the Trailblazers. They make sure they're using everything to make sure they're always set up for trades, even with the weaker weaponry. Vonyet takes that opportunity after they've checked main that no one is there, he hides. And now you see, you saw the minimap, Rossi jumped across to make room for Magnet. Then you see another movement where the paranoia comes in. This is for Rossi to then get the trade. This is what I mean, in that even their aim is good, so even with Classics, they're always positioning themselves in a way where they're going to have the win condition. They're playing for that win condition rather than to not lose. And I think 𝐿𝐽𝐿 was calling out 𝐼𝑟𝑒N at the end of their cast as well, and just a lot of props given to him. This does come down to a lot of the mid-rounding, the 𝐼𝐿ing, you know, in fact, in the game.
Yeah, that's right. Tesla made a really good point earlier. I mean, it's not that Gen G wasn't trying their darndest for it, and they had some really good reads, but, you know, to follow on to your point, their counter strats against Gen G every single time. I mean, they just read it great. Yeah, now this is another one. It's round 8. It's after Global Esports' timeout, and look what happens. Gen G actually has a read that it's very possible that it's a B hit. So they're already positioned for it. But because of Global Esports sending Rossi through, he actually got spotted by the Haunt earlier. He's already on A door if you look on the right side of the minimap as these skirmishes happen. Now Gen G, they've even lost the duels over on B main because it's a 3-man setup, 4-man setup rather, coming from Global Esports. During all of this, Rossi is still set up because B-side's so hard to hold post-plant, so they know they need to gain a better advantage across the map. He controls A stairs. And this is the type of setup and practice that, again, this isn't just on 𝐼𝑟𝑒N, but the entire team, the coaching staff, of thinking, when we do hit B-site, how do we win? Because this is them understanding post-plant situations, right? We can't just plan and hope that our utility hits and we just buy enough time. No, let's make sure we play for our win condition and not, you know, hoping that they make their own mistakes. And that's just how they continue to keep this lead here in Lotus. Yeah. And honestly, there are also just moments of awesome mechanical play. I think it's just a combination of it. And so when we were backstage, Tasteless, there's something really funny that you did. You were saying like, "Oh, SK's gonna win this round." We're like, "What do you?"
Yeah, then
mean?
I'm like, I meant. Well, at least I meant GE.
Yeah, but you said SK.
But I was watching SK Rossi, and I said the 2 letters, and then we can probably throw it up now. It was round 15, but it was this crazy moment. First of all, we should point out this is the third round of the second half. So on paper, obviously Gen G should have an opportunity to have better guns, but an explosive moment here where the momentum really picks up. A full-on blowout. Killed off the entire team in a matter of seconds,
you know?
and
Guys,
we were saying as well backstage, okay, if they win this third round, this is going to be huge. Otherwise, it's going to be that normal ebb and flow, and it wasn't the case at all. And so, Global Esports, an incredible showing here.
And as you pointed out, with inferior guns, too, during that round, so it was amazing. And that round, again, I think it just comes down to Global Esports being one step ahead in this kind of chess game between them and Gen G, right? It's their bonus. They're trying to vie for mid control, which is actually a long space. So what do? Global Esports, they use the time with the one-way to push up with the Spectres. And Gen G's like, okay, the one-way's there, but we can regain control. We have better weaponry. Because not a lot of teams will take that risk to really push up with only 2 or 3 people. And Global Esports is surprised. We're here, the Spectres, you know, it's just as strong at close range. They clean house. Yeah, they did good. Now let's talk about our key player. We actually took a moment to think about this, even though the kill count was really obvious for Rossi. But you know, the entire team did well, but it had to be Rossi.
Yeah, Rossi was blowing up. You know, he's talked about how, you know, occasionally he'll overheat, he'll be too aggressive. Well, he was the perfect weapon this time around. He made all these great moves, and I think now he's really galvanized to move forward in the next 2 weeks. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how he continues to perform because
we have a good round
this team proves they can take on Gen G. They can kind of take on anyone.
Even after losing 4,
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, if they can
अभी RRQ अगर हारता है they go 2-4.
हम लोग ने हमेशा एक मैप निकाला है ना सिर्फ DRX सामने 2-0 है.
Eventually, maybe even get a rematch against DRX.
अभी RRQ आज हारेगा.
For nothing more than that.
Yeah, I mean, you can really feel that in his
अपने लिए अच्छा ही है.
Like, I want to go to Tokyo. It almost sounded like he didn't want to go to Tokyo.
Next 3 game है DFM, RRQ और Secret.
Japan's pretty cool too.
I mean, that's a cool opportunity.
He just really likes anime, right?
Yeah.
He might Naruto run under that airplane if they qualify. So,
but I think that's also a point of that's part of kind of the charm of being a pro player is that when you reach these top spots, not only do you get the reputation of fame that comes with it, but you have an opportunity that not a lot of other people have, which is to go explore, meet other players, meet other fans, and really showcase yourself to a wide audience.
जो टेक्सचर को 2 बार पकड़ा ना, मतलब बी पे जो पकड़ा है ना 2 बार, उसके बाद देख पीछे से खेले 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐼𝑋 वो एडजस्टमेंट नहीं करते तो
I mean, it's got also Rossi, enjoying his time in Korea. He's like kind of
उसके बाद जो इको राउंड था देख अपन क्लासिक वाला राउंड था वो एकदम डीप चले गए उसके बाद जैसे पता चला पीछे से आके टरेट तोड़ा और फिर एडजस्ट नहीं डॉक किया देख टॉप से रोप से सिटी क्लियर मिला और उसके बाद एडजस्ट किया कि फ्लैंक से आ रहे सब लोग
सब अच्छा खेल रहे थे
हाँ प्रॉपर किया इसके पहले वो एक्टिव नहीं थे
गणेश गंगाधरा इंडियन फॉर्म
This is Rossi in prime form, right? This is him not making those mistakes. If he can continue to
पहली बात तो
build on this consistency,
कंफर्टेबल एजेंट्स पे आ गए
he's the one
टेक्सचर का
who's
परफेक्ट
showing
एजेंट था
himself as
रॉसी का
potentially the best
परफेक्ट
jet
एजेंट
here
था
in Pacific.
बजी परफेक्ट है मोनेट परफेक्ट है एरिन को एडजस्ट करना पड़ा
Death
लेकिन
is
वो भी
our,
अच्छा
you know,
खेला
number one on the kill, top
क्योंकि वो
kill
स्मार्ट
list
है
for
ना
Jet,
स्मार्ट है वो
but
कर लेगा जो भी
हाँ।
एजेंट खेलेगा बेसिक खेल लेगा अच्छे से
Yeah, and he could
तब
have
वो
grown
बेस्ट
even
नहीं
more.
रहेगा
I
वो
mean, Depth's
एजेंट
been
पे
growing
पर
throughout
अच्छा
the
खेल
game
लेगा
लेकिन टीम
too,
के लिए
so
खेलेगा
now I think just more hope and hype for SK Rossi. I think not just from India, but across
इंडियन
the
जेट
world
इज
for
बेटर
sure.
देन कोरियन जेट हेल ये
that was a
गणेश
fun
गंगाधरा
game. Whatever it is, I'm happy for Global Esports. And next week they'll be facing off against RRQ, and Genji will be facing off Talon. So we'll see the Southeast Asian face-off next week for these two teams. Now we're gonna go on a quick break, and when we come back, we're
आजा
gonna
कप्पा
see
पक खेले
another face-off.
भाई तू
RRQ
खेलता नहीं है
and
हराने का
DRX,
काम मत
and
कर
we'll
इधर
see another
मैं आ रहा यार
big
लास्ट
giant
टाइम
upset. Who
हाँ
would
तो
मैं
know?
मार रहा
So,
कप्पा मैं
we'll
मार
be
रहा था
back in a
इज्जतदारी में
minute.
भाई
Don't
अपने
go
सामने
away.
तू वो एजेंट क्यों लिया साला क्या वीसीटी खेल रहे ब्राजील का टीम है अपना
तो क्या लेता मैं वाइपर के साथ चल ज्यादा से ज्यादा एस्ट्रा ले लेता
ओमन ले लेता चलता था ओमन भी खुद इंडिविजुअल प्ले कर सकता है ओमन से
ओमन मैं कभी खेला नहीं वो मैप पे रे अकेले मैं खेला नहीं आजा
सेंटिनल्स वर्सेस C9 प्रेडिक्शन सेंटिनल्स जीतेगा क्लोज गेम होगा 2-1 होगा गेम
अभी 2 मैन नहीं होएगा रे इसमें
कौन इनवाइट कर रहा है
पासवर्ड लीक कैसा पासवर्ड लीक गाइस एक गेम खेलते हैं देन वी विल वॉच DRX वर्सेस RRQ आज हारे गाइस तो अपने के लिए बहुत अच्छा है वी हैव अ लॉट ऑन द लाइन पाइमैन करते हैं अरे गेम मिलने में टाइम लग जाएगा आजा कप्पा
खाना खा लिया क्या तू
हाँ
साले कभी खाया रे रुक जा एक सेकंड चेंज करता हूँ पहले विंडो कैप्चर आ जाओ
जहर लेते हैं या तो देते हैं
इनएक्टिव प्लेयर्स का गेम देख लो
इनएक्टिव प्लेयर्स गाइस कैसा लगा आप लोगों को आज का गेम जरा बताओ मेरे को तो अच्छा लगा देख के अपन लर्कर वर्कर छोड़ रहे थे मस्त फेस प्रेशर कर रहे थे एक ही राउंड जिसमें अपन ने प्रेशर नहीं किया वही राउंड बहुत गंदी तरीके से हारे वो सी वाला
सी ए पे पीछे नहीं भेजा ना रबल पे
ए पे भी पीछे नहीं भेजा बी पे भी
कुछ नहीं किया
हाँ। बस बैठे हैं अपन उधर
सी वाला अलार्म बॉट तोड़ा और बैठे थे उधर ही
ध्रुव बात तो ठीक है हमारी भी
और आज पर्ल क्यों इजी हुआ पता है क्या सामने किलजॉय नहीं था हाँ। किलजॉय साइफर नहीं था इसके लिए इजी था पर्ल
अरे नाम लिया और मैप हाजिर
क्या खेलेगा अभी बता
तू बता मैं खेलता
मैं ले रहा हूँ रीना
ले
साला मारा मारी तो कर लूं
चल मैं प्राउडर डालता हूँ वन सेंटिनल चलो ले लिया
साला लो पे रहते ना तभी दिमाग लगा के खेलने का वेस्ट है पूरा कल भी खेला हूँ वैसे MF हुआ लेकिन कोई तो ना शायद किसी को तो बैन पड़ा तो गेम आया नहीं लेकिन वो हर बार आता ना चीटर डिटेक्टेड वो आया ही नहीं गेम में मतलब क्रैश हुआ लास्ट राउंड बाकी था हम लोग हार रहे थे क्रैश हो गया लेकिन क्रैश होने के बाद भी वो अगर चीटर वीटर नहीं रहेगा तो वो आता है ना लिस्ट में वो आया ही नहीं अरे कैमरा ऑन नहीं है कैमरा
You good? You good?
वो सिंगल कंट्रोलर ओके ए पे साइफर पे
गणेश को मैसेज किया मैं, उसको बोला मस्त खेला, पर और बेटर खेल सकता है। मेरे को लगता है वो और 25% बेटर खेल सकता है इससे।
यस।
चलो भाई।
क्या बी जा रहे हैं सब?
Mid frame prowler करता तो wait. Prowler mid door and come back.
Hello guys.
Hello.
Oh damn.
Get double door.
Hold on, I'm coming in.
Close. Ping 2. 1 HP 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿. Can you wait for smoke?
You have already smoked it. Yes, fly. It's close to now.
Nice. Get close.
We can
Close.
Wanna hit? Talk to me, daddy. One link.
One more link.
भाई ये कहाँ से खेल रहा है Phoenix? One city, one link. Get link.
Oh, it's not reloading.
Chill.
Upside. Tag 50.
Throw.
भाई ये Phoenix के पीछे बच्चा रो रहा है। और कितना कम?
She has feet inside. I don't know.
I love it.
चुपचाप मैं पोस्ट प्लान खेल लेता ना।
हाँ, तेरा प्लान था ना और।
Hello.
You guys walk apart. I'll recon and you guys can sing with me.
Cypher.
Too hard. Hey.
One aim and push.
One HP.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Good damage.
Let's go. Even spin smoke meteor on his shit. Oh भाई लग रहा है अलग ही beef चल।
I grab our Bevu.
Okay. Let's go aim in, then I'll help you grab the op.
Just respect the call. We listen to the calls, okay? Come, let's go.
Stop looking, bro. You're a duelist. You wanna keep looking? Yeah, do it.
You can go mid.
Early dog.
Yeah. Yo, go looking, bro. What do you mean?
Wait.
Backside. 1 HP, Gecko flower, nice. Side clear. A plan. One dugout.
One flank. Nice.
It's close. You have Molly here.
I'm holding flower.
One more flank. One flank, one dugout.
One enemy remaining.
Flower last.
Player standing.
Flank का किससे आवाज?
Well played.
Push में आओ.
अरे अपना हिस्सा क्यों पूछ गए सब तीन?
Them to me.
I need a drop. Can you fake it in and hit B?
What?
If
Again?
Me and you fake him in. No, you fake him in. I will prowler. You can flash, and the rest of the
their Phoenix got ult, bro.
Yeah. Okay, Fade and me go A. You guys go 3B.
You can run up and flash. I'll see.
Aye. Flashing.
I'm moving B. Hopping B.
Of course he was, bro.
We'll walk in mid. Can you pull back a star from B so that
Camera. क्या क्या किया रे
ए पे सीज किया, फ्लैश किया, ज्यादा कुछ नहीं किया, और गैदर किया.
Cypher back there. Right side close. Art 1. Nice try.
Fuck! Again? Unlucky.
One of our other doors.
तो करेगा आप उधर ही.
We control mid first.
उसके बाद गेको फ्लैश आने वाला है.
Can you drop me a frenzy? You get on.
Spike down mid.
थोड़ा वाहियात हो रहा है.
Alone.
Yeah, can push him.
Yeah. Yep.
It's just a eco fragger.
Yeah.
Reina, just follow me.
I'll
haunt.
Let him look, bro.
Let him cook.
Yeah.
What, you want him to lurk? Flashing. Tag 80.
See? Unlucky.
No, trade कैसे नहीं किए उधर?
मैं पहले मरा. वो वाइपर वॉल के
Last player standing.
Easy report.
Just press Alt F4 if you wanna throw, bro. So we get extra money.
If you wanna try, like 4 rounds.
Press Alt F4.
Yeah.
Go Alt F4. Give us free money. Easy.
Yeah, true.
कैसे रे KappA मतलब? Pull back the star from here.
जीतेंगे आराम से खेलने को.
मैं haunt करता हूँ KappA इसके players को. I'll call it. Pull it.
Back on. Tag. He's low.
That's right.
Can go away with 𝐿𝐽𝐿.
Yeah, with someone lurking mid. Go.
If you want to lurk, you can go.
Yeah,
If you don't want to do it, just shut the fuck up and play.
Oh, yeah.
𝐿𝙊𝙊𝘼𝙏.
VCT winner है ना ये.
Can Asha like this?
5 man जाएंगे चूतने वाले हैं.
नहीं KappA.
He's pushing, go down.
One HP Gecko.
Two more, eh?
स्पिट किधर से किया?
पता नहीं। सोमो है। अल्ट कर देता ना।
I saw the door early. Any smoke here, Astra?
I'll just keep on going, eh?
Yeah, me too.
I'll take those first.
कहाँ से आया बॉल? ए से या बी से?
Art. Nice.
One flank. One more art.
One art. Wait, I think both. Both art.
Only one, bro.
Yeah.
Only one, you blind? Two there, bro. He killed me.
Look, only Cypher. It's 2v1.
Yeah, now it's Cypher. It's smoke. Nice round. Are you drinking Singapore smoke?
Why are you crying, bro?
Me crying? I'm not crying, bro.
Astra, pull back the star. I'll haunt and I'll fall back.
Care operator.
हाँ वो इसलिए haunt ही डाल रहा कप्पा.
सबको आना है? नहीं ना?
नहीं. ठीक है. I'll tell you when. Just pull back the star, Astra. Now?
Flashing.
अरे नहीं होने वाला बावन कुछ उससे.
Spike down A.
A main triple है हाँ.
आ रहा.
I have the spike.
साइफर ने ट्रिप भी लगा दिया. स्पाइक ले लिया मैंने. मिड पुश कर.
मिड ही देख रहा हूँ. आजा मिड ही जाते हैं साथ में.
ऑपर लगाया रहेगा शायद.
नहीं ऑपर नहीं है. जेट बी पे था राइफल. मिड क्लियर किया उसने इससे. मैं डोर देख रहा हूँ.
Double art.
ये मेन पे इतना जल्दी साफ कैसे हो गया?
अरे चूतिए एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करते फिनिक्स का आएगा कुछ फ्लैश वैश. ऐसे ही जा रहे तीनों अंधे बदिर की तरह.
They have jet playing B.
You go first. I step behind you. Go. I put turret for you.
Pull back the star.
Oh, nothing. Good job.
Back all. Three B. Viper ulted B.
3B. Go back.
Cypher.
Cypher cam है. Tower. Nice.
Okay.
Two more B.
Clear.
Go back.
Care mid push.
There are.
Yeah, go back.
City. One more city.
One more.
Nice Phoenix. Okay, go both, I think.
Both there, both there.
Point ready रहा out के लिए.
Flower and
Gekko got ult.
hold my flower. Phoenix.
Both city. Both city. One
Phoenix
secret.
got flower.
Play on plant.
Oi!
That's why you need to trade.
That's why you need to trade. You didn't trade. You died. Stupid.
Bro, I hit him 120.
You hit.
क्या झूठ बोलता है रे दोनों को 60 damage.
That's why you need to play post plant, not trade every time. Stupid.
You can. So the Astra is bad. He can wait, right? It's bad for you too.
इतना सामान था देखो.
अरे भाई इसने सेटअप लगा के बैठा है. मॉली है. अलार्म बॉट है. चिल करना है. मैं मॉली खोल दे. कैसे डिक्लोज होगा? इसको बाहर कैसे निकालना है?
हाँ मेरे पास.
Bro, come A, bro.
Taking that back. Recovering it. Get out of my way.
One more art.
खेलते हैं गेम कभी-कभी ऐसा लगता है लैंड लोग सब.
Can't use that yet.
Jet was we last seen. Clear link.
Bot coming back.
हाँ ये क्या मॉली डाला है? अल्ट भी है भाई.
अरे जेट आगे अंदर बाहर करके मार देगा.
Bump.
Back hold. Ding.
Akshay.
इसने कितना टाइम लगा दिया भाई वो बंदे को मारने में. क्या? इसके बाद अच्छा गेम देखेंगे.
Switching sides.
Quickly, take the rush. I want on top.
Viper wall. Where B?
Oh, there will be.
Split wall.
There.
Yeah.
Heading towards B.
There will be.
पता नहीं रे. तो क्या इसके वॉल पे भी A पे आ सकते हैं.
बात तो तेरी भी सही है. अपने स्किल जो जितना RR करता है उसके ऊपर भरोसा तो नहीं है.
Camera.
Cam.
One window, one shop. Shop out. Clear double door. They don't have wall now.
Wow! It's going here. Nice shot.
Phoenix aiming.
Gekko was also aiming, right?
Yeah, he's aiming.
One man. One art in. Planting. One backside.
Off. It's close to here. Fade.
Gekko है यार. नहीं Phoenix.
Now here.
One enemy.
Default.
Spike planted.
Nice.
You can take it. Phoenix, you can farm orbit in Prowler and you can flash peek. Can you pull here?
No. Just don't.
They're there,
Just fight it.
If they get scan, full. Cypher camp.
They will be.
Cypher shop. One top mid. Window.
Hold with me, Akshay. I'm holding with you.
थोड़ा slow हो गया.
Wall down.
No browser art.
Cypher still shop. Cypher camp still shop.
Someone B.
Kill.
Have aiming.
Running back. One running back.
One back all.
Close.
Last. Back all.
Oh. I don't know, bro. I tell him.
उसको नहीं दिखा था.
Man, your gun back. This is your gun. Take your gun, bro.
When my match started.
Can you scan aiming?
Yeah, scan aiming. Guys, ये जैसे ही होता है.
Wall B again. Nice shot.
3. Tag 101 on Gecko.
Careful mid, bro.
Stop.
Hey, wall B.
Mid ले क्या?
Right there. Concealment. I'll find you.
Amen Gecko. Planting.
Let's camp.
Aiming. 3.
एक कॉर्ड पे.
Planting A.
Nice shot.
Gecko 1 HP.
1 amen. 2 side.
Cypher side.
Move. I'm stuck.
One HP.
Side पे था.
101.
Amen गया ना.
Oh, she on the right. I take 5.
Nice try.
Ooh, NT.
कैसा हो यार?
Nice try.
Good eco, bro.
कितना डैमेज दिया था? 1 HP बोलता.
पता नहीं. 1 HP होता तो ऐसा क्यों फाइट करता हो?
मैं वही सोच रहा हूँ ना.
Low.
अभी लो बोल रहा है 1 HP.
कैमरा इधर है भाविन. ऊपर.
They're walling B. Many B.
Rotating B.
Get out of my way.
Planting.
One hole.
Bakol.
Wow.
Player standing.
You flag.
Spike planted.
Ooh, NT, bro. Unlucky.
मैं म्यूट कर रहा हूँ इसको.
Don't think it, eh?
के पास सिर्फ बॉल है. ये बैक बॉल क्यों नहीं खेल रहा है अपना बंदा? मैच स्टार्ट हो रहा है हाँ हाँ
A.
Main.
One more mid.
Main still.
Two mid. Wow. Two mid there.
Flashing.
Need that back. Covering it.
2 main Phoenix and Jet.
Nice shot, bro. Art lucky here.
One link.
Gekko amen planting.
Mike.
Remaining.
सॉरी थोड़ा गेम चालू हो गया आई थिंक जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा
क्या गेम या क्या
आई प्ले बैक ऑल्सो माय जज
इंस्टेंट गेम खत्म करना है तो 2 राउंड पुश करके मर जाते हैं हो जाएगा भाविन
कब है मैच अभी बस 5 मिनट
पे सेफ है ना सब जेट मिड पे था और साइफर शॉप कैंप था तोड़ दिया
Don't smoke it, not yet.
One double door.
Smoke now, smoke.
Welcome to my world. Spike
Nice
planted.
कार है One double door. आजा भाई. One still double door. Last double door.
Link.
इच्छा नहीं है क्या?
Yeah, judge.
Remember, stay out of the fire. Super high level tactics. Remember.
I can drop kill.
Plant करके चला गया.
Yeah, bro. Thank you.
Wanna spam B in this.
Phoenix ult है, Gekko ult है. Side hit होने वाला है.
I'm gonna hunt up top.
Rain, I'm gonna push mid al ult.
Okay, guys, just spam.
Amen.
Rotating.
They got Phoenix ult and Gekko ult.
Joke's over.
Amen.
You're dead.
A lot A. Be clear.
I should retake him.
Amen in.
Spike planted.
Diffuse.
Someone's
Go.
That teeth will chatter in the cold and dark.
I'll spam again.
let me show you how the boss does it.
आ रहा हूँ सेफ हो सकता तो हो जाओ. They can fall back, bro.
अरे 120 Gecko.
Flashing.
Last 120. After long time, match start हो गया perfect. हाँ.
Symphony of Death.
क्या करे? डबल आती है. Yeah. No, I did not try my feet. They peeked me and then I hide. Okay. I hide here. Can you break the recon? Gecko flash, whatever. I mean Gecko flash. पागल हो गए भाई.
Okay, mid double dose. Mid, a lot. 2 or 3 guys mid. Can you put a star here? Phoenix mid. अरे स्मोक कर दिया, चोमो है रे. Jet mid.
Or
2 more double dose. Last was mid.
Spike down mid.
Yeah, double door.
nice.
Remember, your weapon is only a tool.
Phoenix, can you drop an extra off? I'll mark B main with an off.
Yes,
Peek
sir.
without any flash.
Request. Yeah, I can drop. No sound. Hey.
I know exactly where.
क्या Cypher भी आ गया? ठीक है.
Is it B? Planting B.
Spike planted.
कैमरा लगा रहे भोसड़ी वाले.
All.
We men.
ये बार वो जंप पिक किया जबकि कभी किया नहीं.
Unlucky.
Point.
Phoenix salt.
KappA तू ऑफ करेगा बी पे? करता हूँ. ऑपिंग अपने बस का तो नहीं है. अच्छा ये कर रहा है, ये कर रहा है.
Come on. 2 more rounds. We got this.
Don't think he's just क्या करेगा?
How many?
Coming up.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Nice kill. Pushing you. One door.
Okay, Cypher can
Care door, care door.
Link here.
We have spike.
Yeah, we have spike.
I can flash
Someone
peek.
care
I'll
link.
call my flash, then you peek.
अरे
Flash it.
B main. अरे क्या कर रहा है? वेट कर रहा है. क्या कर रहा है? ऑफ है रे इसके बाद. Clean.
Two guys at least.
All.
Tag 135 Phoenix, 1 HP. 1 HP.
1 HP.
Peek. अरे पीक बोल रहा हूँ उसको 1 कर रहा है.
Wash up, Lane. Keep fighting. Rest is over. My ult's ready. My ult's ready.
I am back. Papa ji went for lunch. Guys, ये गेम खत्म होते ही अपन RRQ लगाएंगे. KappA गेको अल्ट ए आएंगे उन लोग. हाँ.
Gekko, they might rush. Carry.
Browser कर रहा हूँ.
Camera shop. Two more mid. Link.
Go back feed.
Two guys.
Two here.
I'll flash on your contact.
They don't have wall.
Get here.
पागल हो गया भाई यार.
Just keep on jiggling feed.
Oh yeah.
I have a flash.
Monster on the move.
Amen ulti. Get art. Cover. Art. Two art.
Art.
जाने दिया तो जाने ही देता. Planting. ये को वापस लेगा आर्ट से उसका अल्ट.
I mean. Carry art, one close. Yeah, and one close left. And art. That's right, GG.
Attackers win.
ये राउंड कैसे हार गए?
ऑफ कर रहा है खुले में, बोल भी नहीं रहा उसको फाइट करने के लिए. आर्ट एमएन से गेको ने आर्ट अल्ट करके इसको मार दिया. आर्ट
गाइस लाइव हो गया. मैच लगा दे.
इजी पीजी.
माको बोलते.
RB will be able to find one. Mako could make it a fourth. Identifies where he's at. Does he try to greed the play? Seems like the answer's going to be no. Still where's ever. Mako just waiting. Try to draw 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐻𝐿 into the site. Never mind. He just picks the nice timing when 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐻𝐿 is not looking at him.
Nice,
he will be able to get that fourth kill in the end and a fourth round for DRX.
Too darn good. You can't really rush against DRX. Even with the full eyes, even with these risky, almost seemingly hard to read plays, EJ dashed into it, but the Rolling Thunder just delivered him into Mako's loving arms. And of course, the final frag going his way as well. It's just so darn tough. These C-split executes haven't quite been working out for RRQ, hence the timeout. 4-3 right now, and the only rounds that have been somewhat successful are the A takes, the site hits where you start to try to force out some imperfections in DRX's perfect defense.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you for gifting the membership.
With the brakes pumped a little bit, RRQ going to look to course.
आज भी कोई है क्या unlucky जो देख नहीं रहा है और
get themselves back
जो देख रहा है और उसको नहीं मिला? कोई तो होगा.
Of course, showing out Mako as the GOAT. And it's hard to disagree, just given the performances that we've seen from him in Pacific as well as outside of it.
Round
Vamos
7.
for Foxy9 as well.
Mexico. I mean, we know that you love to shout Vamos. This round 7, Mako's already getting a 4K. And still sitting on so many ultimates. Both sides being somewhat conservative.
जीत गया रिमाइंडर. अरे भाई याद है भाई.
Trying to find a way to make these ultimates, make these rounds count.
Let us hunt.
It's already not that one-sided of the first half.
Things can spiral quickly, which is why RRQ desperately going to be looking to win this round, but have bought down a bit. Yeah, only more going to get picked off. Still hold on to the two rifles. But, oh, Buzz, has he noticed it? I think he may have. No. Maybe not. Oh, okay. Instead, it's going to be 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐻𝐿. Noticing Buzz just a little bit sooner.
Okay.
क्या lucky था रे वो?
Oh, okay. I was gonna say Mako now, reading. He's trying to set up for this defensive smoke to cut off 𝐿𝐿 but still gets caught. 𝑥pharaoh breaking things open. Now the spike getting brought forward into the site. 𝐿𝐽𝐿 able to answer back and maintain this man advantage. Not much health to speak up, but 𝐿𝐽𝐿 jumps the box and the right click takes down Stax. What a play from him with just now 6 HP remaining. Puts Foxy9 in a dire situation.
Does have blades though, 𝐿𝐽𝐿.
He's got the blades and he's got money to buy another operator, but
must
it seems like he doesn't want to play for it.
Take maybe a little bit.
Tarun is more than a member now.
Too much noise to rotate all the way across the map. And given how RRQ are already positioned inside a garage, yeah, maybe it is a bit of tall order for Foxy, even Foxy9, to win out this 1-on-3. It's not the right circumstances, but at the same time, I mean, consider how this round went RRQ's way. We started off with 𝐿𝐼𝐹araoh. I mean, sneaking through garage. You might have expected Mako to turn around at the right time, given how Buzz lost his life, but this is these tiny microaggressions, tiny spaces and gaps that RRQ might just be able to slip through. At the same time, though, you can never leave Foxy9 unchecked. I think that's painful.
Yeah, I mean, a good way to start things off, but in the end, 𝐿𝐽𝐿 with these blades and 6 HP just fearlessly jumping the box and nailing the right click. Fantastic to see to keep them in this one and tie it up yet again. Thrifty to pull off against DRX, always, I'd say a reason for celebration.
Is tied up the score, and now we go back to a C execute. Oh boy.
For the pass hit once more. Bill goes out, they spot 𝐿𝐼𝐹, but Buzz is not ready. His weapon is undrawn, and Foxy takes out one before the Hunter's Fury claims his life.
Stax still on site though.
Oh, the spray through. He stops the plant for now. Might realize that, yeah, he was hitting his target there. Mako with the crossfire, saves him, finds another. 𝘼𝐿𝐼𝐹 gets taken out. Mako again holding things down from the back line. Stax with 𝐿𝐼𝐹 at the end.
Unbelievable.
Dynamic duo holding it down, but still, I will say RRQ pressing DRX and taking kills in ways that you might not have anticipated coming into this.
City push ko stop karne ke liye kuch to hota to maar dete hain.
Sometimes RRQ tries to play with the pacing. It's a sudden C rush that perhaps Buzz or the rest of them weren't quite expecting. Foxy9 had the operator, but was just completely discouraged from holding any angle because of the fault lines, because of the Hunter's Fury being thrown in the mix. At the same time, though, it's just Stax. They thought the smoke meant that they were safe enough to plant, but at the same time, though, angle, because of the fault lines, because of the Hunter's Fury being thrown in the mix. At the same time, though, it's just Stax. They thought the...
Gets invested. Foxy, I mean, swinging into a position where he might actually peek this one, but smoke is there, and Buzz just gonna get sprayed down, and adds a 𝐿𝐼𝐹. The Bulldog through the smoke. In this whole time, they're rotating themselves into A. RB obviously going to be hearing this now. Mako TPs across to get himself up into heaven. 𝐿𝐼𝐹, or 𝐿𝐼𝐹 rather, ready for it. 2G, well, going to fall. Mako now arriving. Drops out of it, finds one. Spring Stax into a 1v2. Trying to utilize this cloud burst against 𝐿𝐽𝐿. So far, it's working. Sees the spike get picked up. 𝐿𝐽𝐿, knowing that Stax is going to be here, just pushing out. Rotates over, and 𝐿𝐼𝐹 is in this lurk spot, waiting in the link. Question is, can Stax win out on the fight? He's not even going to take it.
Wait, we're going to be...
walk करके जा रहा है, उनको लगा रहेगा ये flank कर रहा है.
They are, but he could just play this side. Looks like he's going to end up doing that. Not to his knowledge, but this is Stax making the right call.
Stax has a full kit of utility. He's got one flash to work with.
Can he read their positions? They're both stacked up in here. Spots one. Now does it both there.
That's
but it's far too late. He has overstepped, and 𝐿𝐼𝐹 finds the elimination. A weapon upgrade from him as well. As RRQ just trading round after round, keeping us tied up at 5-5.
सही है,
Not the half I was expecting.
तो ऐसे ही चला यार.
But a welcome one indeed. I mean, RRQ. We've seen how they position themselves backside. I think Stax was trying to use the element of surprise, but this time just kind of surprised on his own instead. Having two players to work against. And it's just so smart for 𝐿𝐽𝐿 to actually pick up the spike and go back to that way.
ये गेम कैसे भी हारे, अगर जी ने उन लोग को हरा दिया तो हो गया RRQ का.
Start things off by breaking the doors, discouraging any peeks. DRX hasn't really gone on the aggressive so far. except for now perhaps Foxy, Frenzy, pushed up. The drone coming to check though. Oh, but it's been shot by the Sheriff.
Fault line out. Foxy has to dash back. Keep himself protected. Start fanning their way up here into a long. Start to check close. Not going to find any damage there. Foxy with a frenzy, just looking to stay tucked in sewer, but seems like RRQ likely suspecting that they might have drawn some attention over towards the A site, so instead they want to pivot.
Back towards B. They could make it fast, so it's an easy spike plant, but it's also a really tight one. You could try to hold it, but those stars are already in place for RRQ to
30 seconds left.
Wait.
Okay, they're pivoting again.
Again, yes.
Mako
still has some paranoia. Oh, okay.
He holds it for now. Thinks about throwing it, but by this point, it's far too late. They're already in the site. Mako managing to find one, but it seems like that's about as good as it's going to get. Foxy 9, okay, gets a headshot. The weapon, it's a bad spot for him to try to retrieve it.
Patience कब से आ गया इनमें?
Expecting this push out.
मेरे को लगा
Footsteps heard.
करने ही वाला है.
Weapon retrieved. The headshot on the 2GE. He brings it now to a 1v2. 65 HP remaining. Spots another. Tailwind over to the side. And he can't line up 𝐿𝐼𝐿. He shuts him down, and RRQ will lock in a 6th round win.
𝐿𝐼𝐿 just stops.
Last round in the
सब लोग खेल रहे हैं अभी patience
right before Foxy's crosshairs. And you see how many pivots, how many rotations there were in this attacking half. I mean, attacking side from RRQ even. In that round, maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's how we force DRX to make these tiny gaps, these tiny mistakes. It's just by going back and forth so much that DRX kind of gets confused themselves. And in those rotations, RRQ will find out some of these members, one by one, bit by bit.
Foxy again, up in hand, swings out, finds one. Flip Shatter going to be taken down, pulls the blades. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 matching, rushing, looking for the kill, puts him down on the RP. Has managed to find that elimination in the end, but it's going to be traded out. Foxy getting one, 𝐿𝐼𝐿 shutting him down. Lockdown, invested now.
मस्त space पकड़ा रहे.
The spike plan.
लोग ने सोचा रहेगा कि
3v3. Buzz has a counter lockdown available once he can get into position.
Oh, he's going to use
हमेशा ult पे खेल सकते हैं.
Got to final round. Use it if you got it.
बच्ची का ulti.
And then they'll be discouraged.
ये corner क्यों छोड़ा है भाई?
Pull these angles.
बहुत छोड़ दिया है.
हाँ, वैसे समझ में आता है अगर कुछ.
I don't even know if he can peek out to take him down as they push in.
Have a smoke available. The aftershock to try to flush his Sparrow out. Stacks. He does just that. Finds the kill. Nano Swarm's now burned.
Flash out, flash.
Get themselves in onto the spike, the gravity well. Takes them off the defuse. Stacks out into the open. Now going to be vulnerable. Flash through. Swings out. Finds one. Can't quite get that transition, but the defuse can be held. And Mako will just finish it. 𝐿𝐼𝐿 gets a 4K, but it's not the round win, so we end up at a 6-6 scoreline. Perfectly evened up.
So close.
will go to Tokyo, yes.
But such an incredible exchange from both teams. Again, just talking about it, RRQ plays with the pacing of things. They start to rush back into A. Definitely surprising some players from DRX's side. But at the same time, as soon as the spike goes down, you were talking about it, those lockdowns became so important for DRX in this retake. 6-6 though.
I mean, this is not a scoreline you see often at all on Haven. And in fact, I mean, if you take a look back, they haven't had a 6-6 half start on Haven since they played against Team Secret at the 𝐿𝐼𝐿 Invitational, so an off-season event. Everything since then, 13-8, you know, a 8-4 versus Talon, 11-1 versus BBL, 9-3 to C9, 7-5 to Global, and then 11-1 to Gen G. So this is the most that they've been pushed on Haven in a good long while.
Certainly is challenging.
RRQ
showing us that they have some things prepared. They have some ideas in mind. And it's especially with these mid-round pivots that
I think either in playoff, DRX, Gen G and G will go to Japan, or DRX, Gen G and TRX. देखो guys, अभी playoffs में पहले पहुंचने दो.
Pivot!
Playoffs के बाद top 3 आने का बात अलग है.
I will say the caveat to everything I just said is that most of those maps, they start on the attacking side.
That's right.
And they do have a slightly higher win percentage on attack compared to their defense, 65 compared to 60. So RRQ looking very well geared here to deal and contend with DRX on their own attack. The question is, do they have that same preparation for the defense? Can they shut this down? They can. They are in a fantastic spot. Potentially steal away an old-time great map for DRX.
Potentially. Maybe we do take a look at statistics from RRQ. Defending side on Haven, so far in Pacific at least, they've done pretty well. 24 round wins over 12. It is not impossible. It all starts with this one round. To find that momentum that they need to carry them forward. But then again, I mean, this is what we're talking about. Haven is such a different map. You've got 3 sites. You could be the ones to pivot and rotate around on your attacking half, but DRX could do the same thing. We know how perfect Valorant, how DRX plays perfect Valorant. I don't know if RQ plays that same way on defense.
Reading the lineup, knows exactly where that Nano Swarm is going to go. Clears close, Foxy going to be diving in deep. So far the pressure coming out of Swords not found. RB delaying for a bit, but they should know that there's still going to be somebody potentially in this spot. Foxy Knight, however, able to find first blood, but going to be taken down. Dart sent through.
Foxy.
RB looking to set up that crossfire. Foxy going to be good for a third before he's finally taken out of the fight, but xffero at 48 is going to prove to be a very challenging retake. Be on the jiggle peak, puts him down to 33. Zach's swinging here alongside him. Darts at the ready for the lineup. Push out again from xffero, just looking to challenge, looking to keep him contained. They're going to go for the double push now, but RB's able to stabilize it. Finds one, can't quite get the second. But with 7 HP. And the delay tactics coming through.
Let's go,
DRX! Impossible task, and it is. DRX will go ahead and take away another pistol round win.
That's the key word, delay tactics.
Hi, Harsh.
Again, tactical, perfect Valorant. And that's how DRX plays it. Instantly start things off, they already have the site. I think xffero was the only one who could have done something. I mean, it was covered up by the Nebula, but at the same time, it's just so smart for DRX to send Foxy, as well as a couple more utilities, just to make them feel uncomfortable inside itself. Even if the retake comes in, DRX were already positioned up by short and long, just to delay, just keep delaying.
It's now in. RRQ, it's a single sheriff there from 𝐿-𝐼𝐹, which you don't mind seeing at all if you've been paying attention to RRQ. You know how dangerous this guy can be with this weapon. Pushing forward, 𝐼𝐿 reading this push coming out of a long. Buzz now looking to swoop in and get the punish before they can make it out to safety. Has to clear too many angles so they don't get too much extra damage in.
मेरे को लगा 𝐿-𝐼𝐹 push कर देगा अब तक किया ही नहीं उसने.
Here comes the collapse.
EJ dead. Buzz, quick shot on the corner turn. Finishes off xffero.
I just want to see how flawless this round's going to be.
I mean, yeah. What are you going to do? Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Flip's having to push forward. Otherwise, the Nano Swarm is going to force him out the opposite side. Thrown tag onto 𝐿-𝐼𝐹. And from here, it seems like for RRQ, it should just be the decision to sit back and wait for the spike.
So that we don't give away any
no shot. No way! Foxy! What in the hell are you doing, son? Say that's, if nothing else, he is not lacking confidence.
ये क्या किया भाई?
Foxy बोल रहा है बोर हो गया यार आजा यार.
A bit silly in the end, donating a weapon over, well not donating a weapon over, but donating it to the spike explosion.
Kunal Kumar, हाँ bro.
DRX will go ahead and close out the
DRX conference का सामने team
would have been flawless fashion.
इको round में तो conference का तो कर लोग plan होता है.
I mean, apart from some antics or acrobatics, again, classic Valorant. DRX just goes in, takes the site, and RRQ couldn't really rotate quick enough, and they were never sure if DRX leaves someone on the lurk. Back in the next round, DRX is able to buy up slightly. RRQ with the full buys instead. They're trying to go on the offensive now.
We got this Guardian from 𝐿-𝐼𝐹. Set in the garage for the time being. EJ, again, just trying to pressure here in the sewer. Ooh. Spotting RB, but just can't quite get those shots through.
difficult, and at the same time, setting ourselves up. DRX anticipating a bit of a push. Flips is trapped into the corner.
Marco trying to fake the TP out. Flips still just sat here.
No peeks. No peeks.
DRX are perfectly aware of his position. I'm kind of surprised that we don't see them go for the aftershock. Instead, it's going to be the push, and Mako with the Spectre will win it out as Flips was desperately trying to drag his crosshair down. Foxy now entering. Dart goes across. The stun hits. Sparrow still somewhat dazed. Pushes out, gets the headshot in. That Stinger sprays. Cannot control it. Stacks into falling. EJ with 2. Back on the floor. RB noted, and EJ, while still hovering, will find himself a 3rd kill with the classic. Only 2 weapons lost here from the side of RRQ. DRX can't convert that
मेहनत
bonus.
करा रहे DRX से.
This is what you
Eco round
expect
था ना,
from
bonus
the
round.
round. RRQ played it to perfection at the same time. I mean, you have these 2 players, EJ, as well as I believe it was, is it 𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐻𝐿 2 players on the side itself. You plant your foot firmly down, and just make sure, no, it's xFaro, excuse me. You make sure that you're not going to be revealed. You're not going to be pressured by whatever DRX throws at you. I was kind of surprised by how Mako was able to easily walk up long, take Flips down. But as soon as they made it their way onto side, it's that information that RRQ gains. They know how to react off of it and just to play around the box on the side itself. 8-7 now. And this is the timeout off of a win. We want to maintain this one lead, this one round that we've won.
Yeah. Let's see. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝙋 strategy going into the next one is going to allow them to tie us up yet again, or DRX can break away a little bit. But so far, I think everybody feeling quite pleasantly surprised with the performance here from RRQ. Pushing them to the limit.
And again, I think it comes down to some of these players, 𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐻𝐿, xFaro, they're able to really make the right calls, make the right plays, given the positions that they have. The pieces of utility that they throw against DRX at times also helps them chain some wins together.
Still wait for the barriers to drop. DRX again looking to show some early pressure over towards A, while RB will just send a shock over to B.
वो 1 इंच बाजू में लगा रहा है शॉक रट के.
But I think he might have missed.
Alarm bot.
Just being a little bit careful still. Now DRX exploring garage side, a star instantly placed. Might be able to eat out a bit of information or set up for some kind of a retake. Does look like RRQ just completely gives them the sight.
Oh, Hunter's Fury Stacks getting caught by the first blast.
One more boom.
3rd one, not going to get that connection though. And tags Buzz and Stacks both down to 70. Now it's going to be the full 5v5 retake. No real ults to speak of on either side.
That's already spent. Just gonna come in to retake. We need that utility to support this.
Fox getting tanked. Mako blind the backside. xFaro able to find the kill. Now Buzz gonna be taken down as well. 𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐻𝐿 entries, finds 2 for his trouble. Suddenly, just Stacks and RB left standing. The shock darts flying through. Spam will get 2.
Take flight.
But there's still so much more to work with. Dark across the side. Stacks ending up falling, and so does RB. The timeout works a treat. RRQ will get the defuse and they will tie us up at 8-8.
Good call from Coach 𝐼𝐿𝐼, if anything.
पीछे क्यों नहीं गया? Entrance पे
It
fight
just so
करना
happens that they coordinated that retake perfectly. You know, we talked about it, we saw and we heard those footsteps as they approached the
पूरा
C
game जा
site.
रहा है क्या? ये देख ऐसा
We might
हमारा
have
बस.
lost some players in the process, but completely evacuating it allowed them to set up for this, where they push out of garage, push out from defender spawn at the same time, just completely catching DRX off guard. You might have 2 players remaining on towards the backside of 𝐿𝐼𝙋, but Stacks unable to deal against 2 players rushing him down.
Does not have that rolling thunder, but that to be a fantastic start. Maybe a really swift and early plan for them to want to commit that here into the thrifty round. Foxy not up on top of Foxy in the B site. Nanoswarms go out. Stacks going to be slowed up for the time being, but they have control of the sites. The plant will come through all the same. Aftershock to try to clear, planted left side rather than right. Oh, the push. Flipside is still lurking. RB completely caught unawares.
A little exploration. mission, but still.
Are just down over it,
how DRX comes back around on this.
I mean, they're out of range, so they might not know that this flank is going to be coming through, and so far, no one is really turning to read this. Boxing continuing to inch forward, but he completely beefs it! Has to swap over to the shorty, still would be good for one, but that should have been so much more. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔𝙀 getting that elimination. Now suddenly it stacks, and the Rolling Thunder is in fact committed. This has cost DRX so much more than they may have anticipated.
हाँ, पहला जेट मारता था.
RRQ will take the lead now, 9-8.
Things are heating up, Achilles.
और अगर अल्ट भी करना था ना, तो पहले अल्ट करता था, जेट डैश इन करता था.
Just completely giving
हाँ.
It's the right
ये अभी लास्ट में अल्ट करके क्या मिला? कुछ नहीं.
Moment, Foxy9 trying to wrap around, being that close with the Blade Storm, an uncharacteristic miss. And RRQ with the guns just had their way with the retake.
Hey, RRQ जीत रहा है क्या?
Round, and we get to buy up again. RB
क्लोज आएगा और फिर बस को क्या हो गया भाई?
Weapons back in their hands. Again, looking like a fairly fast hit. 𝐿𝑚 spotting this one will be noted. Buzz trying to spray him down, but a little bit of damage in. That's about it. Otherwise, 𝐿𝑚 life intact. Go ahead and get set up for the lockdown in garage. Does so. RB. Spawn will now go ahead. Open up with this Hunter's Fury. Construction still not coming through yet. Paranoia across. Now, lockdown does get destroyed. Mako found though as he tries to go for a really short hop TP, and Stack's going to be taken down, so RB now needs to contend with 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔𝙀 on that flank. The flash goes across, he's completely blinded. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔𝙀 eventually finds the kill. Foxy9 going to be taken out. Suddenly it's all on Buzz. Do they read his position? They don't know. So far the answer is no, but now they know exactly where he's at. Gets the headshot, turns from the flash, but 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔𝙀 finishes them all. The third kill comes through to defuses in, and RRQ now lead by 2.
It's not just a lead as well, it's 4 rounds in a row, Achilles. They've won it.
They'll know what's
First team to reach double digits. And just maybe dampening DRX's economy a little bit more. Coming back into these rounds, these retakes. I mean, you have DRX just rushing in, pushing them off. But somehow, RRQ are actually finding the coordination it takes just to wrap them around. I mean, Buzz also kind of tries to go for an interesting approach of making a big old flank. He does turn into a one-on-one, but the numbers just do not favor him in that moment.
No, they do not. It was a good effort by him.
Hermes not happy.
Yeah, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔𝙀 with the better flank in the end of it all, breaking open that C-long position and then able to finish the job. And 𝘼𝑚 will, in fact, use the first timeout for DRX. You know, oftentimes we do see 𝘼𝑚. He'll trust in the team to be able to course correct themselves. He knows how much experience they have on stages larger than this one.
Cooldown के लिए लिया क्या?
Once it starts getting away from them like this,
cooldown के लिए लिया
very closely approaching, stealing the map away. That's when 𝘼𝑚 decides to intervene. Because
we also don't know.
अगर आपको मालूम पड़ता है तो हमको भी बताओ. It's a new version of the wave. You slap each other down the line.
skills किधर है? मैं बोला मेरे को भी नहीं मालूम.
We have fun crowds here in Korea.
So guys, 46.5K के लिए बहुत close है.
I think it's
तो या तो 5 membership या तो एक battle pass giveaway करूँगा तो जल्दी से subscribe कर
the
दो.
coordination to defend at times. If DRX wants to force the site take, let's just let them have it. So far it's been working in Treat.
Okay.
Spike down.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to see that POV. I'm gonna have to see this man's POV! As the two veterans on RRQ deliver such a swift victory in the round. Run it back. What else? I mean,
let's see the replay.
I mean, it's
no,
hot damn.
RRQ जीतेगा तो G के playoffs के chances नहीं बढ़ेंगे.
A bit of a half buy.
RRQ हारेगा तो बढ़ेंगे.
He just rushes. He just rushes and kills 3 people.
Force था.
MxB catches Foxy going into the smoke, finds Mako within it already. It's a flawless round. The economy built up. RRQ, they are good to go. The very end here.
Oh, now it's C-Rush.
Yep, they're looking for it once more. The dash forward. 2GE situated. Mako should be reading this, but he does not. 2GE manages to find 2 kills before finally falling. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔𝙀 with the third. Buzz again alive. Finds the kill. The Hunter's Fury online for XFARO in case a lockdown comes through.
Yeah,
Droning from the defending side.
Oh.
The operator 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝙔 swinging on the corner. RB not reading it whatsoever. And once again, it's Buzz on his lonesome, and he's been identified. The ping's coming down. xBarrow looking to pressure him out. Buzz not sure which way to look. And RRQ are now just one round away from taking DRX's map pick of Haven for the first time in 2023.
This is their map pick. 𝐿𝐼𝙔𝐾𝐿. What is happening here?
It's been old faithful for DRX since time memoriam, since Valorant effectively came out, since DRX and Vision Strikers came onto the scene in Korea. This has been such a strong one for them, but RRQ, it seems, have meticulously studied them, and right now, frankly, are out-aiming them, out-gunning them at every twist and turn.
Especially on these retakes.
And it's
even
a
with a sight hit.
back-to-back. I think
that's
just about a back-to-back. I mean,
guys,
he calls it once in front of the Thrifty, the attempt at the eco, I should say. It doesn't work out. They go into the buy round. It doesn't work out. This is as close to a back-to-back timeout as I've ever seen from DRX. Only 2 rounds separated.
Something is happening. How? That's not the classic DRX take that we used to see. I mean, we did have that cloud burst. We did have Mako TPing out towards the back of the top platform, but when you have RRQ players just positioned on there like that, you would expect DRX to be able to suss them out. Somehow, they went left unchecked. Mako turned but couldn't find the frag. RRQ actually took them down instead. At the same time, onto that Thrifty, it was just a big old rush.
I think
a
DRX
push,
fixing so
a
G
default
doesn't
A-take
qualify.
for DRX and RRQ read that to perfection. 1 point, 1 round away from closing this map out.
And the ults are fairly evened up, but I think looking at it, you absolutely favor RRQ in this position. They have the Rolling Thunder, they have the Hunter's Fury to counteract the lockdown from Buzz. DRX gonna have to throw everything in the kitchen sink at this round if they want a hope of taking this into overtime.
Oh my gosh, for the first time, they're actually holding this default, just waiting for a push from RRQ. Now slowly trying to find bits of utility, find little gaps in RRQ's defenses, but RRQ are not moving at all. They know they have the rounds. They know they have the numbers.
टैग नहीं हुआ यार.
Close but a little bit delayed.
Line छोड़ेगा ही नहीं वो.
DJ will then clear it out and says, "Yeah, I've got an operator. I wouldn't recommend pushing me."
फिर भी 2 लोग तो है उधर.
Definitely not going to explore A anymore after this. We're just going to go for that B hit. Only Mako.
भाई ult है भाई इसके पास. Breach के पास क्या कर रहे हैं?
Should be heard. Only more identifying that somebody's going to be in backside.
Rolling Thunder
cuts across. Gets the stun. The shorty is drawn out, but doesn't get that much damage through.
भाई.
Spike as well, not planted, not even on the side for the moment. TP over to see Long from Mako.
Nice.
Out in the open, actually.
Nice.
Push on the corner. Mako, that counter swing does find flip shot, and now 2GE going to be taken down. A 3v4. It wasn't Mako. 86 HP between the two of them. Now Stacks joining them. The shock dart tagging him to 50. Tries to make it into the cubby fast enough, but it's not going to happen.
Oh my god.
RP taken down. 𝐿𝐼𝐹 pulling it off. Now just 2 versus 3 healthy members. Nanoswarm buys some time. The push comes in. A little delay there from xBarrow. 𝐿𝐼𝐹, however, finding a third. They're holding forward, and 𝐿𝐼𝐹 holds the angle. Gets the 4th kill. And I cannot believe it. RRQ are kicking off our 2nd series of the evening with a map victory over DRX on DRX's pick of Haven. Their first loss on this map since they suffered the loss.
Nice.
To Optic all the way back in champion.
बुरा लग रहा है लेकिन अच्छा भी लग रहा है मुझे भाविन.
Good lord, what a performance from this squad.
We have never, ever seen this before. DRX, the team that plays classic, perfect Valorant every time and again, suddenly dazed by RRQ. We talked about that first half. It ends in a 6-6. But after the second half, all of a sudden, RRQ chain rounds together in the defenses, in the retakes. You would have thought in that final round, DRX playing the macro game on top of macro games. They started with a B hit, they rotated over onto C. They managed to find bits of success, but down to the final bits. Up by C long, they weren't able to find the shots, 𝐿𝐼𝐹.
No, they were not. Things very off here from DRX. Shots that they normally are good for, players that are normally clutch, unable to deliver in those regards, but RRQ firing on all cylinders, handing DRX their second map loss in Pacific. It has been so clean for them up until these last 2 weeks, losing one in a close battle on Fracture versus Gen G. And now to RRQ, who continue to punch up and in dominant fashion, 13-8. What a statement from this squad, comprised of 2 vets and 3 relative rookies.
And it's just the Korean caster signs. But still, I mean, I don't know, man. Today we're in the upside down.
And
Nice.
for whatever reason, you seem to be
Casters को
trending in
खुशी
the right
नहीं हुई है
direction.
क्या?
Quack. You threw 2 Hail Marys, and right now,
क्या
it's
सब
looking
शॉक
very
में है?
possible. Now, though, Split will
early.
be coming up. This is still an interesting one. You know, how much work has RQ put into this split? We've only seen it once from them. It's a 13-7 victory over Team Secret. Whereas on the other side, DRX, they've been showing it to us quite a bit. At all time, this is one of, if not their most dominant map picks that we have ever seen from them. 14-5 on Split. So obviously some changes. I don't know what's going to happen.
I don't know either. We've seen
Hello
their
guys,
double
Scribble
controller. We
खेलते.
know Mako to be really strong on it, but at the same time, Split was also the
आजा
map where
कप्पा
they
एक
were
Scribble
kind of
खेलते
pushed.
जब तक next
Split
match
and
over.
next
It
or
was,
third.
well, does
fall
lightning strike twice in the same studio? Do we have our top 2 teams
अभी
suffering
जाएंगे ये
losses to
लोग,
teams that have been
mind
hovering around the
reset
bottom, that have been
करके
struggling to
आएंगे.
find wins? We're going to find
तो
out. First,
हंगामा
we're going to go to a
होगा.
quick little break. The desk will break down all
आजा
of the
कप्पा
action
Scribble
we
खेलते
can
हैं.
भाई
talk
खाना
about
खाऊं कि
from
नहीं
that
खाऊं
first
आज?
map,
अच्छा,
and then
खा
we
ले,
will
खा
get
ले,
into
खा ले.
Split, so don't go anywhere, because obviously
आ जाओ
we
chat.
don't want to miss it.
Be right back.
Scribble खेलते हैं तब तक.
Second stacks, and Mako as well getting a
Eating a shock dart.
roll avoid a flawless. Taken out, 2 kills going to be traded back. Start Elf. Leads the trouble a bit closer. Turn for the taken out as well. Stacks and Fury, however, is available. But push around the back. Start in the meantime. Now going to be taken out. Mako finds the second. Easily set up. Push to the Said it's going to be 𝐿-𝐿𝐼𝙋𝙋𝐼. I'll break things open. Now the spike in. Oh, the speak up, but looks got to get taken out. Mako. Look, try to. Mako. Foxy 9. Weapon retrieved again. Off and hand. Swing hands. They're going to go for the double push now. And RB's coming through. Seems like a nice EJ10. Push. Foxy continuing to inch forward, but he completely beefs it. Passing that elimination. Now suddenly it's stacked. So far the answer is no.
बिगड़ी भाई हो कि किक
They know
करे.
exactly where he's at. Gets the head to that POV. I'm going to have to see this man's POV. Situated. Mako should be reading
Fake.
this, but he does not.
Fake. 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 Kick. Oh, correct draw. क्या है गाइस, गेस करो, मेरे को मदद करो तुम लोग चैट में. Yeah. Yeah. No मत देखो ये.
Wow, guy, wow. So easy. You're making him look bad.
रूम इज फुल. क्या कर रहे हैं? 8 लोग मैक्सिमम लिमिट है आई थिंक. Oh, water. Yeah, baby, yeah. घोष भाई आप अकेले हो. ओपन बुक टेस्ट में भी फेल हो रहे हैं जो. 5 और 4 पहले 5 है फिर 4 है रे न्यूज़पेपर टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं है अरे फनी नहीं होता है फनी होता है कभी पढ़ा नहीं है फनी गाइस तुम्हारा भाई अभी के लिए लीड में है ड्राइंग करने दो यार ये गलत होता है जो बनाता है उसको लास्ट ड्राइंग आती है ठीक है अच्छा ये तुम लोग जो साथ में बैठ के नहीं दिखवा
You're watching VCT Pacific. Dang! You know, I might have been expecting a 2-1, but I did not think that win for RRQ was going to come from Haven.
That is such a crazy game that we just saw there. RRQ was so in control. We saw the back and forth early on, and whenever you have those moments at the start, you think, okay, well, this is great, but you know, we're very early in the whole development of this first map. But as it progressed, RRQ got further and further ahead.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, I mean, we like to say stats don't tell the entire story, but here it kind of does, right? DRX still having more first kills. RRQ still able to overcome that with the macro play, right? Being able to really set up for their win conditions. And then you look at the attacking halves, the post plants. RRQ winning 6 out of 8 plants. DRX only able to secure 2 out of 7. And, you know, sometimes those plants, obviously, they start by not being in a great position in terms of number advantage, but RRQ just came mega prepared against DRX's Haven today.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, you know what? DRX, as Quack pointed out, has gone pushed by Global Esports on this map before, but RRQ took for the win, and 𝐿𝐼𝙋𝙀 and 𝘍𝐼𝙋, I think were, I mean, a huge part of that win.
It was incredible. 𝐿𝐼𝙋𝙀 doing some great infiltrations early on in the first couple of rounds there, really getting deep in enemy territory. Great lurks. And overall, it just felt like RRQ was so in sync. It's very exciting to see this. Let's not forget the DRX had basically gone untouched up until this point.
Yeah. I mean, this is their second map drop at this point in time. And by the first Southeast Asian team to do so. I'm pretty excited. Today's a pretty exciting day for Southeast Asia.
Oh, absolutely. And the fashion RRQ does it in. And Haven was very convincing. I mean, in the beginning, they were kind of trading back and forth. And even that, a lot of fans were like, okay, this is a good showing. And then they started to just run away with it on defense on Haven. That's a very promising sign.
Yeah. I mean, I'm very excited. I'm very excited for all of this. Now, DRX, we were talking about this, you know, their seaside defense was fairly strong initially.
Yeah, they had some good adjustments, right? I mean, RRQ, they continued to target that C site, you know, partially because of composition and whatnot. But let's take a look at round 9. We're going to play it out first, just kind of see the action, and then we'll take a closer look at the mini-map. But DRX, this is a round that DRX ends up holding as RRQ continues to try to break the site open. This is how they've gotten a lot of their round wins, and it comes down to that
Last
kill
two
from
truck-
Foxy9. Now, when we go back, as we let the action play out, you'll see it kind of wrap up. Stack's able to take a better position. He's just buying time for Mako to come through. Mako had just sent out his paranoia as well. And then when we play it back from the minimap, I'll break it down just a bit ahead. But when we go to the minimap, I want everyone to focus on garage side, you know, in that link. From Foxy9. So Foxy9 currently peeking out garage with the operator. Buzz is trying to get back into sight to just hold on to backside because that's how you make the retake happen. Now you don't have an Astra, so it's a little tough, but Foxy9 dashes in to support him, so he's able to trade. He eventually gets taken down by the Hunter's Fury, but by that point, Stax is now here, and the smoke has finally come in for a moment. And then Omen uses the paranoia again to make sure Stax can stay alive, buying them time to continue to fill backside of C and eventually defend it, you know, away from RRQ. So while a bit of a desperation move, also DRX just understanding, okay, this is a weakness our competition has, not having that Astra really able to maneuver around the site on her own. And Foxy9 saying, well, I'll jump in with the operator, I'll trade for Buzz so we can buy a little bit more time.
That's right. And, you know, DRX is still a very good team, but I think this is the point where we started to see things turn around. DRX having really good plays, but then RRQ controls the situation and puts it back in their favor.
In my mind, this moment we're coming up to here, this is kind of when the wheels fell off the bus. So this was a round where it was a cool play to set up on B. Obviously, they were starved weapon-wise, and they were going to basically hang out in the garden and then set up a flank up through garage. And so the idea is that, you know, there's concern about trying to make sure you can obfuscate the exterior point of B, try to get the diffuse set up. And so we see Foxy9 get to slip in here.
Sanchit bhai cheating kar rahe ho kya?
Not going for the kill right away and then whipping everything. And that's when things started to completely fall apart. From there, they were able to then push out, get control of mid, come back into B, get that diffuse. I think Head, DRX managed to take that in what I thought was a very cool play. Maybe we would have had a different result, but RRQ's game sense overall was very, very good. They were able to shut that down, move on, and here we are.
Yeah.
RRQ 1-0.
Yeah, I want to talk even more about that. RRQ definitely studied hard. They didn't treat this as a throwaway match, clearly. Like, they're taking this match against DRX very seriously, and they're controlling DRX's rotation patterns.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the heat map, right? And you can see this heavy focus from RRQ over on C site. A lot of the kills they got on A site was actually on defense because DRX tries to target in the beginning of that half. But RRQ, both their attack and defense, so focused on C site. On attack, they just try to get the rounds they can. They condition DRX to really fight them for that site. But then when they're on defense, once they have EJ on the operator, they're constantly forcing DRX to go back over to C, where RRQ knows they have a better preparation about that backside hold with the Astra. And you can see it on the heat map as well. Just very well played from RRQ. Really solid prep.
Yep. So I think generally just an all-around excellent performance from RRQ. And this could be the day that Southeast Asia topples the Korean Giants, like both of them. I mean, it's already happened in the last matchup earlier today. The next map is RRQ's pick, which is Split.
Yes.
How do we think that's going to go? We don't know now. Now we're like, I don't know.
Can I throw something out here? I think that Foxy9 needs to tighten up his play a little bit. He had a couple sloppy moments. You know, seriously, RRQ is no joke. But Foxy seemed to be playing the worst out of all the weeks that we've seen of him so far. And so I hope he can clean that up a little bit, because if Foxy drops off right at the start, it's kind of hard to make anything else work.
Yeah, that's right. He's got his kills, but the impacts, like the really critical moments, he doesn't win those duels.
And it's kind of hard to read this. I mean, this is something that we would have to go back and watch the VODs, you know, step by step and look at the stats as well. Because here's the thing: is that Foxy9 oftentimes getting that first kill or getting some of the early kills. But then we looked at the overall scoreline, right? It's RRQ still able to win more rounds despite not getting as many first kills. So what does that mean? That means the way they're setting up their lurks, the way they're setting up their retakes was one step ahead. And is that entirely on Foxy9? Maybe not. However, like that round we just saw where they could have gotten the thrifty, if Foxy9 was a bit tighter, he could have been the hero instead of perhaps being the scapegoat here in some sense. I mean, at the same time, Buzz also not getting as many kills as we usually see him do. So there's something going on with DRX here. You know, is it just that they were trying to purely play off of fundamentals and they're starting to miss a couple beats? Or has RRQ really studied that much more? Maybe it's a mix of both.
Yeah. I mean, whatever it is, they're giving us a darn good show, and I'm sure DRX is sweating.
Well, this has got to be kind of a weird wake-up call. You know, RRQ, they've been a very interesting story in that they were, I think, out of all the teams that we looked at, we kind of presumed they were the worst. I know I did. I know some other people here that have been casting or at the desk that thought the same. And then they've started to come back. And DRX is always an easy call for everybody because they have played so well. And they have a real record and a real history of doing so. But, you know, going back to that moment I had at dinner with RRQ, they really seemed, well, they told me they seemed to be very, very comfortable. By the way, switch in and out here.
Yep, Emin coming in, probably playing the Sky, right? They've done this before on Split, so Emin getting a chance to shine. I know, I forget if it was last week or the week before, you know, I was talking to RRQ, I was just like, all right, hey, I mean, if there's a player that you want us to kind of hype up for you, if the moment allows, who would it be? And they're like, well, Emin's, you know, going to be playing on a certain map, so like cheer on for him. Let's try to get him some moments on air. We'll see if he can make it for himself here on Split.
So our lineup here looks like we are not going to have any Jet over here.
Yeah, EJ just going with that raise, right? Just to kind of go to the same composition they've always had. Now, 𝐿-𝐼𝑋, he was playing a lot more kind of conservative and safer, I should say, more patient over on D.Va. But now with the Cypher, the role for him is to go out and get those individual duels, create those mind games on his own. Curious to see how that works. Meanwhile, DRX going for that tried and true Astra Viper combo and double duelist. So Buzz coming out on the raise to support Foxy9. Okay, curious to see if Buzz, if he's still got it in him to be that duelist again.
Yeah, very curious with the double duelists. I think it's gonna be this next game is gonna be pretty awesome.
What if we have a 2-0 here? What if this is just the bizarro world? Like we're in the wrong timeline or something like that. Like, wait a minute. GE 2-0, 2-0s, and then it's RRQ?
Dude, I love this timeline. If that's the timeline, I'm so glad that this is our timeline. Because to be honest, both of those teams could afford a loss. I want to see the Southeast Asian teams who needed some time to adjust to Korea and their new teams to build up to this moment and go into playoffs looking strong. And every single one have been getting stronger and stronger, besides that one little slip-up with Team 1.
Buddy,
so
how are you? I am good,
it's
Narendra bhai.
And let's not forget too, DRX is a very proud team. They're going to be hungry to try to take this. They want to come back and dominate and crush through. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge for RRQ. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what happens in this next game on Split. 𝐿-𝐼𝙋 and Quack, over to you.
Alrighty, well, here we go. RRQ looking to do and replicate what Global was able to do against Gen G just earlier today. The stage is set for it. They just need to close out one more map. They have their pick of Split coming up now, and we're seeing a very different look from DRX here, Quack.
Very, very different. I mean, just straight off, like, let's just rip that Band-Aid off, right? We'll dive right into the Asia composition. What is this double duelist that we're seeing? Buzz on raise, Foxy on the jet.
उन लोग इसके लिए कर रहे हैं क्योंकि RRQ काउंटर करके आए थे उन लोग ऐसा फील हो रहा है तो चेंज कर दिया
again trying to rally DRX back into this. This is close to what we've seen from them for the last 4 times that they've played this map, but we always saw Buzz being the one bringing out the KO, Foxy playing Raze. Instead, they're opting to go for double duelist yet again, which is what we saw from them versus Gen G on Fracture, that map that they lost. It felt like the disjointedness of the double duelist wasn't great. Granted, that was also, you know, RB playing the Neon, so it's a little bit different. But I'm curious to see if how drilled this looks now. The DRX are going to be starting off here on the defending side. Close contact as the Trailblazer goes in. Foxy trying to play off it. 𝐿-𝐼𝑋 swings off the stun and finds the first blood.
I mean, they picked this for a reason. They picked this map. They have this composition, but right off the rip, it already is RRQ finding that first pick, and now slowly adjusting, delivering the spike back towards mid. And we've seen this look from RRQ already.
Only being watched right now mid by Buzz. Rotating back over towards the male side of things. Shop camera going to be cleared as swing out.
Wow.
A little bit of damage down to the EJ. Otherwise, Emin coming up with a kill. Stacks now trying to go on the flank, get in behind them, cut them off. 𝐿-𝐼𝑋 still hovering nearby. Hasn't dropped down until just now. He's working his way back, just keeping things nice and quiet. Paint shells in the meantime do come through. Little delay. Stacks the timing. He's gonna start rushing. It's being watched. That's gonna be the spike down.
Big pickup as well. Now
अरे
Stacks
भाई
trying to get a
ये
little
साइड
bit more,
खाली
but
उन लोगों को
man
पता है
comes
अभी.
straight back in. They pick that spike back up and back to A.
And look at 𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐻�10 position now. Gets himself up here in heaven. There's the rope. RB.
RB ready था भाई. Oh,
Finds
nice.
the kill. Buzz dropping down into the vent. Also going to be able to pick one up. So that does bring us now into a 2v2 with EJ down to 6 HP. But the spike is planted all the same.
Look at his position though. This is quite the one and done. But wow, a sudden peek and RB takes him out.
It's damage on both. This frenzy with this tuck position just below heaven. Sparrow certainly could still pull this one out. It's a double approach now through screens. No util to really try to flush him out of this spot. The paint shells were already burned. Swing out. Okay, Buzz finds the timing, catches him, and DRX will be able to salvage yet another pistol round. 3-0
Thank you for
in
the
that
44,
regard.
Mojo. What are the chances of us qualifying? We have good chances. If we win the next 3 games, we qualify for sure. If we win 2 out of 3, we still have a good chance.
Squad. You love to see this this way that they operate. Slowly going off ramp, and then holding up by rope, and then back to mailroom. But in all of this, it's a little bit slow. There's a lot of time in between. Stacks comes up from behind. At the same time, you have Buzz, who's a little bit riled up from the previous map, and now he's going in for it. Finding that 2-on-1 scenario, DRX. Now the judge comes out, and Buzz.
KappA.
I don't know. We're going to see some blast packs.
Get off the rip, try to clear any early pressure into garage. It's just going to be more pickup here for Emin, but quite a bit of damage pushed out. He can go ahead and heal Flipshider back up to full, but he's stuck at 34. Foxy spotting. Yeah, that shot comes your way. You know that 𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐻�10 is behind the trigger. Breaks the line of sight.
Hold it up by that area. Now Mako trying to delay. Get further information over by mid. RRQ slowly make their way up.
Oh boy.
Love the
Push
judge
begins.
moments.
They're wary though. They're stopped up, waiting in mail. Slow creep up, ready to come through. Fault line at the ready. There's one, there's two. He's cutting them in half. Spike does get retrieved. They need to further clear them out. Now they have to drop down into the vents and see if they can find any kills here.
Here are those robes. Mako goes in for the peek.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, and into the meat grinder they go. A flawless round here in the follow-up to a very close pistol. DRX, they get the ball rolling with a 2-0 start. What we saw on Haven, and then it was RRQ who were able to steal some momentum away in the bonus rounds. Let's see if that happens once more, now that they get some rifles in their hands.
I mean,
okay, 3.1
I don't want to count DRX out just yet. It was a very coordinated RRQ towards the end of that Haven map, but still, on towards split, and this is a whole different ball game. You have the judge, and it's a very, very viable tool, especially up by a lot of these positions. Outside of garage, up by mid, especially up by mailroom, like you just saw, and especially up on ramp as well. Look at how Mako plays around this rope position. He loves to do this.
Yep. Waits it out. Boombot not going to get a spot. Buzz as well, just tucking out onto the rafters to try to avoid it. Creep up. And Trailblazer cleared, still showing at least presence of 2 members.
If RRQ has done their homework, they should know, yep, that Marco is up around that spot, and that's why they're trying to wallbang it. Even then, up by the ropes, and that's not really a spot that you can reach unless you have utility.
Oh, okay, decent timing, but EJ widely just tickled by that Spectre.
Trying to bait some rotations over, but DRX aren't really moving. We saw a lot of exchanges up by this one ramp area.
Here. They're starting to pivot a little bit.
Oh, pivoting back to B. If they can actually take RB down, I think then they would have the sight. Foxy's still up by heaven though.
Okay, Trailblazer comes out. He's going to use the gravity well instantly just to try to stop that dog from getting in.
30
Spotted.
seconds.
Oh, just the spray into that Nebula. Kill comes through, but Foxy able to find one. So Sparrow taken down.
𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐻�10
Paint shells the delay. They're still not into the site yet, but as you say, 𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐻�10 approaching, getting himself moved up here into heaven. And Stacks misses the time they try to take him down, and Mako can't really reply. He's got that judge at range. The site cleared out. Stacks now the last man standing, tries to go for the drop shot, but 𝐼𝐽 avoided the flash, gets the kill, and RRQ again on the board here in the 3rd round.
Valorant Premier नहीं खेल रहा
pivots that work out so darn well. That said, it only is the third round. Trying to bait out those rotations. DRX didn't really have the range they were looking for with those Spectres, but still, it's that bit of a lurk from 𝐿𝑚. We've seen this guy so much. He was highlighted as the key player in the pre-match analysis, and he is stepping up to the plate.
Once more now. Operator and Rifles on the opposite side. This would be a major turning point here for RRQ if they could get the round win. Oh, he's right up close. I don't think they quite realize this. But now with Boombot going through, should identify that somebody's gotten through defense. It needs to be noted.
Really have to think about this as a bit of a strategy game because we're moving around a lot of
KappA
these pieces, and we've just sent one down up by ropes. We know that Mako's no longer
RRQ
here, and this is what
अच्छा
RRQ was looking for. If they can actually pinch Buzz, they might be able to take out the A site. Stacks behind elbow, though.
There's the jiggle out.
On the side as well.
That will have seen 𝐿𝑚 advancing forward, so the call comes from Buzz, but 𝐿𝑚 stops the strafe, gets the headshot. He's right back on the move. Stacks now dead in the backside as the neural theft goes across. 𝐿𝑚 already building up another ult charge towards the next one. And with, I mean, 3 members alive, the operator, yeah, the call comes in.
I believe me top pick on a DRX.
DRX going to be just perfectly allowing RRQ to flawlessly pick up this tied score line.
I just can't believe it. It's only the early game still, but the way that RRQ are approaching all of this, see so much utility being spent towards the middle. As soon as the barrier's dropped, 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋 up close to Mako. And it just sends those signs of confusion to DRX. DRX trying to read it. They know it's not everything is as it seems, but they can't quite tell exactly what's about to happen. I think that's why Buzz kind of caught lacking, especially up by ramp. It's this little pincer maneuver up by rope as well as ramp from the RRQ squad, and then taking down Stacks. Works a treat, but moving on to the next round, we still have those 3 weapons that DRX saved up.
Still, though, not quite as pretty of a buy. 2 Bulldogs.
Right.
Operator not even given the opportunity to find any sort of value in that last round. Just never going near it. See if they fall into the trap this time, as there is a decently heavy stack here.
Yeah, DRX are switching up formation. Foxy up by mid could deny some kind of aggression.
Switching out. Here's the flashback entry, and oh boy, Foxy almost jumps right into 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿's lap, but Mako, with the covering fire, is able to find that pick.
So far, the key to RRQ's success is those microaggressions. This time around, DRX wins the first fight.
Mako just continuing to try to hold things down. Drop, pop flash, finding nothing. Buzz as well, spraying out. Good amount of damage going across, and Buzz probably going to be surprised to find that he gets himself a second kill in that position. Sparrow does find it, but this time Buzz a bit more snappier as far as the aim is concerned. Catches 𝐿𝑚 in the head, now 𝐿𝑚 the last man standing. Spike control, however, firmly in the grasp of DRX.
He has been a strong lurker, but what can you do on your own?
At this point, I mean, you've got money. Take as many guns out of the hands of DRX as you possibly can if you're 𝐿𝑚. Any kill is going to be value.
He's going to take the shortest route, and that's going to be straight into the arms of Stacks.
And there's the drop. And there's the spray. Buzz with a 4K in the round.
Buzz bhai,
DRX back ahead. 3-2 though, still very close, and still some economy to work through if they want to be able to streak ahead on this defending side. RRQ already though, going to be calling the timeouts. And I do enjoy this proactivity here from 𝐼𝐿𝑚.
Trying to catch things there early. We've already seen bits of success from RRQ. Let's see how we can push those ideas even further. So far, we know that RRQ, if mid is left unchecked, they can use it to sneak behind DRX through ropes, maybe a little bit of aggression towards over. That can work. Apart from that, also, just little bits of duels towards ramp, towards A. They might be able to take some players down. At even times, we see 𝐿𝑚 actually setting the camera up as a trap. If someone fires a shot, he gets that information about where someone could be. On to the next bit now. Question is, do you approach mid again? Or do you try to go for a rush this time? We know that DRX has an operator. That's a problem that we need to solve.
RRQ जीत गए तो G का GG हो जाएगा. अरे तुम लोग ऐसे
be able to hold on to it here for the last 2 rounds.
नहीं मेरे को.
Continuing to stack up a decent amount of money there on the side of 𝐼𝑍 at the very least. But still hasn't been the most involved in the kills. So Mako helping to bail him out in that last one. It's very much been, as far as DRX is concerned, the buzz show.
Right now it is, especially as Raze on this map, very
they're gonna garage rush.
Effective.
Okay, not the full entry. Doesn't get himself on the box. Just to look to catch anybody unawares.
Curious about that gravity. Well, nobody's there to check, so.
भाई क्या smart है भाई Stacks. जब dog walk से छुपे थे उसने फिर भी अपना flash use किया वापस.
Gonna head back towards the A site mid. Maybe a bit of lurk. Maybe a lurk from Flips.
I've got your trail.
We'll be delaying for now, but it's there. Aftershock to clear angles as well as their flashes from trying to get entry onto this site that's not there. And 𝐼𝑍 finds him, can be costly, but shot goes across and Seekers fly through. Shutting out very well aware of his position. Smoke dissipates and 𝐼𝑍. He is off on the shot. 𝐼𝑍 takes him down. Mako now arriving at just one. Has to exit. Does take a tag there from the Aftershock. At least crucially does find 1 kill. Now gets himself set up here in alley. Stacks look at the join. Shots across. Mako falling. Stacks taking down as well. Before the cosmic divide comes through. Now RB noted. Dealt with. And RRQ set to tie us up again. Buzz at this point. I mean, money to play with, but no real reason to go for this one. You know that if you die to 𝐼𝑍 to 𝐿𝑚, they're that much closer to being able to get this ult online, so he's just going to have to sit back and wait for the spike to go off. So we're once again going to be tied up.
As far away as possible from RRQ. That's where Buzz has to be. If we just break down these rounds again, I mean, these aren't fakes from RRQ. They're not. They actually try to approach bits of areas towards the site. Maybe at first towards A, a little bit towards mid. They left Flips on a bit of a lurk. And then
मैं चाहता हूँ DRX भी जीते, RRQ
this
भी
is
जीते.
really where we need to go, where we should go. Those Seekers were just a ruse, and then they rotate and pivot all the way back to the B site. I think Mako was starting to get a good grasp of it, a good read of it. He had the timing up by stairs just to take down 1 player. But after the Cosmic Divide comes in, RRQ, they take down this site, just like removing a block from this Jenga tower that is DRX.
Tower that with every piece pulled out, it's getting closer and closer to tumbling. 3-3 once again tied up, and obviously hasn't been quite as dominant. We've seen some nice attack side streaks on this map, but very much widely have been seeing the defender side have a stronger go of it. So the more attack side rounds they're able to get, the better things are going to be for them in the future. Especially considering how the attacks fell flat regularly on Haven for DRX. 𝐿𝑚 checking forward, blind spray through, and okay, RB with the covering fire is the one who gets that shot. Looked like Mako might have gotten the luckiest spray of his life, but not quite. Pop flash out, Buzz.
Wow.
The wall is up, it's working against him, and now the trap wire is right in front of him.
Oh, no.
Mako having this wall raised stops Buzz from being able to get the catch there, but he can still catch them on the rotate. The spike now dropped in. Another trap, another blast pack. Looking to try to get the catch. The pop flash through. He's just spraying like a madman, and somehow he comes up with it. RB in the meantime catches 𝐼𝑍. And suddenly, 𝐿𝑚, they know exactly where he's at. He's trapped himself into the A site. And Mako is there on the lurk. Fantastic adjustment. And while it went from Mako baiting Stacks into dying and Buzz not being able to trading, Buzz was able to salvage it. But barely so with those 2 kills.
It still is a deep position that RRQ would not have been aware of. And that is, in fact, an advantage that DRX has. Sometimes, seemingly, 𝐿𝑚 managed to sneak in, but at the same time, Buzz wrapping around behind that. We're starting to see how DRX adapts to this play from RRQ by defending mid. We have these walls of smokes. And at at the same time, Phantoms that really spray through. You're able to take down a couple of players from RRQ.
They read Mako's position this time. He's changing it up. Tucked in behind mid-box, but okay, we'll go ahead and shift away.
Mako and RB.
Fight down. Foxy. Okay, this time does get the shot.
Smoke पर चल दिया है.
Sparrow gone. And
there goes their smokes.
Yep. That single controller. All smokes now taken away from you. Spike will get scooped up here by Emin.
This is going to be a big problem for RRQ. The only way to take a site now is to go explosively. And off of that, you know the retake will be hunting you down. 𝐿𝐼𝐿.
क्या कर रहा है भाई?
He's able to take one, but look at how Mako comes up.
Okay, yeah, a bit
so
whippy. Throws out that neural up to help the 3 remaining players here for the team. And Mako just skeet shooting, takes out 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 midair. Nicely executed. Mako now just staying tucked away. Put some damage down on the flip side, but they're still managing to break through. Suddenly we're into a 2v2. Rolling Thunder goes across. That's going to hit Foxy9. Will slow him up in the push. Getting ready to come in. Senses that he might be on that right side. Still stunned up. Now backs away. Plays to the ready. The heals go across. Flipshider up to 80. The Trailblazer gets the stun. RB's here to cover.
Need to watch these angles. They hear those sounds. They know where they're coming from.
Attempted the concussion.
Nice.
Not going to hit anybody. Another fault line available. Jumps up over the top of it, but it still gets the stun. Now RB, the 1v1. He's got the headshot. Plenty of time left on the defuse. He can recover the operator as well. And that's going to be DRX. Stretching the lead now. 5-3, but RRQ are making them fight tooth and nail for every single round win.
Always so clutch. Even in times with Foxy9 there to support him, RB will be able to find those 2 remaining frags. A bit of an attempt from RRQ, but like we mentioned, it's DRX already adapting to this, and they've put up a big wall up by middle, so RRQ has to find a different solution now. They have to watch out for this operator at the same time, and that is so daunting, given that they don't have the buy this round.
Okay, there's the flash, there's the attempt at the entry, the Nebula comes up, and Foxy just pushes right through. Catching them off guard. Now goes over to the shorty. Meanwhile, RB will get stunned up. 𝐿𝐼𝐿 able to find the kill, but not before they lose out on Emin. Mako dropping down off heaven. Gets him, and Foxy re-aggresses out of the smoke once more. A very swift round. A suddenly flip shot as the last man standing. It's not for very long. Foxy seems like maybe finally getting heated up after a slog of a beginning here to split after a pretty catastrophic Haven.
KappA
Starting to find some regular impact. Just doubled his kills in that last round. Now 6-3.
Oh
hey,
boy,
wake up.
The stadium erupts in applause as well. 6-3, DRX. With these different approaches, I mean, the poison cloud up by mid. Now they're swapping around again. We have RB still ever so present with the stars. RRQ needs a different approach. These rushes clearly don't work against DRX. The slow advances are starting to wither. Foxy9 has to be disabled.
Oh, dear God. I mean, has he lost him? What? He somehow did, but he manages to catch Foxy9 as well! One of the wildest, most absolutely sloppy entries that we've seen. People just jumping over top of one or the other. But 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿, he breaks open the site, he gets him the plant, and he keeps RRQ very much in this round.
Was he floating downwards with a shorty? Now the retake coming in. DRX seemingly blocked off. Nebula, the sprays, and then the Seekers. Surely Heaven and just waiting for this smoke to dissipate will allow them to walk through. But a man stops them in their tracks.
Dead Buzz trying to push out, but Emin is perfectly prepared for it. Had set up that flash, and there you go. A flawless here. RRQ keeping themselves in this half.
DFM जीत जाएगा सर DRX मैं support DRX नहीं कर रहा हूँ guys.
I mean, I think he like it took him a
सामने
second
कोई
to
अच्छा
maybe
खेल रहा है
notice
तो उसको क्या
Foxy9's
नहीं
fate, but then he
ठंडा खेल
on
रहा
the turnaround saw him and was able to steady that aim.
Oh my
Unreal
goodness.
scenes.
This is something that we need from these RRQ players too. I mean, 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿, we know he can be explosive, but on the flip side of that, man, as soon as the spike gets planted, you have to seize that initiative. Don't allow DRX to come in the retake that they're looking for.
I mean, look at this.
Back to a quick push.
It's a great read. And Stacks whipping the point-blank sheriff or shorty shots. Buzz now in danger. Tries to blast pack forward, but he's gone too far. Pharaoh takes him down. Mako.
ये 𝐿𝐵 है ना हमेशा छड्डी से ज़्यादा पिक करता है मतलब जब नहीं ज़रूरत है 4v3 में
onto this operator for the attempt at the retake. Could push into heaven, pick up a rifle if he wants to.
Blocking vision.
Held up by elbow, a bit of a crossfire.
Do they read this?
Oh,
they do.
Oh,
Put some damage down, and RB, frankly, somewhat lucky to come away with the kill, but now 𝐿𝐵 finds them both. It's all on Mako, and he can't get it done. And then we'll be standing at the end of it all. It's now 6-5, and Quack, we might be looking at another 6-6 half if RRQ keep this up.
What is happening?
क्या चालू है
Am I
भाई?
dreaming? First of all, Stacks whiffing the shorty.
हाँ लग रहा है DRX.
It's not something that happens
Form में
every
नहीं
game.
चल रही है, sorry.
At the same time, off the numbers advantage, RRQ just playing off of each other with the perfect trades, every shot hitting. Down to the last one, Mako unable to clutch, despite the right reads from DRX.
And now look at the buy. A stinger for Foxy. Doesn't have the blades for 2 more charges. And EJ says, screw it, this has been working. I'm just gonna roll my way into A.
Look at the
In the
spike
meantime, yeah, Spike being crawled over towards B. So far, RB hasn't bit on the bait yet.
But if he takes this one, that would be tremendous.
Blocking vision.
It's a fake. Okay, catches one. Spike now.
Nice.
He realized that 𝐿𝐵 is this far forward. Notices him now, and he manages to find the kill. What? A weapon upgrade for RB. Still relatively healthy. Moves up into the smoke, but he is not prepared for this one at all. Flips catching a glimpse. Takes him down to the flank. Now EJ trying his damnedest with a shorty. And Evan on the flank out of stairs will get it done. The final 2 gunned down, and it's 6-6 on the half once more.
What on earth was that? Since when did he get there? And at the same time, RRQ, you have to respect how strong RB was, how hard he tried, even taking down 𝐿𝐵 despite not really seeing it in the first spot. But then moving over onto Garage, and it's just RRQ surrounding them completely in spots that DRX doesn't expect. 6-6 again.
What wild scenes we are witnessing now. A minute and a half for both sides to collect themselves, probably for RRQ to calm down and get ready to go in this and try to seal the deal. For DRX, this to get themselves perked up and focused. Because right now, that is not what we are seeing. Players that we have come to expect so much from in the past, stumbling now
like and subscribe button
against RRQ.
And you just have to think about it again. It's these problems being met with solutions from RRQ. We start off with microaggressions, tiny bits of space being taken, especially up on the A side, especially towards middle. DRX blocks it, no problem. All right, let's try out B. B doesn't work because RB or maybe even Foxy 9 being present. Let's head back towards A. They just rush into the site freely, just because of EJ and a man. And then on the flip side of that, we have 𝐿𝐵 and crazy lurks at times. DRX actually look like they're trying to catch up to these at times.
But double duelist
of course, we're going to swap sides now as we move to the second half, and then DRX goes on the attack. This has to be the reason why they picked a double duelist composition.
High expectations at this point. And for DRX, need to go 4-0 in pistols in this series if they want to be able to get themselves back into a winnable position and extend this all the way into a third and final map. But even with closing out all these pistols, it has not stopped RRQ from playing them so very closely. I mean, you think about it, on Haven, they won the pistol, they won the anti-eco, and then they won nothing else in the second half. That was also the attacking side.
Always with the pattern still, yes. Watch and we watch, and RRQ recovers. Mad respect to Coach 𝐼𝐿 and the work he's done. When we were talking about the language barrier, but now it's seemingly gone. DRX trying to approach this, but look at instant Nebula up just to block off Garage. DRX is deterred from pushing this even further.
स्टार already used कर लिया भाई ज़ेफिरो भाई ने.
क्या चल रहा है भाई?
Rotate away, 𝐿𝐵 shifting his attention back over towards mid, it would seem. Sparrow still holding close.
Oh,
okay, a couple taps from the ghost of RB will put him down at 37 health.
आज कुछ अलग है भाविन.
Dini alag hai
having the healing here, obviously in the pistol round, fairly unorthodox to see a Sky take that.
Take a look at the mini map. First of all, long rotation. RRQ not really catching on to this. They see that mid is clear, so surely someone starts to make a move. You have 4 frenzies being held on by these players.
That guy
and they're so far behind.
Yeah, the rotations can now roughly begin, at least with the man starting to make his way over towards A. Sparrow following suit, just leaving Tripwire himself. There's a double Tripwire setup. Somebody got tagged here. Foxy9 into the smoke, able to find one, and yeah, it was him actually. There's Emma just kind of running, gunning, managing to find that spray down there on a Mako. They know that he's in back sight.
Nice.
Foxy will be able to find the second kill. The suit now coming through, but Sun is Foxy caught trying to remove the dart.
What?
Now Buzz taking down the push coming in on Sparrow!
Spike down.
Somehow gets the reload, the kill. 10 seconds remaining.
What the?
Sparrow gets the 4K. RRQ. They win their first pistol round in this match.
भाई आज तो कुछ तो है भाई.
7-6. They're back in the driver's seat.
Just going in towards elbow, and somehow with the frenzy, he rips them apart. DRX, despite just coming in together as a team to surround the entire site. One guy, one gun, one magazine. He turns it all around.
Off ankle पकड़ लिया रे साले ने.
I mean, out of their seats, understandably.
Pumped up.
Now in pole position to completely take this map, this series by the horns. Far cry hope of DRX being able to pull off a thrifty here versus the firepower, versus the way that RRQ are playing here today.
Very slow, very controlled. RRQ fought up the Bulldogs and hand a Phantom on MxB's hands. He has to hold on to this thing.
Single duelist, double initiator.
DRX pushing forward, trying to get that ult over cross. I believe Stack's the one to grab
stars
it.
बहुत जल्दी use कर रहे तो DRX इसको use करेगा अच्छे से मुझे लगता है.
हाँ.
DJ Advance with the Spectre in hand, still holds all of the util. Boombot at any moment now.
Heading light's going to refresh. Yep. Information. DJ.
They're just not paying attention to it. I'm not just managing to find 2. And now they're set up for this flawless anti-eco.
No utility needed, Achilles. The spike is down mid.
Well, I mean, at some point they have to just try to rush them here. Mako, I mean, he'll push up, he'll get one, but the nade from behind and below takes him down. A couple shots across the blind onto RB. 2 players weakened for him to try to deal with. Continues to swing out. I mean, that's a great headshot. Tries to get the grab set up here. Grabs the gun and starts rotating to A. Now you start wondering, RB,
do you have time?
Can he do it? He's got time. He's got to go now. Cam spots him.
Well, he's going to have a whole army rushing down onto him.
And he's just still darted. He's still darted.
Whoa!
Pops one. Oh, realizes that he's close and can't quite adjust. Flipshider at 20 HP, barely. Gets away with that. The Bulldog and the Phantom recovered.
क्या यार आंटी क्या चल रहा है ये सब आज का दिन कुछ अलग है आज किसका है VCLS में मैच वो भी कुछ उल्टा सुल्टा होने वाला लग रहा है
but wow the almost clutch from RB and they still show just a tactical genius and mechanics that it takes to perform at this level. Despite that, still the numbers from RRQ will prevail, and it just shows once more. Slight differences now in RRQ's tactics. They've bought up different weapons, sure. DRX with the full buy.
And they need to find a win here. Otherwise, RRQ will be finding themselves up to 10-round wins. Playing off the quick flash there, Flipshider.
सब सामान डाल दिया DRX ने भाई.
Set up by mid from RRQ though. They don't have to move. They have the guiding light just to check for information. What I'm curious about is xFaroh right here.
And he's ready for it. xFaroh has been
unbelievable.
So incredible today. RB, after his heroics in the previous round, just not quite ready for him to be that far forward. It was just one off that cosmic divide. It could be ever so important if the DRX are able to get the spike planted.
Now you have one sole controller, and of course DRX has to kind of exploit this A site. They move in though. 𝐿𝐼𝐹 has traps set up everywhere. At the same time, Flips is just on the site itself.
Spotting him. Got the cross. Foxy caught up in the trap wire for a brief little moment. The The entry down, Buzz finding one, swings on the corner, the instant headshot, 𝐼𝐽𝐾 taken out, flip shot at his place from the backside. 4 members strong versus 2 remaining. Phantom and a Bulldog here. Sparrow and Emin look to pull off this retake or at least inflict some more damage.
अगर RRQ 2-0 जीता तो दियो ये भी सही है भाई। B का बुरा हो रहा है उसमें दियो करो अभी RRQ के जीता।
Leaves Sparrow all on his lonesome.
Possibly going for exit frags.
Again, any kills foul would be valuable. It's unlikely that DRX will give him the opportunity.
Yeah, not so much. We're trying to get a little bit more information. Mako holding the angle.
Almost gets him. They all barely escape. He's gonna. I mean, he could swing out and try to catch him here. Ramp.
He kind of has to.
Shots flying. He's looking for one. Can't quite get it done. Zax will get the headshot as Foxy falls to 8 HP.
पता है मेरे को पैसा है
पर ठीक है. Somewhat comfortably take that round, just 1 casualty.
Keeping the economy healthy. And it just shows DRX still. I mean, this is not by any means missed shots or anything like that. Sometimes it just is RRQ actually playing the better game today, but when it comes down to it, and DRX really wants it, Buzz can go in for heads-up duels, and he finds 2 quick and easy just to open up the A site. Now full buys on both sides. A Cosmic Divide being invested in the round.
Right off the rip. No fakes or anything like that, but 𝐿-𝐼𝑃 sat here
back
sight, but as he
खोलने
tries to go for the
में
gauge
miss हो
pop,
गया frag.
Foxy9 identifies his position, takes him down, and will this time be able to actually safely remove the dart.
Spike planted.
सेव कर देना चाहिए इन लोग को।
Cards being pulled out of DRX's sleeves now. The Cosmic Divide.
इस हिसाब से खेल रहे करेंगे तो नहीं।
I've got your trail.
They're widely all here into the site. Okay, Seeker now revealing that somebody's gotten forward here. Mako will find one.
भाई अंडर एवन चेक कर लो या फिर भाई। ओ इसके अंदर
नहीं दिखता था।
Toxin's running low, the wall going to fall.
अभी तो सेव कर दो।
Seems like the call is going to have to be made though to save on the side of RRQ. DRX will bring it now 8 to 8.
Let's go DRX.
But still, I mean, what a take from DRX. Nothing wasted, everything optimized, all efficient. Down to Mako's little toxic screen, which gives him that corner to hide it. Completely blocking off
अच्छा लग रहा है मेरे को
screens,
सच
heaven.
बताऊं क्या अपने लिए बुरा है
Just to
लेकिन
take it down. I mean,
वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ लोगों को तो लोग बोलते हैं कि
not literally,
नहीं
but not quite
आप अच्छा
able
सोचो
to
ही
react
मत
in the
दूसरे
way
का
he
सिर्फ
wanted.
अपने टीम का सोचो मतलब ठीक है
अभी मजा आ रहा है कि सब
They managed to tie it up.
रीजन के नंबर 1 टीम्स ब्लीड हो
Ults
रहे हैं
expended, they hold on to their weapons. RRQ not in the most comfortable position, but a couple rifles here.
ये 𝐿 और साइफर लेके शेरिफ से क्यों खेल रहा है
See what they can get done, but they don't want to let DRX get too far ahead. Dropping this round wouldn't be the worst scenario, but if you open the door for DRX, we've seen it time and time again, they can go ahead and absolutely kick it down.
Yeah, it's the same door too. RRQ having the same formation mid, I think, is slowly starting to get figured out. And Sparrow, the only one on the B site, has 1 star between him and the entire squad of DRX.
Now a 2nd star.
Okay.
Throws out 1. Foxy over the top, clearing. Eman able to find 1. Gets a 2nd. What?
Oh boy.
Able to stabilize their aim, but Stacks
Nice.
starting to roar back.
Nice.
RB as well. Catching 𝐼𝐽𝐾, the plant coming through. Flipshider, he's going to try to push through this one, but with
वाह
the
रे
vulnerable,
वाह
it's made all too easy for Mako.
यही तो बात है
Some heals across to just keep RB
ये
back
ये
up to
बीजे
full
भी
health.
थ्रो 3v3 है साथ में कर
रुक
सकते
जाता ब्रीच के लिए ब्रीच कुछ तो हेल्प कर देता था
from him. Camera gets broken. Grab a vandal.
मर गया
But the timing on the swing, ooh, narrowly missed. But Mako catches a glimpse, takes him down.
नसीब
Two
तो
members
साथ दे
lost,
रहा है
but
लेकिन भाव इनमें
plenty of money in their pockets. DRX go ahead and they retake a lead.
Meanwhile, RRQ's economy, not the greatest, especially on Xfero's side. He's got a lot of stars to buy up, but in this round, I mean, talking about paper-thin margins, we start things off with that, actually finding some good frags, but then with the rest of the squad pushing outside of the smoke set up by RB, you just have to land those shots, and it was really difficult to do that, given the scenarios, and having no flashes to support such a push. The retake was not meant to be in that round. RRQ now Trying to call the timeout.
First map today where Korean team goes past 8 rounds. बात तो सही है.
Hope that riding forward into this next round, they're able to find a win, break this momentum away from DRX, who have since strung together 3 consecutive rounds. If that's not the case, I highly doubt that 𝘼𝐼𝙋𝐿 is going to give you the opportunity to discuss once more with your team.
Not even really needed. If anything, I think, how do you play against this? DRX, we got that same Viper wall every round. It's always used in.
भाई मैंने comment पढ़ा भाई मैंने कुछ blow नहीं दिया.
Just
great cosplay.
I think that might be a first for us. I don't recall seeing any cosplay so far.
That DRX wins.
But hey, you're in Korea. You gotta go for the jet.
You gotta go for the jet. Still.
Sorry, did I say this round? I meant the next round. It's the one that they really need to win. I mean, if they get this one, hey, that's great. But once the full buy comes back through, that of course is going to be of the utmost importance.
How do you switch up your position? You're starting to stack up on the A side. We still have a man just kind of positioned up by Heaven. Can get information towards middle, if anything, but DRX just a little bit of an explosion.
This fault line
that could
be everything. Stacks pulls back. Mako untouched, swings on the corner, and he somehow gets that second headshot onto 𝐿-𝐼𝙋𝐿. Oh, that is just unfortunate, but also disgusting.
Oh no.
There's just a magnet onto the second player's head there. So
you know, sometimes precision gunplay just works to your advantage.
No. Matters a lot.
Flips okay. Good swing to get the punish. The Buzz running up on.
दोनों का पहला bullet miss हो गया था.
It's going to be 𝑥 tucked away. The close corner noted. The stun comes across. Buzz has the kill. That is Emin now. Push out, gets the flash, but Foxy saw enough to go ahead and
DRX.
Frag at the end. And now the buy can come back through for RRQ, where they desperately need to try to turn the tides of this.
Still an interesting approach, if anything. It does.
Hey, Mark को आधा time तो अंधी नगरी में मार रहे जा रहे हैं भाई.
RRQ are trying to set up some proactive plays, some microaggressions as they push out of defensive positions. Something that they could explore, but we don't have the round lead any longer. We don't have the economy. It starts to really add up. And you have to consider if you want to go for these risks or not. So we're trying to switch up some positions. Still is a man up by Heaven, but now trying to support it with 𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐿. DRX. Going straight to Garage.
Slow and steady inch up, but 4 members strong on this side of the map. It's 𝘆𝑒𝑟 as well. Having that ult ready, but they look at them bust this one open. The showstopper goes out, finds the kill. And that's now going to be taken down, but EJ swing out, finds one. The showstopper from himself as well, now finding stacks. Mako cut down, Buzz and RB the last 2 standing. They find one apiece, but now RB going to be taken down. Leaving Buzz in yet another clutch situation, and as he tries to drift over, seeing that hat come flying across like he was fighting 𝐼𝑽𝑋𝐿 and 𝐺𝑚𝑖, he gets picked from the side, and Flipshider takes him down.
Nice.
Just one precise shot, and will turn things around. I mean, RRQ starting to find a different way to actually just maybe play that retake scheme, maybe play the game where you deny the spike plant, but this is one where it's incredibly reactionary. It's highly contingent on timing and timing alone. You have to push in at the right spots, the right moments. And it's really tough to do it if DRX goes in for some kind of a delayed play. So, moving on to the future rounds. I don't know if it's going to happen the same way again.
Just one more to go to tie it up once more. Bot in the mail, not going to spot anything. Will expire by the time he gets up in the Heaven.
देवदीप बोलता है
कि
भाई 𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐿 और स्किल्स का क्या होगा, उनको तो खेलने नहीं मिल रहा ना.
Positioned up towards middle, RRQ not pushing out, not
तीनों को ही तो नहीं मिल.
getting too curious or anything. Boombot to check mail. That confirms it.
presence still found.
There.
It's a 3-2 split. How do they get Emin out of this position? 𝘆𝐿𝙉𝙉 to check first. Buzz backs away, clears it. Don't believe stacks would have been noted here. Oh, that one tap into the paint shells. That'll force him out. And Buzz swinging in the corner finds 𝐼𝑐. Foxy9 in the meantime does get taken down, but RB now joining in. Finds EJ. Seekers coming through. Will get broken down rather swiftly. Rolling Thunder at the ready. 𝘆𝐿𝙉𝙉 waits for the tap. Sends it as they look to flush the site. Flash is now flying. 4 members strong. The 𝘆𝐿𝙉𝙉 noted back site. Buzz swings out, finds one. How many more? Taken down. Suddenly it's all on 𝘆𝐿𝙉𝙉 as the plant comes through once again. Nade out to check the back pillar. Nothing to be found. Flips knows exactly where Stacks is at, but he can do absolutely nothing about it. And instead, has to just hightail it away. I mean, surely.
No.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, Rolling Thunder was a bit of a good idea, but that said, still one that DRX knows how to work around. Just simply walk back towards backside garage, hold your ground. And RRQ's retake was not meant to be.
अगर RRQ जीतेगा आज तो G टूर्नामेंट के बाहर हो जाएगा क्या? नहीं, difficult हो जाएगा G के लिए.
Stare at the screen.
Stacks is 1 point away from the
Confirm
office,
नहीं
so
होगा.
I guess why not?
Difficult हो जाएगा.
To get it. 50 creds remaining. They're still pushing out. Okay, well, Flips will find the elimination, and Buzz tries to go for the spray through, but can't quite make it happen.
Not the wall bank, but yeah. Like I said, you know, the delayed push from DRX is something that can work out really well. Against RRQ's retakes. The way that you actually just take out 𝐵 instead, knowing that a man is always up by mail room, up by stairs, in fact, as he falls back. Down to it, when you have RB with a delayed push, I think, if anything, RRQ were kind of positioning for a B split push with 𝑥 down the off angle, but it's not going to happen if a delayed push comes in. So now, half buys, this is likely going to be match point.
Oh, I hit him for 51 at the very end there. Push coming through, Buzz through the screen, able to snap on to the second. And just like that, the site broken open. DRX looking a bit more like their old selves, and Buzz, what is that drawdown? Planting on the spike to instantly taking 𝘆𝐿𝙉𝙉 out. Now DRX 1 round away from taking us to Pearl.
1 round away. We have 4 ultimates at the same time. And we just know that DRX are going to look to close this out as quickly as possible. RRQ, they might be able to buy back. They might be able to try to fight back. But who knows if it's actually going to go into overtime. It's not the most likely, I'm going to tell you that. Operator being bought out by 𝑥.
Tries damnedest to get a pick, and he's in a good position for it. I don't think they have the read necessarily. What? They do not. Foxy swings right into him, and 𝑥 says thank you very much. A much-needed reprieve here for RRQ. Even though Foxy hasn't been the cleanest on these entries, he's at least gaining information when he does go for them.
No, Rumi.
Abhi nahi milega shayad. Flashes out. Max caught out. Buzz swings in, and Ahmed says thank you very much. It seems like RRQ are not done yet.
Just getting the sudden push out thanks to support from Flips.
भाविन तो खेलेगा क्या पूछ रही पब्लिक?
Reading this quite well.
पता नहीं, भाविन को खुद को पता नहीं तो मेरे को कैसे पता होगा?
Pretty damn close. Flash into the smoke, and oh, the man is so good with it. Third kill for him.
कैसे difficult होगा?
2 off having that next Seeker's ult.
साई स्वरूप नायक.
So impactful.
देखो, ये लीग है.
Rounds.
Flush him out of position. K-Shell's back in. Mako's alone.
इसमें बहुत कुछ मैटर करेगा जब भी टाई होगा ना
सबका साइड trained onto this one spot.
Round difference.
Not a surprise that they did see Mako going for the full save. Just desperately wants to get some kind of gun out of their hands. Yeah, okay. Yep. But you have to know, any corner you swing, you're dead. Okay, well, there's one. Oh, okay. Doesn't make it out of there. The flip shutter will go ahead and find another elimination. RRQ 2 away from taking it to overtime. The cash very much flush with it for DRX. They're going to go ahead and call a timeout. 𝘆𝐿𝙉𝙉 wanting to end this map at long last.
I don't know if you can actually predict that much, but it comes down to it again. Still, DRX has that many ultimates. They have the set plays. We know this is what DRX does. Question is, in this timeout, although 𝐼𝘍𝑚𝑖 can make these calls, 𝐼𝘍𝑚𝑖 could say something as well, and I don't know if they're able to actually predict how DRX will use their ultimates, how DRX will come in with a side take. Could RRQ find another retake just to bring them closer to overtime?
Thank you. Could you think back to DRX versus Global, how many match points they had on split before they were finally able to close it out? I think Global at the end of it only had 2 chances. At DRX consistently, every time they got to 12, every time they got to 13 points, etc. As we kept resetting, going deeper, they really struggled to finally put an end to that map.
It could happen.
Get kicked back here by RRQ. They take it to 1 round away. It absolutely could happen yet again.
यशराज टीम का अभी
stream का description देख लो ना एक बार. I think Buzz and Mako have been the most consistent, especially on this map. Meanwhile, on the other side of RRQ, it actually looks like the thing that they want to disable, the player they want to disable is a man, because he's been on point.
Yeah.
भाई ये ऑफ लेके जा रहा है.
Now he's on to A site.
After 𝐿𝐼𝑋 big hot start.
भैया जी ठीक हो ना?
Definitely been overtaken by a man who's just started to run away with the half.
I don't know about this position, 𝐿𝐼𝑋. 𝐿𝐼 alone on B.
भाई सच में इसने ऑफ लिया है भाविन.
You don't have that much information except for this camera, which is just a very tiny sliver. A man's all the way on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Seeker's into a showstopper. Could be everything here. There it is. That's the combo. The jump in, and Buzz, well, he might kill himself, but he does manage to find 𝐿𝐼 at the same time. This should help the rest of the team get into a position where they can drop this pit. Mako now moving forward. Zach's taking some shots so far. The hit not coming in. Mako holding it, waits. And now goes ahead, slaps the poison gas on the floor. Foxy Knight, however, taken down. 𝐼𝐽 with a spray, finds the headshot. A little bit more. Mako around the backside. One of the bites now going to be let loose. Cosmic Divide out from MxB. 𝐿𝐼𝑋 spraying desperately, trying to fish for something. And Mako swings out, finds one. It's 𝐼𝐽 gone. RB still disconnected here from the rest of the team. The push in, Mako gets a man. The spray from Flipside will drop the pit, but now he's all alone lonesome. 1v2. The wrap around, Stacks getting himself up into heaven. He's running out of time. Flipside has to stay stuck to this one. The swing out is there. RB will find the final shot. 13-10, RRQ fighting their damage to try to get this 2-0, but not to be. DRX continue to find victories here on split, albeit hard-fought ones. And that means that we are going the distance here to map number 3.
It almost could have happened. RRQ made all the right decisions, the right calls. The Cosmic Divide just to block off and split the side in half. Block off Garage. All we need to focus on is that Viper's pit, but that's it. Still, players like Mako and Buzz really know how to make their magic work in these final moments.
43.5 के अगर होते हैं तो आपको पता 46.5 के अगर होते हैं तो आपको पता है
क्या होगा?
बैटल पास है तो पास मेंबरशिप
चलो फिर इधर भी कर दो. मैं कर देता हूँ.
करो आया मैं.
And we are going back to Pearl, of course, but still RRQ. I mean, making it
शोएब अफजल, ये दिन का बात है. आज ऐसे हुआ है तो ऐसा नहीं है कि कल भी सेम ही होगा.
Expected a man to go back on this sky to perform
और वो
to this
चैंपियनशिप के लिए तो टाइम
finding
है.
shot after shot. And all of these retakes with the flashes that he throws out, with the information he gains towards the middle of this map.
And I mean, look, widely we
हर
weren't
रोज
sure
नहीं
how
होता
this was
रे
going to go. DRX yet again bringing out the double duelist. Mentioned that they dropped it the first time that they played it really this season versus Gen G. And while Buzz looked great playing this Raze, it felt like Foxy didn't necessarily need to be playing Gen either. Yeah. So we'll see how things adjust and whether or not Foxy's going to be able to get himself in that groove that we kind of saw him getting into in the second half of the split. But Buzz very much looking fired up. It seems like he just is not happy when they drop maps. Now there's one more to be played out here. RRQ still in a position to try to pull this off, this David and Goliath story, and take down the #1 team in the region. somewhat, I'll say somewhat replicating the success from GE. It's GE, they did it versus Gen G. This is DRX, completely different story. Way more at stake here for RRQ. But first, we've got to go to a commercial break. Then, Medesk will break down the action here from Split, and then we'll go into Pearl. So again, don't go anywhere. If you leave, you're a crazy person. Just don't do it. Stay here. You want to watch this. Up here in heaven, there's the rope. Quite the one. At the ready, there's one. There's well spraying out. Good amount of damage going across this line. Was a bit more snapping forward. Blind spray through, and okay, he can still catch them on the rotate. Try to catch pop flash through. He's just spraying like a madman. Foxy, okay, players here for the team, and over the top of it, but it still gets the stun. Now RB, the 1v. Maybe it'll come something man standing.
Yes, sure. वैसे ही होता है.
Pharaoh takes him down. Sunshiner finds them both.
अगर आज किसी ने किसी का गेम देख लिया, कुछ काउंटर बना दिया और उस दिन एम ऑन पॉइंट है, सब कुछ सिनर्जी ऑन पॉइंट है, सब टीम गेम ऑन पॉइंट चल रहा है, तो उस दिन अच्छा खेल सकते ना. ऐसा नहीं है कि लास्ट मैच में खराब खेला तो अगला मैच भी खराब ही खेलेंगे, या फिर लास्ट मैच में बहुत अच्छा खेला तो नेक्स्ट मैच भी अच्छा ही खेलेंगे. ऐसा नहीं होता, हर दिन अलग होता है. और ये 800 रुपए आ गए तनय, थैंक यू. गिवअवे करेंगे हम. पहला गिवअवे होगा, पता है क्या? वो भी किसी ने मेरे को जीपे किया उससे.
हेलो गाइस, चलो.
तो 20.5K है मेरे, 21K पे बैटल पास गिवअवे.
खेल रहा है KappA स्क्रिबल?
नहीं नहीं. हेलो नमोर. फेस कैम है, पर्पसली ऑफ किया है, ब्रेक है इसके लिए.
चलो.
एग्जैक्ट कितने हैं मेरे सब्सक्राइबर्स? कहाँ दिखता है? मैं भूल गया भाई.
YouTube स्टूडियो. चलो लेट्स गो.
20.558 है, 21K पे गिवअवे. तू कितना देता है भाविन 500 सब्सक्राइबर्स के लिए, 400 सब्सक्राइबर्स के लिए?
500, 1-2 बैटल पास डिपेंड करता है.
आज हो गए तो 2. Yes, Namor, all good, bro.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. Glad to see you guys are not the crazy people, like Kilios is saying, for not leaving before the third game. This is crazy. Okay, Split was a very exciting map, and honestly, we thought RRQ was going to close it out, but didn't quite happen. It was a really close match, and it ended 10-13.
Yeah, I mean, what an exciting back and forth so far here. Yeah, at the start, RRQ started to look, or make this map at least look like the map before it, and we were all backstage going, uh-oh, is this actually where it's going to go down? Is this going to be a 2-0? DRX, though,
कैसे roll करते
very
हैं?
strong
कुछ पता ही नहीं है
performance. They really pulled it together. Foxy9, I think, really upgraded his play here. And now we're tied up 1-1. But again, a very close map, too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of it coming down to, I think, RRQ Playing that first half quite well. Their attacking side seemed fairly well prepared, but then on the defense kind of started to, after initial good showing in the pistol and afterwards, they started to fall into some of their old same traps with DRX. Also, bringing out that double duelist, right? I mean, that's probably not what RRQ was expecting. I mean, it's hard to imagine DRX as a team that would change their comp on a whim, but hey, it works out. Buzz back on that raise now, doing double entry duty with Foxy9, and look at him topping the scoreboards. Clearly, he wanted to redeem himself after a kind of rough haven on that first map.
Yeah. That KD is insane. Buzz was really pulling his weight and a little bit more beyond that. So, I mean, Foxy9, we kind of mentioned it. I don't know what was happening in Haven and even in the first half of, or at least in the initial parts of Split. Still not seeing the Foxy9 performance that we've gotten used to. But at one point, it's like Foxy9 comes out of hibernation and says hello.
Yeah, there was a round, I think it was round 9, even the casters kind of mentioned it, has he finally warmed up? Now you see he's in a rough position, but he understands if I'm already stuck here, I need to make this happen to buy time. He gets the first shot by peeking out at an off timing through the smoke. And then RB sacrifices himself to provide support, to cover for Foxy. And as he dies, Mako also comes down, into the site to support Foxy, and Foxy9's able to reposition for a second kill, and then he waits for the third as well. Even before this, he was whiffing a couple of his shots, but I think that round was where we were like, okay, you're back in form, your team's communicating with you as well, and now you're able to find that consistency again, the explosive jet.
Yep, that's right. And in that final round, that was kind of a cool way for DRX to close it out. I mean, Buzz sacrifices his life.
This was a funny moment. We were speculating, okay, which clip do we want to use? This was an interesting one. So Buzz comes in. He succeeds and also fails at the same time, right? He's cracked B open, but he was too close to his own shot. And then ultimately gets nuked there. And this is a moment where, it's important to note that RRQ, they spent heavy here. They were very, very focused on trying to actually close this out. The Viper's Pit comes up, and here we get some pretty insane lurks. Now, it's DRX outnumbered for the time being. We see Flip rotating in and out of their own Astral Wall, trying to figure out, okay, can we get inside? The majority of the team is actually just tucked up inside, but in the very back is RP with a lurk if necessary. Turns out it's probably not going to be the case once Flip is stuck here alone. And this was just a beautiful ending. Again, an extremely close match. So fun to see. We see Flip here with Fuse, not enough time, especially when you space out the two agents like that. There's just no way to cover all the angles. They ran the clock correctly.
And honestly, when Mako's Viper's Pit comes up, you're kind of like,
yeah,
ooh.
I mean, the way he was positioning himself in and out of that pit to really avoid all the danger and still catch people off guard, it goes to show why we praise Mako so much.
Yeah, definitely. Round 22, the round right before that, though, RRQ did take one more round in a pretty spectacular way. You guys can go rewatch it on your own time, but that was pretty cool. But round 12, at that halftime.
Now, this is a round where the previous two rounds, RRQ had pushed into A-site very fast, right? And they succeeded in getting 2 rounds. And so they've now conditioned DRX to worry about it. So you already see on the minimap, 𝐼𝐿 has already broken through the site again. And DRX is like, okay, let's just hold ramp. Let's make sure we can retake A-site. Meanwhile, RRQ, they're on their way into B. Now, while RB gets the first kill, he wasn't fully aware of 𝐿𝐼𝐿 being there. He eventually cleans house as well. But during this time, 𝐼𝐿 has ran through defender side spawn, and you see the pings come out from DRX aware that this has happened. So now all eyes are on 𝐼𝐿. He drops down just to buy time, and it allows for Emin to come and clean up on the flank. And this is the type of setup you want to see from RRQ, where they're able to diversify their play, right? Now you're seeing that they're saying, okay, we've conditioned them for 2 rounds in a row. Let's use that as an opportunity to fake. It does get a little dicey, but again, it's good improvement from RRQ growth as a team.
Definitely, and we ended up getting to halftime at a 6-6. They climbed back into there and really made a showing. So we are going to go into the third game, and now I'm not so confident about DRX's win anymore.
It's funny because, like, I'm looking at this, and yesterday when we were casting, I kind of felt this with Detonation Focus Me, where, like, they did actually lose, but I kind of felt in a way like they won. I wonder if I'm going to have the same feeling here for RRQ. No matter what, it's an exciting story for RRQ. But, I mean, they still have a shot. They could still win this. And if they do, it's probably the biggest story of the whole weekend and one of the biggest stories here for the entire event.
At this point in time on week 6, and with 0 teams having defeated DRX. If they do this, this is big news.
Yeah. I mean, any team defeating DRX would have been big news. But for now, DRX obviously continuing the series. And I got to personally say it was off the back of Buzz, right? After a rough showing on that Killjoy, he comes back on the Raze. And he just pops off. He really takes the reins, right, entirely in his own control and says, I'll carry this map. Let's go to map 3. Give time for Foxy9 to warm up, right, Mako to get back in form. And he does a great job of it.
Yeah, he did, absolutely. And it's nice to see the other guys shine, too, especially Buzz. Pearl, though, historically, at least in our short 6 weeks with Pacific, DRX has had a bit of a stronger showing on Pearl. While oh my god, I'm blanking on the other team. Well, RRQ has won on Pearl. It was against DFM. And it wasn't, I don't know if that really indicated how they'll perform on Pearl.
Yeah, it's tough to say, right? I mean, that was earlier on when both RRQ and DFM, we weren't quite sure of their power levels yet. So maybe don't put too much weight on that. But now my big question is, okay, clearly the Haven, they had worked on their weaknesses after losing to T1 last week. And then Split, they had shored up. I think they've grown as well. It's just that DRX came even better prepared, you know, in the case that it's picked. So now the question comes down to, you left Pearl open. Clearly this was the next map that you were fairly confident in on the side of RRQ. I mean, what have you shored up, right, in terms of your weaknesses, and also how much have you counter-strike to DRX? Because I don't think this one's going to be a map where they've changed their comp, right? So whatever prep RRQ has, it's going to come in handy.
I want to point out that in the very first map, when we got through the first half, I was actually saying backstage, I think that, you know, DRX is kind of holding back here. That they have strats that they're basically pocketing to go not just through this tournament, but all the way to Tokyo and maybe take the whole thing there. And so when you're a team that's that strong, you need to know when you're going to bring out your best play. But then when we went to map 2, it looked almost just as close. And so I think the fact that RRQ is this strong is becoming more and more of a reality. And it does seem like they've really hit their stride. They're in their comfort zone. And so coming in here on our next map, I think this is going to be a close one. I don't think even if DRX wins, I think it should be a real back and forth. It should be a real exciting match. And who knows, man? Maybe we have that crazy upset of the weekend.
Yeah. I do wonder if they're going to be swapping anyone out. They switched Emin in just now. I don't really know what they're going to do for...
It's hard to say, right? I mean, again, map 2 was not a bad map. I mean, it's a loss, right? But it was a close game inside of there, and I don't think that Emin was really, you know, falling off.
Well, Emin was playing very well.
Yeah,
Let's say it like it is. I mean, he clutches up a couple of those rounds as well. And I think he's always individually performed well whenever he's been put in. I think it's more of a question of, you know, how has RRQ practiced on each map? It doesn't seem like it's purely Asian-based. It does seem like it's more map-based. So far, we've only seen Emin come in on that split heavily. I think one other map as well, maybe that's last week as well. We'll see if he continues here for Pearl.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to this final map. You know, no matter what, it's been an exciting series so far. I love how big that mouse pad is, by the way. It's so looks like it's the size of a cardboard box I'm playing on. But look, you know, this is also a reminder here to DRX of how strong the overall Asia-Pacific region is. We don't really seem to have a bad team. Even with Detonation not winning the best of 3 yet, they've played very well in many of their series. And I think there's so much potential here. And we do have a sub in.
2G is coming back in.
Yeah, probably for that Harbor play, right? They've been preferring the double controllers themselves. Not Harbor Viper, but Harbor Astra the last time they played in week 3 against DFM. See if that continues. So again, it's not necessarily for the Sky. I mean, they used the Sky last time. I gotta believe that it was Xpera playing that as well, but Emin clearly right now kind of the man for Split. And Xpera playing the Astra, yeah, sorry, what am I saying? Flipstrider, of course, playing that Sky. And 2G will be picking up that Harbor.
You know, 𝐿𝐼𝐿 casted that Hex on Mako for the first map.
He did.
Right, I almost forgot about that.
And then got denied the fist bump. I wonder if he refreshed the spell.
Yeah.
Need it.
There's got to be a duration on those, right? And the cooldown as well. I don't know what the calculations are. Has 𝐿𝐼𝐿 really upgraded his stats enough to carry over?
Is it a basic ability or is it an ulti? We don't even know.
We don't know. But here's the thing. I mean, fairly close composition is obviously a difference between Viper and Astra, which is going to really change the way each team looks at B site, which is the focus for a lot of teams here on Pro because it is fairly easier to get into and plan.
क्या था flicking में था
DRX
great
is
shot.
looking really serious right now. They know this is definitely the closest game that the closest game they've come up against in all Pacific.
और game में कितना मारते थे?
I think our casters are ready. We got 𝐿𝐽𝐿𝘆𝐾𝐿. What are the caster feels? Like, how are you guys feeling about this last and final map for this evening?
I feel completely and utterly unbiased, and I'm just hoping to see some more incredible Valorant, because that's what's been delivered to us here across the entire day, starting with GE, now here into the series, going the distance into a map number 3.
आवाज नहीं आ रहा बहुत
to
तेरा.
decide it all.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
भाई DRX भाई, no doubt.
I mean, I think that really is what it's all about, because when it comes down to Pearl, we know how strong DRX can be on this map. We've seen how indomitable they've been. They have that Viper Harbor combo that's so classic now. Everyone tries to copy it. It's always that way that they take space. But on the other side, RRQ, Astra, Harbor, slight difference, right?
Yeah. And this is kind of the second iteration of comps that we've seen from DRX. They've tooled around with a couple different things throughout Pearl being in the meta. Previously, we were seeing them, run 𝐿𝐴 as opposed to this Harbor Sky, so there has been some transitions. The KJ, of course, also in the mix there for Buzz, who, again, is the player that I have my eyes on as we get into this third and final map between DRX and RRQ.
We saw how Buzz played last week. Again, it's something about how
accuracy
you lose one map and Buzz gets pissed.
बढ़ गया मेरा.
He really had those positions where we would just fall back and just minimal exposure just to take players out. And he did that against
Playlist का कोड नहीं है रे कुछ भी.
team that we believe to be the
मुझे
second
task
best
पता है
in
वो मैं
Pacific.
खेलता हूँ. Simple as that.
Well, aside from the win over Talon, DRX always had pretty dominant showings here on Pearl. Take a look back when you think about lock-in. Then versus, BBL, Cloud9, etc. They've never given up more than 5 rounds except to Talon, but RRQ, given the way that they are performing today, fully expecting them to be able to push this to the limit, if not win the map itself. See how they fare, though, with 2GE back
Light
into
चाहिए
the
क्या?
mix.
ज़रूरी नहीं लग रहा है मुझे तो.
Even with confidence, RRQ actually push out of mid. They're getting so much information off of this. Not sure how A main looks to them, but surely on towards B.
Okay,
turret
placed
says
behind,
something.
yep. Shows contact. Not sure if that's necessarily going to be in top mid, or if it's going to be coming out of A main. Either way, they're going to be expecting some kind of flank. Wall going to be raised up by 2GE, so he looks to hold them off. Stars will give DRX some pause. They actually decide to go ahead and pull back away. 𝐿𝐴 jumping in, does get the stun out onto Foxy. As 2GE deciding which weapon he wants to go for here.
For long range, would have to go for that classic, but that depends on whether or not DRX still commits to this B site. 𝐿𝐴 needing that mid presence just to ensure no flanks come out from connector.
Mako just clearing the turret. Another wall now being raised up here by RB. Back over onto the side. Foxy9 dashing forward. Doesn't go for Halls quite yet. Might anticipate that somebody could have a shorty in this position, but 𝐿𝐴 playing out of link manages to find Buzz. Mako a little bit late on that wraparound to try to find the punish. In the meantime, the spike does get planted. The site widely enveloped here by RRQ. Stacks finding one. 2GE with some spray out. Trying to answer something back. RB now going for the reload. The push comes in from one side. RB takes up 2GE, has the reload yet again. EJ finds that kill, but Stacks the second, but the defuse. It comes through and RRQ steal the round away.
Just absolutely strong showing. RRQ able to come in at the last moment. And still you have to wonder, I mean, we're looking at statistics of how RRQ has performed on Pearl. Their defensive side is the one that matters most. They actually did a little bit better on this side against, well, EFM. That was the last time that they played Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, we've only seen it twice.
Meanwhile, for DRX, they've just been good throughout every set that they play on this map. So, despite that first loss, I'm expecting a lot more still. The Cascade being sent out now just to push along with it. It's classic DRX play.
Very aggressive triple push out of A, but now they get the sense that, yeah, this is in fact going to be a hit onto the B site. Hole completely left open. That's going to give some semblance of site control here to DRX. 𝐿𝐴 trying to set up for that nano swarm, and it manages to land right at RB's feet, knocking him down to 24 HP. 𝐿𝐴, the entry, Foxy9 during the reload, finds the headshot, gets the kill. Now they're in onto the spike once more. Mako One fight remaining as he's set up. Back and Stack somehow spamming away through this Nebula. Finds some eliminations. 2 kills picked up. The covering fire. The Nanoswarm gets the kill. Now they look to just hold this off. Flipsider so very low, and 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔𝐾𝐿 will be the one to finish the job. And after a great start, RRQ stealing the round away. DRX answer back, pulling off an eco win.
Just the entire side of B long engulfed in a sea of green and purple. Somehow, Stax's bullets still find enemies to hit, still find targets to hit. And in that, like, numbers were taken away. DRX, all they had to do was to hang back and hold up. They had the ghost, they had the range. RRQ couldn't quite take them out despite the buy. So, now, economy flourishing on DRX.
As the pendulum swings. How many more flip shatter the two that opt to go for the sheriffs here. Some hefty presence and spray into a main from DRX. Or going to be grabbed it by RB, and that does give him the ult now. Reckoning available. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔𝐾𝐿 lurking back over towards B. Find a nice little pickup, and that's one of the sheriffs now stranded.
That's such a difference. The map's a lot bigger now, and RRQ has that much more space to explore, but at the same time, DRX can post themselves up. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔𝐾𝐿 has to flank guard. Taking down one player means the defense has been softened, and they can just overwhelm 2GE, get the spike down, just have a good day.
Flash in, goes behind 2GE, so not going to be too blinded up. Put some damage down, but will eventually fall as Stax collects his 5th kill of the map. Kills coming across 𝑥pharaoh, getting tucked just on the opposite side of our somewhat default
30
plant
seconds
spot.
left.
Do they get a sense of this?
Nice
no, flipsider actually swinging out, finds one. Stax eventually does manage to flush through, finds him. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑃 with the classic, finishes the job. So now 30 health remaining. Knocked down even lower. Get flushed out by a nicely placed bite. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 build to finish it. So 3 weapons going to be retained. All of the phantoms recollected here. DRX now move up 2-1.
They still got to buy up, given how they won the second round. So not too big a deal. Still impressive how RRQ was actually able to hold the site, but this is the classic DRX thing. We have the cascade up, we push in, and then we're looking for a spot to plant in. The default was clearly blocked off by 𝐿𝐼𝐼𝑃 in that minute, and I think
डबल कंट्रोलर खेल रहे हैं बेसिकली आप शायद से मैचेस में देखते हो
now aggressive take from RRQ 𝐿𝐼𝐼𝑃 I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit of damage, but certainly not ideal just to be able to get
bind में भी चालू हो गया harbor
wipe back, and now they have that position in place, a presence in place. DRX could go back to aggress onto this, but
not
at the same time, RRQ pushing on opposite end.
अगर
𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐼
regular करोगे तो बढ़ते जाएगा.
A little bit more information. DRX are clearly just holding this default and trying to punish any potential mistakes RRQ might make, but so far not too hefty.
Flash over the top, comes up from trying to spot him, and oh man, 𝐿𝐼𝐼 with a great headshot. Since they find nothing, they start the rotate now over to be Seekers as well as the Reckoning going to be thrown in. Morton spamming out from back hall. Still low on HP, 2G forced off the angle. 𝐿𝐼𝐼, oh, he's just sprinting across, but how does he get those kills? RB and Stax left dead on the ground, the spike stranded. Buzz on the flank, managing to find one, but 𝐿𝐼𝐼 with some of the most unbelievable spray that I've seen.
भी मार दिया भाई.
Right back into this round. Buzz and 𝐿𝐼𝐼, 2 clutch players in their own right, now needing to try to close this out. A 2v4. Nano across, flipsider clears it. Doesn't even have to back away. Buzz goes in, finishes off the low HP member, but now there's just 14 seconds remaining. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 not going to be able to find the kill. Buzz gets one, grabs the spike. Needs to try to go for the plant with the swing out, getting ready to come through, and they will cut him down to size. And somehow, some way, RRQ pick up the round.
𝐿𝐼𝐼, you asked for it. You wanted good Valorant. This is good Valorant. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how it happens. Precise gunplay. He finds that first shot. Off to the second.
I mean, that is just...
The one on the right is just unbelievable. I don't know if it's luck or...
That's just like Stax getting punished by his opponent's movement. The shot goes so far to the right.
It's like tiny bits of it looked like movement error, right? But still, an incredible shot nonetheless. Now RRQ getting the confidence to push out again. DRX hears the footsteps and they completely back off.
I mean, if there's one way to tilt the hell out of DRX winning a round like that. Being said though, funny still.
Yeah, it's
good going into this round.
Still have our ultimates to work with as well.
Illegal
on RRQ's side. 𝐿𝐼𝑃 looking for the same angle, just tapping away into this. DRX has managed to sneak past, and this means they could potentially push up, just take a bit more space on
मुझे common sense बताओ
maybe a B split
अभी
push.
आपका rank push किसी ने कर दिया, in case कर दिया, करूँगा नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, अगर किसी ने कर दिया, तो वापिस आप अपने आईडी पे खेलोगे, आप उतना अच्छा नहीं खेल पाओगे, games हारोगे, फिर क्या मतलब?
Answering back to get the other. Lockdown used over towards Link, and that's going to force them out of the site. And it looks like, yeah, everybody will just about be able to exit to safety.
Good bit of pressure. EJ on the other side of A main. You have 30 seconds left. What I'm curious about is if they actually push in through Arts, can EJ do anything? Will we have rotations from 𝐿𝐼𝑃 to catch them by timing? Maybe not so much.
They'll hear the footsteps. I believe he just got into draw distance, so now the rest of the team going to be very privy to this. EJ trying to see if there's going to be anybody split away. Should get a sense that this is the full 4 players here on the side. Traps available. Oh, the Cope, he's got to rush into it, and he's not quite able to interrupt it in RB! Oh no, he draws down an EJ! He lets the kill slip right out from beneath his fingers. 2G now having to try to breach this position. Everybody stacked up here on Sinkar and Foxy9, good for the headshot, and what looked like a very winnable round. It's now just drifted away.
Bhavin, KappA. Time up बोलते.
More than 𝐿𝐼𝑃 can do.
क्या बोला क्या बोलते?
हो गया इनका time खत्म.
अच्छा time up बोलते हो क्या?
हाँ.
The stars aligned. Everything was in place, but
hello Rose.
कोई देख नहीं रहा था ये में वो देख के surprise.
Tiny bit of movement coming out from DRX. That kill was not meant to be.
A little bit sooner, getting the elimination. That spike doesn't go down. DRX would have been left in a scramble with so few seconds remaining in the round, but EJ letting the pressure get to him a little bit in the moment. He's unable to find it. And that means that DRX now take the lead once more, 3-2.
It's a good attempt from RRQ. We had the lockdown. They had the timing. They knew where DRX were headed towards. Even pushing out from Flower as well, Secret at the right time. It's just, like you talked about it, sometimes it's that pressure. As much as Valorant is, you know, a mechanical game, precise gunplay, sometimes it's mental.
I mean, look, at the same time, you're trying to shoot RB. We've seen it so many times in the past. This guy is just like Neo. He knows how to dodge bullets. His movement, the way that he jumps and twists his body, he just somehow completely avoids them. Seems like he can avoid knives just as easily.
Trying to find something. They are in pistols. Just a little weapon, anything could be huge for RRQ, but DRX are so disciplined that they're not going to give that up.
And they've read this well to avoid the rifle that was retained. Not a purchase hero, but you know, the carryover hero for 𝐿𝐼𝑃. Okay, Mako swings in alongside Buzz and frankly saves his rear. Flip Trider, love to try to push that wall, get the pick. Instead, we'll try to move out on this side, but there's a cove that also denies vision. Gets in front of the high tide. Continues on the push. Not watching for it yet, but now the crossfire comes in. Stacks, peels for Foxy. Mako in the meantime. He's out of here in mid.
Itna pass se after
and
plant.
they have the turn to play contact. So unfortunately for Xparrow,
even
that timing that looks so good, ends up getting upset. 𝐿𝐼𝑃 finding
Oh,
two, tries to stabilize for the third.
third.
Not to beat. DRX now 4-2.
We've seen that lineup from Mako before, and this is when DRX really just doesn't want to let anything up. Not even going on the aggressive just because
MF कर दूंगा बोलता है Mako.
RRQ are in an eco. That's the respect that's being gained from both teams right now. Seeing as it comes down to it though, still, 𝐿𝐼𝑃 made it close. I mean, this guy's been popping off.
Oh yeah. I mean, frankly, even in a loss, 𝐿𝐼𝑃 MVP candidate.
Yes, yes.
It's been bit of a monster here. Now, timeout obviously called. RRQ not wanting this to slip away. They know what DRX can do, what they have done on this map in the past when they start getting a lead. Like I said, only Talon have been able to take more than 5 rounds off of DRX on the opposing side of this map.
भाविन यही कोच होता तो हम लोग भी वहाँ पे होते क्या अभी?
And resayers for sure. I mean, if you remember how they actually did it, of course, you know, we're talking about Talon.
हो सकता था ना?
In 9th place
Playbook is
in
DPS,
our Pacific standings, but they were really trying in that map. They actually figured out a way to will allow DRX to take B. What we're gonna do instead is to wrap them around from behind, all the way from the back of B long. And although DRX tried to stick them to themselves in that firefight, they weren't able to hold it off against Talon's firepower. And that could be something that RRQ could try, but this is a very different composition.
I want to clarify my statement so people don't call me an idiot. Aside from the losses, it's been clean. You know, obviously they dropped it to Cloud9, they dropped it to Loud. I misremembered the Cloud9 one, I will admit that. They got bodied on that map, and then they fired back. But in their wins, other than Talon, they have not given over more than 5.
Yeah. Regardless of the specifics, I mean, DRX still
Which map would be
without a
good
doubt,
pick for a team newly formed? Maybe the maps which you guys have played.
So blind, but 𝐿-𝐿𝐼𝙋𝙗 with the covering fire. Saves him, and 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙋𝙗 actually not even taking too much damage, but Buzz does find the punish.
Oh, bhai,
opened up, Stacks catching 𝐼𝑥. Well, they go ahead, avoid these reckoning stuns coming out. Buzz backing off of Art. 𝐿𝐼𝑔 goes sniffing forward, trying to catch him on this flank. He knows he's in this position, but Buzz, he's setting up for some lineups.
Yes,
not just Mako can do this. I've got it too.
Swarm grenade out here.
All right, sends the pop, rotate through. 𝐿𝐼𝑔 not reading this at all, and now he's going to go for another one. It's not needed, however, because the save call has been sounded. 𝐼𝑔 with the operator desperately wants to hold on to this, so RRQ just going to be tucking away over on the B site. DRX going to be stretching the lead now by 3 rounds.
Yeah, I don't know about you. I mean, the reason why, 𝐿𝐼𝑔, this is such a strong map, a strong showing for DRX, a strong side, it's because of this set play. You have what it takes to just take down the A side. Maybe it's just Foxy dashing in. Maybe he doesn't get the most kills. Maybe he doesn't get the first bloods this time around. But he does create that space for his team, and that's what his job is. Now they get the spike down, you have this lineup all the way from mid. You realize how much time it takes for RRQ just to deal with that one player. It's so much. It's such a strong strategy.
नहीं थोड़ा दाल पी रहा हूँ बस
DRX
हल्का सा भूख लग रहा है
Some might say, oh, light up Larry.
रात को राजमा चावल है तो कुछ खाना नहीं है
it gets results, and you can't deny that. Now, though, speaking of some easier lineups, we'll head over towards the B side, where 𝐼𝑔 does get stunned by the dog. Dashes to the side, doesn't get hit. Reckoning, though, let loose. RB looking to flush them off the site. Foxy9 into the hall, catching 𝐼𝑥. 𝐾𝐘 found the plant coming through. Spamming desperately, trying to figure out where it is, but the Cove is also there to protect. 2GE falls to the wayside at the same time.
Blocking everything, allowing for the safest plant ever. Despite 2GE and 𝐼𝑥's efforts, it's just not going to happen. I don't think you can retake these. You're definitely probably going to try with a Sheriff and a Stinger. But, well,
can't find it there, but 𝐿𝐼𝑔 with the Stinger. Gets the one.
Enemy remaining.
It's a chance at a second, but
Bus
can't make it happen. Once again, 𝐼𝑔 is going to have to try to save it. RB, I mean, he wants to get the kill. They want to take this weapon out of his hands and Stack. Suddenly in a position to maybe make it happen. 𝐼𝑔 with a good read, however. There's the Cloudburst down, and Stacks will fall at the same time. So 𝐼𝑔 just getting a couple extra charges towards that Blade Storm here.
I like that.
But he's unable to stop the rounds from continuing to get racked up by DRX.
Perhaps not. Still, fun little Cloudburst play just to distract and allow Stacks to think that he was looking the other way. But this is DRX. This is the classic DRX that we've been seeing throughout the entire VCT Pacific, especially on this map. They have those rounds in the lead. They know that RRQ are an ego, and they are confident enough that they just rush in. They have 4 ultimates to work with in this round as well.
so far, just given the scoreline. Gotta say, what a turnaround from Stacks. After some rough times on Haven as well as Split. Very much the one who's rallying back.
Making all the right calls still. Now just buying time. RQ all arrived on site.
Got your trail.
Okay, Seekers to go forward. Really clear them out. Foxy dashing in. Oh, he just gets the catch onto EJ. Take it down, looking for a little bit more. The counter Seekers now coming through into the cove. And with more, take it down, but not before he finds RB. 2GE now up over the top. Finds the shot into the smoke. Down Stacks. Stuck it back, Pauls. He actually gets detained. Uh-oh. Is this a bait? Either way, Flipscheider needs to get something done. And Foxy just not getting caught by that one. Finds a third. DRX find a seventh. The momentum is fully on their side.
Thought it might be a bait. It could have been, but still, I have to say, I mean, with 2G being subbed in now, despite the utility being good, being decent, it does slow DRX's push down outside of B-Long. He always throws that high tide just to cut B-Long in half, slow them down.
Oh, boy.
The frags haven't been good. DRX always get to overrun B site, always get to overrun halls, whether it's the Reckoning or the Lockdown. Now they're back onto A.
Oh boy, this is going to be a hell of a crunch. Around the backside goes 𝐼𝑍𝐼𝑍.
बस हो गया.
6 feet under the 3 players of RRQ. Just trying to up the tempo, get a read on the situation, but DRX just better prepared, better equipped.
Firepower in their hands. DRX feeling extremely
Fight करना है
confident
तुम्हें?
to just go for
करते हैं,
every
चलो.
duel that they're seeing right now.
Timing! It's a Shakespearean tragedy. As RB on the hunt tries to get the shorty kill and 𝐿𝑚𝑖 okay. I mean, look, I'm here for it.
RB को तो एक और चाहिए अल्ट के लिए.
Even so, converting this into a round win. Far Cry hope. Nothing else, he wants to push. Trying to take some weapons away, but oh my God. At this point, there's no real hope of breaking the economy of DRX. It's just too damn strong. 1 HP, and yeah, Foxy barely needs to line it up to be able to finish that one off. 8-2 now in the half with seemingly no end in stop. DRX just plowing on.
That's now 6 rounds in a row for DRX. We talked about it, they're confident even with this push. We thought it was going to be crunch time, but no. Instead, it's going to be soggy cereal because DRX were prepared for this push. They knew exactly how to deal with that. Maybe it's the footsteps that they heard that gave them a tell, but despite that, 𝐿𝑚𝑖 still looking very much alive.
That he is. There's a pulse.
Sometimes you need
up again. Dog going to be cleared. Starts pushing forward, but Foxy is just watching for it. He says, yeah, I play Jet. I know what you're going to do. And it's the 𝑢mpteenth ult here from RB as Foxy. 𝐿𝑚𝑖 looking a little bit whippy. Foxy finds the kill. 2GE dead. And that leaves just 𝐼𝑍𝐼𝑍 with no cash. And a Phantom to try to get something done here. Push out of the smoke, and RB says, nah, you're not keeping anything. Nope. 9-2. DRX.
10-2 करो. जल्दी तो पट-पट खत्म करो. पट-पट.
Down
क्या बोलते हैं
RRQ here in this final map.
It looks nigh impossible to stop DRX's attacking side on this map. Again, same classic push. The cascade out, we take a bit of space. Even with EJ trying to disturb them a little, poke at them a little with this operator, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
I don't know if, about EJ's op on this map at this current moment because of that cascade. It just blocked off so much. Now we're back onto the A site. And RRQ playing a little bit more slow. 𝐼𝑍𝐼𝑍 trying to push out.
I mean, could just say tucked away. Looks like that's going to be the call. He's got Flipscheider nearby here. The flash not going to spot anything. EJ with the updraft. Storm peek through that art window. Not identifying any targets. So now, blades out the double swing, and it's going to be Foxy who's good for the shot.
I kind of know what that looks like too. Soul player being deleted. It's getting a little bit too antsy. Now the coordination's starting to fall apart for RRQ. DRX, on the other hand, everything's online. Every player doing their job, watching all these angles. All we have to do, the same beat execute. Can 𝐿-𝐼𝑃 actually hold this back? They have some ultimates to work with. RRQ, the lockdown, the Cosmic Divide, maybe a bit of a retake play?
I've got your trail.
Here we go again. The B side take. Sliggy is excited about this one. This ghost stream. Sinkar's going to be cleared out. 𝐿-𝐼𝑃 over towards Link. Going to get rid of those. A lot of vision denied away. Is Foxy going to go pushing through? He catches 𝐼𝑃. And now he's trying to rotate out. 3 players detained though on the side of DRX. There's one cleared up. There's the second. 𝐼𝑃 providing some covering fire as RB is trying to
क्या पकड़ रहा है? RB को check ही नहीं किया?
has survived.
नहीं,
Now gets the catch on the one.
आजा ढूंढते रहे.
DJ will also fall, and oh, it just felt like that was the best possible opportunity. And those are the only 2 kills that they're able to get.
DRX, DRX, DRX.
10-2 half. DRX clearly woken up after split, during split, I should say. And they are looking to shut RRQ down once and for all.
That's right. Even Foxy's finding kills, Stacks on the top, Buzz doing everything. And in all of these dire situations, when it seems like it's almost a victory for RRQ, 𝐼𝑃 comes in. The Viper spit just to protect his teammates. What a tank. And now 10-2 at the end of the first half. Man, this pistol is, I don't even know.
Yeah, I mean,
next game against which team?
Even winning it, there's such a staggering run back ahead of you. And if RRQ, look, if they could manage it, it would go down as probably one of the greatest run backs, if not the greatest run back that we have seen. Going from this deficit against a team of DRX's caliber, given what they've been able to achieve against, top opponents on the international stage. Yeah, I think you'd have to say that this would be a new record set by RRQ, but it just feels like such a faint thought, a whisper on the wind.
That's right. I don't know if I can hear that, 𝐿-𝐼𝑃. We're just taking a look at statistics again. These might just be numbers. RRQ did have a better half against
4v5 कैसे खेलना है? 3v5 कैसे
side
खेलना
on
है?
Pearl, but at the same time, DRX has shown that they are strong on both sides. 60% win rate on the defensive side. Now they're going to play that. We saw how Buzz performed last week. We saw how he did against Gen G. The way that he uses his utility just for extra bits of map presence, the way that he falls back bound by bound, leap by leap, it's really difficult for attacking teams to find
Thank you, bro.
a little gap.
Autograph, सब दूंगा. काम कब हो रहा है?
Saying something about having to go to school tomorrow on the side. His previous one was saying if you put us on camera, I'll hit my friend.
भाई अभी ऐसा मत करो कि RRQ पिस्टल जीत के एक्सटेंड कर दे गेम. अभी फटाफट खत्म करो. सबको मालूम है क्या होने वाला है.
All right, when I can, when it's possible, which is very rarely.
इतने टॉक्सिक लोग हो. Power of friendship. They need 5 more friends. इसके पहले 2 गेम अच्छा खेल रहे थे तभी.
This pistol round, even if they win it, right? I mean, if they can win it, that's how we start things.
अरे बजना तो फ्री है भाई. यहाँ से या वहाँ से.
Push forward. Orb going to be grabbed. Seems like they want to prioritize Flipside being able to get this. Seekers online. Meanwhile, Spike being brought over here towards B.
Coffee.
The usual arrangement.
क्या?
Toxic screen is available. We're not gonna.
अरे cold coffee बना रही थी ना?
But Stacks definitely with the jump peak, probably information gained. It's a bit of a B split setup, but RB's aware of this. So are Stacks and Foxy9.
They make their presence known now. Better having to back away. Foxy9.
Oh no!
Oh, right here on the flank. He is still gonna be good for 1, but Foxy, he's good for 2. Is there anything you can do? I can do better.
मजा आ गया Foxy.
मजा तो
Gets the
आ
2x.
रहा है.
Flipside now, 37 health.
उड़ जाते हैं भी. Flippo.
मार इसको मार.
This is surely
मार.
the hard dwindling. RB will find 𝐼𝑃. They'll go ahead and just spam through the wall. Foxy with 3. DRX now with 11 rounds total. Another pistol round victory collected by them.
Not to mention, I mean,
Aditya Patnaik gifted 1 membership.
now they get to buy
Thank you, bro, Aditya.
Seeing as what they might be able to, what they might purchase.
Kisko mila? Ashanko Das.
This is now potentially
Nice.
match point. A 12-2.
बेचारा है,
If they can
उसको
end
नहीं
it
मिला,
off
उसको
13-2,
direct कर
that'll
सकता
be
हूँ क्या?
the
मैं gift नहीं कर
fastest, I
देता हूँ
think,
भाई.
map that we've seen so far. RRQ, I don't know if they still have that fight left in them, but we have to give them that support.
Choose whether others can gift you.
I'm surprised that we don't see the full investment, but it looks like RRQ at the end of the day will be trying to play for the draw if they can get the momentum.
अच्छा वो gift settings on करना पड़ता है. वो हर एक को करना पड़ता है क्या?
A bit of expenditures here. 𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐻𝐿 down to 800.
काम की बात चालू है भाई.
Side.
बताओ.
Confidence and space. DRX are taking what they can
कभी
get.
होगा? कब
RRQ,
तक होगा?
on the other hand, slowly, surely inching forward, just looking for a tiny win.
और उसमें हमारे भी काम की बात है कि नहीं वो भी बता दो.
They're not ready for it. Pump flash goes out. RB. Okay, well, just spray and pray. Hold it down. Buzz and RB. Picking up 2 apiece.
No.
𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐻 sat here at A main saying, guys, what in the hell just happened over
DS
there?
versus कौन है कल? T1 है ना?
They have
कौन है?
every inclination,
Okay,
every right to expect that he is going to be sat here at A main.
कौन है कल TS? कल थोड़ी है TS का गेम है क्या कल? TS का गेम हो गया रे, बेशक हो. Talon versus DRX है.
It's not going to happen.
कल ही हुआ ना TS का.
We're expected to see good Valorant, and we're
और
seeing
autograph के लिए
incredible,
काम
perfect Valorant again from DRX. The
Brown
timeout being called now
photograph
by
के लिए
RRQ. Their
तेरे को
one
काम की थोड़ी
chance
जरूरत है. तू तो ऐसे ही
to
कभी
try
मिलेगा
whatever
कभी
they
नहीं.
might. 2 to 12. I don't.
Look, at this point, I think we can kind of move away from the conversation about the run back, the beautiful run to get them into OT. If it happens,
Evoke को
obviously,
उम्मीद है.
fans will be blown. But
हाँ वो तो बहुत
I think from
positive
here,
है.
it's about capping off this series in a little bit more of a respectful way. You know, you don't want to go out, as so many teams have previously, where you take a map off of DRX and then you get the ever-loving 𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐻𝐿 in the final map.
Yeah, remember Talon. Still.
रो दिए भाई, हो गया इनका.
So far with this defensive side, I mean, DRX are now confident. They know they can take risks. You have to anticipate
Let's
the
go
fact
DRX
that
fighting.
they might
एक और like for
actually
200. Come
push
on,
out,
let's
push
go.
up,
हो सकता है.
Find bits of space. We saw it with the cascades with the walls. And then
भाविन के तो 2000 हो गए रहेंगे अब तक.
क्या KappA?
RRQ might be
likes.
caught by surprise. There's so much to consider.
2000 तो हो गए थे.
Thoughts in their heads.
3.2k हुए.
Nice.
मेरे 200 होंगे अभी.
I didn't catch it.
I think there's one for RD.
Guys, KappA को
But
जाओ.
here's one for the desk. I mean,
RNT
take a
का
look
मैच
at this
देख रहा है.
scoreline
इसके
that
बाद
we've got.
देखूंगा शायद.
How many rounds in a row is that since round 5 for DRX? I'm not even gonna.
Guys जाओ KappA को जाके like और subscribe करके आओ guys. जाओ पटाख से.
It's about 8, yeah.
ये तो round के बाद चले जाओ, पर चले जाओ.
Now, they're looking to finish the job.
Let's go. GG.
Another purchase back in the hands of RRQ.
Bonus भी जीत जाएंगे. GG.
Bonus जीत जाए.
Surely 𝐼𝐿 is not going to be the one to swing out in the lane.
अच्छा कट किया रे.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
दे
decent
देना
amount of
भाई.
cutoff here.
ये क्या कर रहा है?
A-lane control, we bypass that alarm bot. Surely we know it's there.
RB just backing away. There's a position over, Buzz letting loose with the nano swarms, just trying to dissuade them from getting their way forward here onto the site. Do make their way in though. Nope. Shots flying. 𝐼𝐿 trying to catch him. Swing onto the corner, and it's going to be RB taking out the enemy jet. 2GE. Tagged up just a bit. Sparrow able to find one.
Look at flips.
Brings it down to a 4v4, and yeah, as you say, Flipcutter, he's trying to go for this deep.
Oh,
अरे माको ने जो angle लिया था ना.
Losing out on a couple extra members now. 𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐻𝐿 going to be taken down. Buzz here on the corner. Flip
Nice,
able to find
Foxy.
one. Foxy swapping over to the frenzy. Going to be good for a kill. The spray down through the orb. Sparrow finds the kill. Pop flash, but it doesn't get the coverage.
Oh,
doesn't get the blind. It just sat here.
No!
Into the
GG.
smoke. Trying to hold it for the defuse. 2 players left alive.
Nice.
It does not matter. Sax is on his feet.
अभी
Beckoning on
बोलो.
the cheers from the audience. As they make
Nice.
a statement, they say, all right, you made us bleed. You pushed us. You took a map away from us. But no one, not yet, does anybody get the topple DRX.
Not Gen.G, not 𝐵𝐴𝑅𝑥.
King बोलते.
Came
Hello,
close.
Naman.
Gen.G took one map off.
All
RRQ
good.
takes one map off. But DRX stays on top. 13-2.
And as you can see, I think relatively the spirit's still remaining quite high for RRQ. And I think that they should. Because coming into this series, you know, there was basically nobody having expectations for them to be able to take this. I mean, obviously, you throw a Hail Mary prediction their way, and then they start running with it. They take away Haven, a map that DRX has lost on so far.
Thank you guys for tuning in. ढेर सारा प्यार कल मिलते हैं चैलेंज वजह से
They also play a fairly close split. And it does unfortunately feel like RRQ needed to have that 2-0 closeout in order to make this possible. But at the end of the day, DRX, they just have a lot more experience with these longer series in high-stakes situations.
Third map tak jaake maza aaya bhai.
Against you. They're able to persevere here at the very end.
I mean, the international experience, Termi's lineage, I mean, everything from DRX, these guys have done it all. And they know exactly how to play pro. Again, I'm just going to talk about it. This is one of their strongest maps now. Nobody has taken them down yet. Maybe pushed to certain limits, but that's about it. Yep. It was certainly impressive that RRQ were able to challenge them on split a little bit closer than before.
Zest किधर आता नहीं है क्या वो भी आजकल?
Taking down their Haven, but still.
DRX clearly, after the
𝐼𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐿𝐼𝐿,
thank you. Over at Lock-In, they took that very personally. And they very much worked the course correctly. And they have.
Let's go.
And the team will go ahead and get their photos after I think it was a much more stressful evening than they might have anticipated. Again, I think that people are going to say, wow, RRQ couldn't get it done. They choked at the last map. I don't think that should be the storyline here. I think we should be singing their praises for being able to push DRX as hard as they possibly could, given the expectations, given their own match history and scoreline coming into this series.
Like karo, subscribe karo.
I mean, remember those rounds for
मजा आया है दोनों मैच में
a little bit of a lucky shot perhaps, but also with those Sheriff, that was pure skill. You have to credit this guy for being this one shining light on the team. I mean, he's got flanks, he also has the aim, and at the same time, his teammates are here to support him sometimes. We have seen some crazy plays from EJ.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say
पता नहीं यार एंटी वाला मैच कहाँ देखूंगा फिर?
And MN as well, as he came in for split, playing that Sky. Plenty of highlight plays. Was one of the players that was helping keep them in that map, keep it so competitive, picking up those 10-round wins that they were able to get. EJ had his moments. Flipshider, 𝐼𝐿 as well. Like, just across the board, everybody, especially on Haven, had their moment in the spotlight for the side of RRQ. They continue to look better and better as time goes on. It's just unfortunate that they're not able to quite, scoop up this win, because it would have been such a monumental victory for them, such a cataclysmic upset to be able to be the first ones to take down DRX when you don't have those expectations set on you. But if nothing else, no team should be walking away from this series and underestimating RRQ in the future, because they have shown that they can contend with the top teams.
Yeah, I mean, even you see these rounds where DRX actually takes it slow against RRQ, because there is that respect that's being paid.
Yeah.
RRQ, our team that's not to be trifled with, given time, I think, they have the potential to just push themselves even further, but still, I think DRX always on top. You always have to credit Mako, Buzz, Stacks on this map, Foxy 9, I think,
User disconnected from your channel.
a little bit of a rougher showing in the first two maps, but you have to say that he did his job in creating space.
He did, and I think this was probably the roughest performance, at least on the first two, that we have seen from Foxy, because we've been praising him how comfortable he's been on this stage from the outset, coming in and finding impact. But this was definitely a bit of an off timing for him, just to finally coming alive at the end of Pearl there, and really being able to be a solid side anchor stop those attacks from coming through from RRQ. But yeah, I mean, I think this is one that DRX, they might put under the microscope a little bit and say, okay, how did we let this get away from us? Why were we playing so off at the beginning of this series? But for RRQ, I think as well, plenty of things to take away from this, and roll forward into that next series and make sure that you do win and keep racking up these wins. Make sure you are going to have that potential stretch to get into the playoffs.
I think it's not just for RRQ at the same time, or even DRX, because there's so much game tape to be studied just from these 3 maps today. We watched on Haven or Split, the way that they rotated around both sides. Both teams really tried to crack their heads and figure out the strategy to just take down the other team. And I think RRQ did well, but at the same time now, DRX.
Yeah, I mean, they gave us a much later night than we could have ever anticipated. It seemed like we were going to be out of here, 9:30, something like that. And even after the first map, I was like, oh, maybe we're going to get out early because it's, RRQ walking away with a 2-0. But a very entertaining series the whole way throughout. But that's going to do it for myself and Quack, because now we're going to throw down to the stage. We have Stack standing by for an interview.
The winning never stops. I'm here on stage with Stacks of DRX. Congratulations!
Thank you.
We still watch party लोगों
all
पे
your fans are here today for
कर
this
तो
match.
सकते हैं
And 6 wins in a row. What an amazing match you had today. I mean, how was your overall view of today's match? 오늘 경기 6연승을 이제 달리셨는데 오늘 총평
रॉसी को FaceTime करो
일단은 정말 어려운
अरे उसको मस्ती करने दे टीम के साथ उधर
그래도 이겨서 다행이라고 생각하고 기분
हम
좋습니다.
लोग तो 2 साल कर ही रहे थे
Yeah, it was a tough match today, but I'm really relieved that we won and really happy for it. Okay, and also RRQ was playing quite differently today, like confusing the players, and aggressive play went on. So how do you feel about RRQ? 오늘 RRQ가 조금 다른 방식으로 좀 공격적인 면도 있었고 좀 선수들을 많이 혼란스럽게 하는 플레이를 보였어요. 이거 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 저렇게 하고 있는 건 알았는데 제가 사실 이제 퍼시픽 리그가 시작하기 전부터 RRQ가 약팀이라고 저는 생각을 안 하고 있었거든요.
맞아요.
저는 그래서 그거에 맞게 좀 더 집중해서 했고 그게 이제 2세트, 3세트 나왔던 것 같아서 다행입니다.
I mean, we already knew about their play style, but we never underrated them. So I think today was a nice match. And for today's match, it went a lot closer than expected. So how did your team try to turn the tide? I mean, map 3 was completely amazing. 오늘 조금 좀 치열한 경기가 펼쳐졌는데 특히 맵 3에서 완전 점령을 해버렸잖아요. 어떻게 이렇게 역전을 할 수 있었는지 그 키포인트가 있을까요?
그냥 2맵 때 뭔가 이제 갑자기 제가 하던 식으로 하면 되네? 라고 생각해서 그냥 쟤네들이 뭐 하는지도 일단 생각도 안 했고 저희 할 것만 하니까 쟤네들이 다 따라와줘서 이긴 것 같아요.
So like at map 2, I kind of like found my pace again, and we like went over all and try to win till the end and got to map 3. 그리고 이제 we see like DRX having good communication with your fans, doing the D-log and the content sub. The fans are really appreciating it. So any message to them? 또 이제 DRX가 팬들과 소통을 되게 활발히 해줘서 팬분들이 정말 감사해하고 있잖아요. 또 이렇게 팬분들께 메시지 남겨주시죠.
일단 팬분들 일단 진짜 늦은 시간까지 게임 3렙 가서 죄송하고요. 일단은 그래도 재밌는 경기 보여드렸다고 생각을 해서 저는 다행이라고 생각하고 다음에도 응원을 해주시러 오셨으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you fans for being here for the lead time. We went to map 3, but we all enjoyed playing the match. And thank you again. And I hope you keep rooting for us for the whole match. Okay, so thank you for the interview. Let's continue the victory. Vamos.
Yeah.
Let's go back to you, Victoria. Oh yeah, fans, don't miss DRX and RRQ signing event coming up. So bye bye. Yeah, you don't want to miss that fan meet. But so ends match 29 of VCT Pacific, with DRX continuing to play perfect Valorant, at least in that last map.
Listen, the
Pearl.
fake comebacks do not discriminate across region, okay? They happen in every region. And RRQ brings it home to bring the fake comeback here. Here in some of these maps, obviously on Split, they tried to make it happen. They weren't able to really make it happen. And here, I mean, obviously the comeback never even started here. But at the end of the day, DRX, I mean, same fashion against Gen G as well, right? I mean, they kind of had a rough going in the first 2 maps, and they say, okay, well, Pearl, we know how to play Pearl. And they go 13-4. This time it's 13-2.
Yeah. It was... I don't know, it's too bad we ended on a note like this. Overall, though, I do feel like this is very good news for RRQ. You can beat DRX in a game, that is a big signal to everybody else in the region. And of course, we're really just getting started here in Valorant. Okay, this is still a very young game, still a very young esport, and we know all good games, they age like a fine wine. So I'm excited for the future here for RRQ.
Yeah. I do wonder a bit about, the stamina. DRX, we were talking a bit about this, we were wondering if RRQ was just losing that stamina and that win, because DRX has long games.
Yes.
They know how to play that long.
Yeah, I mean, they've played so many nail-biting series across all of VCT, right, at international tournaments, and some of their games in past Challengers Korea matches as well. So I think they've had some of the best, I guess, practice in that scenario. And this happens a lot with the quote-unquote weaker teams, where they just haven't had the experience to showcase multiple maps and go all the way to the very end. And we see that again and again here in Pacific. But now, how does this change across the weeks and across the years and the months, right? I mean, RRQ, now you're starting to get some of these reps in. Maybe that'll change in the future.
Yeah. Well, there was a really fun round. It was during a 𝐿𝐽𝐿 lockdown, and things could have gone awry for DRX, and then it didn't.
Yeah, let's bring this up. So we're taking a look at Mako's play here. You see the lockdown has already started because RRQ senses the entry is happening. And look at Mako. He purposely waits for a bit longer because he's calculating the time to put up his pit, leave it to let the toxins run down while he avoids he purposely waits for a bit longer. RRQ senses the entry is happening. And look at Mako. He purposely waits for a bit longer because he's calculating the time to put up his pit, leave it to let the toxins run down while he avoids the lockdown. His teammates stay in sight to just make sure they don't entirely flood the pit all on their own. And then he comes back just in time to be able to take over the pit. And if you take a look at the minimap, he's still dancing around the outside here. Right, and just to manage the toxins at the very edge while avoiding some of these, close quarter battles because he doesn't have full information. So he's just communicating with his teammates who are detained, and he has that distance perfectly calculated to get back into the pit. And again, this is why we praise him so much. It's this kind of decision-making that's just impressive.
Yeah, it was a beautiful play by Mako, but on top of that, there's so much trust in that team to let that play out the way it did. And, that's just how DRX rolls and why they are undefeated at this very moment. Now let's talk about the final round.
Yeah, let's go into this.
It was the closing round.
We were saving our highlight for maybe a moment where we would see RRQ come back. Unfortunately, this one is going to be us witnessing the twilight of the final moments in this best of three. We see right now we've got RRQ just trying to secure this. The spike is ticking away one by one. We see DRX beginning to pick off the remaining players. They're shut down. Flip comes in from the side, takes stacks out. 𝐿𝐼𝐹 gets the elimination onto Buzz. Now we see the defuse start here, and this is what was kind of cool. For a second, it looked like Flip was going to get it, but shots just over the shoulder. He can't find the target. And then 𝐼𝐹 comes in there, cleans that out.
Chalo guys, bye-bye. मजा आया दोनों games देख के.
Kudos to RRQ in that.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to the fact that, DRX's Haven, we know it's good, but we've seen now since lock-in that it has, people have started to figure it out. And I think they're maybe just kind of testing the water still of, okay, how far can we push the limits? RRQ did their homework. I think that's more credit to RRQ.
Yeah.
And as Stack said, they felt comfortable with the next two maps. So all credit to DRX as well.
Yeah.